natin itong hearing sa Senado. I-check natin kung... Okay, yan dyan na. So, yan mga kabanat. Ilalab naman natin itong nangyari ngayon na continue o sa pagpatuloy ng pagdinig sa Senado tungkol sa issue ng PS-DBM sa pagbili nila ng PPE dito sa Pharmally, kung saan yung nakaraan, no? Kung balikan natin nakaraang hearing ay nakita natin na tila Laway lang yung kapital ng Pharmally sa pagbili ng PPE at lumalabas na pinaboran, no? Aminin man nila at saka hindi, makikita natin na pinaboran ng PS-DBM itong Pharmally para doon bumili ng mga PPE. So ito mga kabanat, simulan natin ito. So nahuli lang ako ng halos 1 hour kasi may pinuntahan ako, pero ipapakita ko pa rin sa iyo yung previous na nangyari sa ginawang mga pagtalakay. Pero i-shortcut ko na lang ito, alisin ko na yung ginagawa ni si Senador Gordon na pagtawag ng isa-isa. So doon na ako mag-i-start sa proceeding na talaga nila. So ito, panoorin niyo na ito mga kabanat.
State your name.
So mga kabanat, pa-confirm na kung okay ba yung audio natin para hindi na tayo magkaroon ng problema.
Attorney Vincent Maranilla, Your Honor.
Director
Yeah.
Yan, Your Honor.
Deputy Commissioner Raniel Ramiro, Your Honor.
All right. Make sure you have their names. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there anybody else?
Dr. Napoleon Arevalo
Nagmamos yung
from
camera.
DOH Technical.
Arevalo?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Yes, Your Honor.
A picture will be taken. Please hold on.
Can you please put on your video, Mr. Arevalo, Dr. Arevalo? By the way, you may address me as Mr. Chairman, not Mr. Chair. Obviously,
Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Pictures will be taken.
Masyado naman to Gordon na to.
Picture, slide 1.
Can you turn on your video, please, with Dr. Arevalo? Dr. Arevalo, you're directed to turn on your video. You cannot be in the picture without that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm having a little difficulty in starting my video.
Are you in the DOH building?
No, sir, I am at home. I am already retired.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, my apologies. All
Thank
right.
you po.
All right. Later
I'm
on,
having
when you-
difficulty, Mr. Chairman, in turning on my video. Thank you po.
Thank you. All right. When we call you, you have to raise your hand later on, and we will administer the oath when we can see you. All right. So, in the meantime, have somebody fix your video.
Yes, yes,
Maybe you
Mr.
should
Chairman.
Maybe you should reboot. Patay mo muna. Pull it from the plug and then reboot. All right. Okay.
Mr. Chair, a picture has been taken of BOC personnel, Your Honor.
Bakit yung camera ko?
All right, the record that you have administered the oath to the folks involved, including the people from Customs. The names are with you already, and Dr. Arevalo, when he appears, we will have to take his oath of office. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, is that Senator Risa? Yes, go ahead.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are two persons, Mr. Chairman, that I made of record last Friday night that when my turn comes, I hope to pose questions to Mr. Chairman. So may I please inquire if Mr. Michael Yang is again present in this hearing? And second and lastly, Mr. Chairman, may I also please inquire if Ms. Rose Nono Lim was given an invitation or served a subpoena and is present to answer questions, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Director General, is Mr. Yang present? I didn't hear you call him.
His name is not in color yet, which means, sir, that he is not yet here.
What is the answer? Yes or no? Is he present or not?
Wala. Yang.
Our records show that he is not yet present.
Mr. Chairman, good morning.
Who is that?
Attorney Fortune, Your Honor.
Raymond, go ahead. Where's your
Good
client?
morning.
I presume you're
Good
describing.
morning, Mr. Chairman, and to all the senators.
Yes.
I would like
DBM.
I regret that Mr. Michael Young would not be able to attend today's hearing. May I be allowed to explain?
Go ahead, make it quick.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are supposed to be meeting here at a place in Insular Village 1 before 9:30 today. On the way, he had texted me and then subsequently called and said that his blood pressure had suddenly shot up. And for that reason, he was advised by his doctor to just stay at home. Apparently, because of the proceedings, his health has been affected, Your Honors.
But he looks healthy enough.
Wow.
He's still under contempt and under an arrest for contempt, and he will have to appear. I think blood pressures go up and down.
Yes, Your Honors. Mr. Chairman, I will certainly undertake that to provide the necessary medical certificate to support my statement today, Mr.
No,
Chairman.
we're not going to give him a free pass. He can appear. He's not under pressure there. He's in Davao where he's comfortable. He can bring his doctor if he wills, and we want to see him. We cannot wait for people who would always say, that always occurs. When somebody's under investigation, they come in a wheelchair, show their picture, and they cannot appear. Or they're in a hospital bed. Mr.
Yes,
Young is
understand.
healthy enough as far as I'm concerned. I think he can face the music. So please tell your client that we would expect him to appear in the course of the hearing, especially when we start having questions against him. And we have questions, a lot of
Certainly,
questions.
Mr.
for him.
Chair.
Kindly
I
tell
will
him
duly
that,
advise.
Raymond. Okay?
Yes, Mr. Chair. You can trust me.
They're well enough to know that we're men of our word, correct?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
And
you.
you can also
Mr.
trust
Chairman.
me in that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Senator Tolentino. Just morning.
Senator Tolentino is present. Go ahead.
Yes, just an inquiry, Mr. Chairman. Do I understand that we are now revising the order of questioning based on a day-to-day attendance, so that the previous attendance and line of questioning will not be carried over, Mr. Chairman? Just for inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we still have that. We'll follow the ones who were not called. Will have first crack at it. And I'm getting the list here right now, and I'll be with you shortly. In the meantime, I would like to make sure
Chairman?
that we have an answer to Mr. Alan Lee, alias what's his name?
Lin Wei Xiong,
Alan
Your
Lin,
Honor.
alias Lin Wei Xiong, and his wife, Rose Nono Lin. Have we issued an invitation?
Your Honor, a subpoena was issued by the committee. The
Well,
OSA
Pause nga muna natin eh. Ihanapin ko lang yung mga gandang ano.
to both who were not
Topic na
served.
kasi.
It
Na-late
was
naman ako.
according to Mr. Ronald Madulid, guard on duty.
So yun, hanapin ko lang yung ano, usog lang natin konti. Medyo matagal eh. Salita pa dito si Gordon eh. So binanatan din ito siya ni bagong Yusik, si yung mataba. Hindi ko nga alam, palimutan ko. Yung dating natanggal din bilang PMP chip, ngayon nilipat na naman. Kumbaga ni-recycle, ginawang Yusik itong si ano ba to? Dinyas. Yung mataba nga. So ito. Pwede na siguro to.
All right. On that note, this hearing is now called to order formally. And you may take the previous statement. I already called it earlier. I already banged the gavel earlier, and I banged the gavel again just to formalize, to be sure there's no question. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and to all our fellow senators and all our guests. In the past few hearings, we discovered the neglect on the welfare of our frontline soldiers in our fight, and our frontline people, folks, in our fight against COVID-19. The nurses, the doctors, and other healthcare workers who are our sentinels in the fight against COVID-19. Their task is very important and certainly very perilous. Lately, we have heard of the resignation of 10 volunteer doctors from PGH who were doctors from the DOH who were earning 50,000 pesos a month. We quote this statement of Dr. Jonas Del Rosario of the PGH. Wala naman po kami masabi dahil nagtrabaho sila sa PGH and their decision to leave ay personal na po yun. We honor that. Nung nag-resign, malaking kawalan po sa amin yun. We have nothing to say because they work at PGH and their decision to leave was personal. We honor that. When they resigned, it was a big loss for us. He added. And it continues on, maybe I can just hypothesize, maybe napagod na rin. Maaring yung iba nagkakasakit. They probably look at the PGH, masyadong maraming trabaho. Maybe they got tired. Maybe others got sick. I think that's not a very fair statement. Hindi napapagod yun. They probably look at the PGH and thought too much work. I hope that is not really the case. Kung ang bilyong-bilyong pondo na nasasayang sa katiwalian sa ating procurement ng mga PPEs, face mask, at iba pang gamit laban sa COVID ay nagamit para mabigyan ng ating mga nurses, doctors, at iba pang mga health workers, siguro baka mas maganda ang mga benepisyo nila at hindi na sila kailangan mag-resign dahil talagang dapat talaga tinumpit namin kung yung perang nawawala ay ginamit na sinweldohan mo ang 20,000 people times 50,000 each, makukuha talaga na aabot ng mga makakayanan nating bayaran yan at hindi tayo dapat nagkaroon ng mga katiwalian dito kundi tayo nagkaroon ng mga katiwalian dito. With our health workers, they are fully supported, and they are because of the law that was crafted by the Senate and the lower house and approved by the President in our fight against COVID. Siguro buo ang moral ng ating mga frontliners. And I'm just speculating here na siguro na nangihina rin ng loob ang kanila, ang ating mga healthcare workers. Kaya hindi ko kahaba nito, lalampasan ko na yung mga prepare ng staff dito na sasabihin natin. Ang gusto ko lang sabihin ay talagang nahihirapan tayo dahil lumalakas ang pandemic at ang nangyayari ngayon ay talagang kailangan natin magtulong-tulong. Pero siguro kung gagawin natin ang dapat gawin at sasagutin natin na mabilis to at malalaman natin kung ano ang dapat ma-avoid sa mga pagnanasa ng mga ganid at mga ibang tao at matitigilan yung mga sinasabi pa ng ating Pangulo na imbes na pagpayagan kami makapag-imbestiga at galangin ang institusyon. Sabi nga ng ating Senate President, there are institutions in our country. Sinabi ko na rin yan, yung Commission on Audit, yan ay tigabantay ng mga ginagawa ng bawat gobyerno, ng bawat sanay ng gobyerno o ang Senado at ang Kongreso na talaga nagbabantay rin. At imbes na sinasabi sa mga tao na huwag na kayo makinig dyan, ay siguro mas maluwag at mas mabilis tayo. At nagsimula ako rito, ulitin ko lang, dahil lumapit ang mga nurses, kasama ko Senator Antiveros, Senator Pangilinan, in that meeting na talagang hindi nababayaran yung kanilang mga allowances, yung kanilang SRA. Kaya nung unang meeting, yan ang sinabi ko, tinalakay namin kaagad at yan ay nangako si Secretary Duque na gagawa niya ng paraan at magkakaroon pa siya ng opisina na magre-receive ng complaint at maghahanap siya ng pera at balita ako nakakuha na naman raw ng pera. I have not confirmed that na 800 plus million ang nakuha. Pero kulang pa rin, marami pa rin umaangal, hindi lang nabayaran. That is something that we also try to do. And this afternoon, upon the assurances of our fellow senators and our caucus, Senator Subiri said they will take up the bill that will create an appropriation that we filed with Senator Angara for the healthcare workers. So I just hope to make sure if we have time, we will call the nurses as well as the healthcare workers later on, just to be sure that you don't feel forlorn na hindi namin inaasikaso. Mari namin kayong tawagan later on kung may oras pa tayo. At wag ko kayong bibitaw sapagkat talagang gagawin natin ang lahat para matulungan lahat ang ating mga kailangan. Matulungan. Ang konteksto po natin ngayon, maraming namamatay, maraming nagkakasakit, maraming nagugutom at walang trabaho, walang ayuda at kulang na kulang pa rin sa mga paaralan na makapasok yung mga bata. Ngayon sa puntong ito, we can now contemplate na mukhang lumabas na talagang halimbawa talagang walang pangdakan na talagang walang tinatawag na due diligence ang ginawa nitong mga tiga PS-DBM, hindi ko nila lahat. Specifically, narinig natin na naging negligent si Chairman, si Mr. Lau. At ganoon na rin yung mga kasama dyan. Kaya tatalangin natin mamaya si Mr. Leong. Ito ay gusto namin sabihin kay Secretary Major Dia, hindi po kami nambubulo rito, ginagawa po namin tungkulin. At dahil dyan, napalabas na po natin na si Mr. Yang, and I can only speculate, ay talagang damang na-contempt because sabi niya nung umpisa, wala siyang kinalaman sa Pharmally, bukod lamang doon sa pagdala niya sa Pangulo ng Pilipinas. Sinabi niya rito na 22 years na siya rito at sabi niya, it is only through the news that he found out about the existence of Pharmally Pharmaceutical, quote unquote. Yan ang sinabi ni Mr. Yang through his interpreter. Pero napatunayan natin kay Mr. Lincoln Ong sa pagsusuri ng mga senador at na talagang nabibigay ng pera si Mr. Yang. Siya nagpapakilala sa mga Chinese sa China at yan ay napatunayan natin at hanggang si Mr. Wang ay nasabi na talagang tumanggap siya ng pera sa ang kakalang korporasyon ng pera. Hindi ko na papalawigin yan. Magtatanong pa tayo mamaya dyan. So anong nangyari dyan ay talagang lumabas na nagsisinungaling sila. And for the benefit of Mr. Wang who's listening here, there were lies perpetrated by Mr. Yang and Mr. Lumalabas na Mr. Ong also was evasive and that's why contempt orders were contempt arrest was given to him. And Mr. Wang intervened and said he has COVID and that he will speak. And he spoke and he said finally that Mr. Yang has really been dealing with him and the corporation. Sabi niya, Mr. Yang, Michael Yang, and I quote, sabi ni Mr. Ong, guarantees for us. And also, sa pagtatanong rin natin, ay tinatanong natin, sabi niya, meron siya mga records at ipapakita niya sa darating na panahon. So ngayon, nandito tayo sa sitwasyon na ito at gusto natin pagpatuloy ang hearing lalong madaling panahon at let me just say na itong ating committee ng Blue Ribbon ay we will remain steadfast just as Invictus. Sabi nga doon sa Invictus na nire-recite namin ng bata kami, it matters now how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. We are the masters, actually plural ito, I am the master of my fate. We're using the plural, we are the masters of our fates. We are the captains of our soul. Tutuloyan namin itong investigasyon na ito sa kabila ng pagbabanta at mga pananakot na ginagawa ngayon mismo ng ating Pangulo. Nakakalungkot pero yan ang ginagawa niya at hinaharap pa ang ibang mga ahensya ng mga volunteer organizations. So, hindi na ako magpapakahaba. I would like to call now the Senate President for his preliminary remarks. Senate President.
All right.
So,
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman, the Chairman of the Committee on Public Accountability and Investigations. I'm just trying to rub that in to remind some people that there are three branches of government: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislative, the legislature. It just so happens that the Constitution says the legislature has the power of the purse. So we are doing our committee work. We are looking how the people's money is being spent. We're looking at the possibility of the PS-DBM being say upgraded, updated, dissolved, or what have you. Depends on the outcome or the output of the committee. We may amend its creation. But big or small, the public have the right to know on how their money is being spent. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would not like to ask many questions today except for one question, if you don't mind. And so that we are not accused or suspected of bullying, may I ask that Mr. Huang, Mr. Huang, who is in Singapore, if he is here, to give me an answer to a simple question. Mr. Wang, are you here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm present.
All right, Mr. Wang.
Mr. President, just a moment. Just for the record, Mr. Lincoln Ong, when he was being cross-examined, he said, "Can Mr. Wang make a presentation?" I said, "In due time, we will call him." And now the Senate President himself is calling Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, please proceed.
Yes,
And
Mr. Wang, please go ahead. Go ahead. Give the chairman your statement so that we are not accused of anything else. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senate President, honorable senators. On behalf of Pharmally Pharmaceutical Corporation, we really would like to cooperate with the hearings and the understandings of the inquiries. During the past few hearings and the past few weeks, there's been multiple concerns that were raised. And I'd really like to address several of the topics raised today. And number one, there is the concern of high price. We would like to point out that in these transactions, the capacity of our companies is only really in the role of a bidder or seller in a layman's term. The company is a business entity. What we really attempt to do as a business is to offer the best price available within the constraints of our abilities so that we can attract customers. And in this case, the customer was the government procurement entity. And what really, I would say, what really determines the price that we offer is, in a broad term, is the supply and demand. When the demand for something is really high and the supply is low, then the price goes up. And when we bring this into context, during this time, during the period of these transactions, there was really a worldwide pandemic. Everyone around the world, regardless of any social standing, we are all faced with COVID-19. And sadly, during that time, the only protection that we have for anyone is masks and PPEs. So this global demand, drastic demand, really bring up the price. So of course, if we look back on those prices now, they seem exorbitant. I would agree, they seem exorbitant. But when we compare, we need to acknowledge that it was during the circumstances and the time frame when the transactions happened. I know many have questioned about the masks we sold, 27.72 pesos per piece. But we need to really say that those masks are sold and delivered all in the month of April 2020. That was really the height of the pandemic. And it was, the acquiring cost for us was relatively high. And so it was very difficult to address that. Of course, I really welcome the decision to only acquire from local manufacturers, to support the people there. But as to our concerns, we really just offered our best price at that moment. And number two is how come a small company like us, we were able to receive billions in deals. What I want to say is we started somewhere. We never denied we are small. And this is really reflected in all the documents that were submitted to us, to the procuring entity. I want to highlight that we have been compliant with any of the requirements submitted to us. If not, we'll never have been awarded or even allowed to collect payments after. The whole thing is that what happened really was when there was a bid, we bidded with the best of our abilities. And when we were awarded, if and when we were awarded, we will successfully deliver diligently. And only after will we be compensated. There was really never an instant where we got a single peso or centavo to do our business from the government. And it was not one contract that got us to billion-dollar deals. We just kept trying. As I mentioned before, I guess we three young men were a bit too ambitious. We thought we can if we can manage the supply side, we were able to complete these deals. So we just kept trying, and then after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we just kept trying so that we will prevent ourselves from getting blacklisted. And what I guess the company always wanted to do is just make good of our obligation to deliver. I think that is really the ultimate goal and what really drives us, because we realize that if we don't deliver, there will be very serious consequences. And then there are also talks that we are favored by the procurement entity. As I said before, we are a business. Sometimes we win the business, and sometimes really, we don't. Then they go elsewhere. We don't always win in these government bids. There's been more than 12 instances where we bidded and we didn't win. We were not awarded a bid. These are all really public records. We don't have that 100% success story. And if you really consider the amount of bids that we lost, the contract value is close to approximately 14.48 billions. Of course, what we really want to say is we don't always win, and what we do is just keep trying, keep trying, and keep trying. And when we do win a bid, or we are awarded a bid, we just want to make good of the obligation, because we realize this is not just about winning, it's about getting these life-saving equipment critically that needed as fast as possible. So for our perspective, that is what we do. And also there are also questions about my personal history. I'm really am open to discuss this. I mean, about things about my personal history with my previous employer, or even about my father in question. But I want to also state that the question today is about the company. The company and is different from that company in 2017. The shareholders are different. We are not a dummy. It's really me finding my good friends, people I met in the Philippines, with Mohit and Lincoln, together to start a business, because that previous one by my father and his partners are not going to push through. So I just didn't want to waste my effort. And many people can question why I used this very similar name. I guess it was a very stupid choice, because at the time I just wanted to rub off on the fact that that company was still a listed company. You want to rub off on the fact that even the PPE in that sense. So I really regret that. But the Pharmally Pharmaceutical Corporation and Pharmally Biological is really completely different company. I need to say it on record. And regarding the statement I made previously about our relationship with Mr. Michael Young, I'm not here to defend Mr. Michael Young. He really does not know about me, my involvement with Pharmally Pharmaceutical Corporation, because I was scared to go to him, because when your father made a promise to do something and he left you in charge to do it, and then somehow that doesn't happen, it's just very embarrassing to go up to someone and try to ask for help. But when we were awarded the contract, we really want to make good and deliver. So after, even despite my reluctance, I think we asked Lincoln to approach Mr. Michael Young in his personal capacity. So I don't know, maybe that's why he said he doesn't know about company, but he definitely knows about that. He is helping Mr. Lincoln for the contract in question. So I don't want to defend him, but the truth is he doesn't know about my personal involvement in this, or whether he knows about it's the company that is. So I want to say is that what we want to say is that the company is a small startup. We are not affiliated with any government agencies or other private agencies. The shareholders and the corporate officers of the company are true and honest. And No, I believe, I don't know, I believe what we won, I hope that we won the contracts by way of merit, by the price we offer, by the time or delivery schedule that we can offer. No, I don't think really we won it through any form of connections. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to this committee.
All right. So is that all, Mr. Wang? In that case, I leave it to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I was hoping that they would cooperate, as obviously they're still sticking to their story, in spite of the fact that there have been prejudiced statements that have been made here in open false testimony. With the permission of everyone, so just we know where we left off. This Mr. Lincoln Ong, under cross-examination by Senator Lacson, Senator Dillon, and myself, as well as Senator Ontiveros and Senator Pangilinan. I would like to ask a question of Lincoln Ong right now. Kung papayagan nyo. Mr. Ong,
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good morning po.
how are you today? Magaling ka na? Mukhang okay
I
ka-
think I'm
Kunwari lang yon na
okay
may
naman po.
COVID.
Mild lang po. Medyo
Mild
mahirapan lang huminga.
Sige. Nasa 95 ka naman, no? 97.
Okay. Oh, yes. Hindi ko po pa na-check eh. Kasi second COVID ko na po ito. I think I can get through this.
Sanay ka na. No? At saka may bakuna ka na, di ba?
Opo, salamat po sa ating gobyerno na nakapag-vaccine po kami.
Tama. Okay, now, nung negotiated bill ito, di ba? Sino ang kausap mo? Sino ang nakipag-usap kay Mr. Lau?
Mr. Chair, nung panahon ng PPE na to, tumatanggap na lang kami ng RFQ and then sumasagot na lang kami. Hindi na kami pupunta doon kasi delikado na rin doon eh.
Ano? Tumatanggap lang kayo ng sulat?
Kasi everything will be on RFQ. Nagsisend po sila ng RFQ. Request for quotation.
RFQ. Request
Yes
for
po, RFQ. For quotation po, yes po.
quotation. Do you have that letter?
Opo. Yes po. Yes po.
Can you submit it to the committee? Yung unang-unang letter, lahat ng letter na pinadala sa iyo?
Sige po, isubmit po namin ng RFQ
Kung
agad.
tumatanggap,
Yung sa admin po namin sa office.
bakit? Ba't alam mo? Ikaw ba may
Kasi
question?
po, hindi po, once na nakatanggap po kami ng RFQ, edi as a team we have to act on it, discuss on it, and then decide on it po.
So anong natanggap niya? Ano sinabi?
Sir, I have it's really a RFQ. Meron po siyang format eh. Andun po yung text specs.
Ano
and
ang
then we
offer
just
sa
have-
inyo? Anong request sa inyo?
request po sa Request po sa every
Magbigay kayo ng quotation.
particular to a project.
You're still evasive, ha?
Ano po?
You're still very evasive. Anong request sa inyo?
So-
Mag-supply kayo.
Sorry po. Yes po. Mag-offer po kami. Magsagot po kami sa RFQ. Yes po.
Sinagot mo. Ikaw sumagot.
Yes po. Sinagot po ng kumpanya.
Hindi, konti lang ko eh. Sinagot mo.
Opo.
Ikaw ang sumagot?
Sinagot po ng kumpanya. Hindi, it's a company action po, sir.
Simple
Hindi
lang
naman
tanong
po
ko.
ako mismo
Ikaw
yung
ba ang sumagot? Hindi kita binubuli, ha? Sabihin mo, binubuli ko kayo.
Opo.
Sagutin mo lang yung tanong. Huwag niyong pinapaandaran kami.
Hindi po ako po yung sumagot.
Sino sumagot ko, hindi ikaw? Sinasabi mo, hindi ikaw sumagot.
Yung admin email po namin,
Sino yon?
si Crizel Mago yata eh. Siya po kasi nag-handle nun.
Andiyan si Miss Mago, di ba?
Yes po.
Miss Mago, ikaw ba sumagot? Ang sulat?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning po.
first RFQ po ng PS-DBM, I was the one who answered po the email.
Email.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Ano sinabi sa email? Magbigay kayo ng offer.
Po, yung pinakaunang email ng PS-DBM, it says here, request for proposal. We kindly request for a price proposal for supply and delivery of surgical masks for the procurement service. Details are in the RFQ attached to this email po. And then let me also read the
What's the date?
The date of the email po, Your Honor, is on March 25, 2020.
March
25, 2020 po.
March 5, 2020. March
20.
25.
Yes po.
Tapos, ano sinagot nyo?
Dito po sa RFQ ng PSD.
Excuse me lang, ano?
Yes po.
Mabilis lang tayo, mabilis lang, ha? Sino sumulat? Sino nakapirma?
Ang nakapirma po is Attorney Michelle Ann Recto.
Ano?
Attorney Michelle Ann B. Recto.
Michelle Ann D.
Recto.
Recto. Alright? Tapos, sinagot mo.
Yes po, Your Honor. Dito po sa RFQ, there are 5 lots na ibibid po. These are all surgical masks and we only joined lot 5 po for 500,000 pieces of surgical mask.
500,000.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Magkano yun?
The unit price is 28 pesos and then approved budget for the contract is 8 million pesos po, Your Honor.
Wow. 28. Isa.
Again?
For the lot 5 na we joined po, quantity is 500,000 pieces, unit price is 28 pesos, and then the approved budget for the contract is 8 million pesos po, Mr. Chairman.
Director General, can you get a copy of that email, please? We are at a disadvantage.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. We'll ask
Right
them to-
now. Can you
Yes,
send
Your
it right
Honor.
now, please?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Sige po.
May computer ka dyan, di ba?
Yes po.
Dinitig niya mo yung dokumento, di ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Padala mo kagad sa Blue Ribbon.
Okay, Your Honor. Ito po, sisend ko na po.
Alam mo ang address namin?
I have the email address po.
Okay, sige. So, 8 million muna. Yan ang unang-una, 8 million.
Yes po, Your Honor.
8 million pesos worth?
Yun po yung approved budget for the contract. That's the ceiling budget po for the contract, Your Honor.
Paano mo nalaman? Yan ang sinabi sa inyo.
Yes po, ito po yung laman ng RFQ mismo, Mr. Chairman.
8 million pesos. Alright?
Yes.
So, pagkatapos doon, nag-supply na kagad kayo. Pinayagan kayo.
Nag-respond po kami with the...
Sino nag-respond?
Ako po, through email po, Mr. Chairman.
Email. Padala mo rin yan. Yung email na yan.
Yes po.
Sige, anong respond nyo?
After namin na nag-respond ako March 26, Your Honor.
Walang usapan niya na panay email lang, ha?
Yes po. Puro email po, Your Honor.
Puro
And-
email. Wow. Kuwan, ha? Sige, go ahead.
And then on April 6, 2020, I received an email po for the notice of award for the lot 5 surgical mask.
Excuse me, sandali. Sino ang kausap mo muna yan? Pinadala mo yung email. Kanino mo pinadala?
Let me check po. Pinadala ko po yung email sa pd8@ps-philjeps.gov.ph.
Attention who?
Attention to Mr. Patrick Dave Magpantay.
Patrick who?
Patrick Dave Magpantay po, Mr. Chairman.
Patrick Magpantay.
Yes po.
Okay. Anong pinadala mo? You're going to abide by the order. You will fill in the order.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
500,000.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
All right? And you said, okay, we'll supply it at that price.
Yes po.
Anong unit cost?
Ang unit cost namin at that time is 27.72 pesos po.
27?
0.72 pesos.
27.72.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
27.72 pesos. All right? Okay, so pinadala nyo na yan agad.
Opo, Mr. Chairman.
Sumagot po na sila, di ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Paano yung sinagot? Sige, padala nyo na. Ganun ba?
Dito po kasi sa RFQ, Mr. Chairman, meron po ditong deadline kung kailan isasubmit po yung RFQ. The deadline is on March 26, 2020. And then I replied on the same day po, March 26, 2020.
Anong deadline? March?
26 po.
Ganun lang kasimple.
Mr. Chairman, I believe this is the procedure of the PS-DBM for negotiated or emergency procurement, but please allow someone from the PS-DBM to verify my statement po.
You can do that. Don't tell me what to do right now because I'm asking you a question. Please respond. Ganun lang kasimple.
Yes po, I'm only
Padala na kayo kagad. Paano kayo binayaran?
I'm only explaining based on the timeline or the timetable of all our projects or contracts with the PS-DBM po, Mr. Chairman.
Ito you're explaining. Paano kayo binayaran? Sa una palang order na yan.
Opo, so we delivered on time kasi on our
On time. Kailan on time?
we delivered po on March 25, 2020 based on my records po.
March 25, sabay. Na-deliver nyo na kagad.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Meron kayo sa bodega nyo ng ganun karami?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Saan nyo dineliver?
We delivered to the warehouse of PS-DBM at Paco, Manila po.
Okay. And then?
And then after that, nagkaroon po ng inspection with the inspectors of the PS-DBM. So, satisfactorily nakapasa naman po yung mga items na pinasa namin, dineliver namin.
Nandun ka ba ng inspection?
Nagkaroon po ng visual inspection po.
Visual?
Yes po, Your Honor, based on the technical
Sino
specifications.
nag-inspection?
Our inspector at that time is Ma'am Nora. Ma'am Nora po.
Pakibukas mo lang bibig mo pag nagsasalita ka dahil kinakain mo yung salita mo. Anong pangalan ng inspector?
Our inspector at that time po is Ma'am Nora, Your Honor.
Ma'am?
Nora.
Nora
Salvador.
Salvador?
Yes po, Your Honor.
O pumasa. So binayaran kayo?
After the inspection po, Your Honor, ang procedure po is we submit the import
Ano
document.
procedure? I said binayaran kayo. Kailan kayo binayaran?
Let me check po kung kailan kami binayaran, Your Honor.
How long have you been in this company?
I've been with them since the incorporation date po, Your Honor.
Yeah. Ano?
Since the incorporation date po, September 2, 2019.
September 2, 2019. Diyan ka na?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Okay, so
Just a quick clarification, just a very quick clarification. They received the email with the permission of the chair. They received the email March 25 and they delivered also on March 25. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what she said.
So same day delivery, walang negotiation, walang pag-uusap, email lang. Tama ba yun?
Order ka ng sandwich, dineliver ka agad.
On the same day.
On the same day. I hope you know what you're doing, young lady. So yun ang sinabi mo, ha? Para
Yes,
sandwich, bigyan mo ako. Sige, padalan kita ng kwan, babayaran kita, ito, 500,000. Pinadala mo kaagad, right? Di ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Sino sinabihan mo magpadala sa inyo?
I was only heeding to the instructions of our management po.
Yun ang instructor mo sa management.
Lincoln Ong seems to want to add something,
Mr.
Mr.
Gani.
Chairman.
Just a moment. I'm on one here. Ang instructor mo si Lincoln Ong. Yun ang sinasabi mo.
Yes po, and Mr. Mohit Dargani.
Mojit Bergani. Alright? Sila nagsabi i-deliver mo kaagad.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Alright? I'll get to them. Parang grab delivery lang, ano? Napakasimple. Yes? Di ka ba nagugulat? O, sige, tuloy natin. Tapos nag-order na naman.
Going back to your question earlier, Mr. Chairman,
Sige.
our collection was on April 15 for this project po.
April?
15, 2020 po.
Ano yun? Ano yung April 15?
That was the collection po. Dun po kami binayaran ng procurement service.
Yung 500,000 na dineliver nyo, nakakalaga magkano?
27,
pesos. 8 billion pesos, binayaran na kayo on April 15. Ganun ba?
Mr. Chairman, just to correct po, ang total contract amount for the 500,000 pieces is 13,860,000 pesos po.
Naging 13 million na.
Yes po.
Naging 13 million na.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Can you share your screen with us? You know, lamang na lamang kayo rito eh. Nagbabasa ka nung script ninyo eh.
Hindi po ako makapag-share ng screen
Bakit?
ngayon, Mr. Chairman. Wait lang.
Director General, nakuha mo na ba yung kanyang pinadala?
Hintay pa po namin. Wala pa pong pumapasok as of right now.
Wait lang. Sige po, email ko na po.
Hindi mo pa ini-email. Ano ba? Okay, while you're doing that, sabi mo April 16 ka binayaran. Ano ba? April 15.
April 15 po, Your Honor.
Ang binayad sa'yo 13 million, right? Sanabi mo.
Ang binayad po sa amin exactly is 12,978,000.
O kanina 13 million, ngayon 12 million.
Yes, Your Honor, because ito na po yung na-deduct po yung mga deductions ng PS-DBM like the with EWT, FMAT, and then the 1% warranty po.
Anong dinedak? Tandaan ka lang. Sige.
Apo, ang dineduct po dito, Your Honor, is 1% EWT, 5% FVAT, and 1% warranty retention.
May VAT kayo.
Yes po, Your Honor.
1% lang.
May VAT. Di ba walang VAT yan?
Mr. Chairman, for the 500,000 pieces po na surgical mask, this was locally purchased po, not imported.
Yes, Senator Dila?
Just one question with your permission, Mr. Chair. The resource person said that they received and answered the email on March 25, 2020, to my recollection.
Same day, same day.
Huh?
Same day.
Sorry? Yes. And they delivered the merchandise when? Also on March 25.
Same day.
Same day.
Parang Grab nga eh. Parang Grab at saka sandwich.
Same
Parang-
day. Question. This is 500,000 pieces of surgical mask. Tama po ba yun?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Question. Nasa inventaryo nyo ba ito? May inventaryo ba kayo? Hindi maliit ito ha. 500,000 surgical mask. Nasa inventaryo nyo ba ito na i-deliver nyo on the same day?
Opo.
Sabi niya meron.
Nasa inventaryo ba ng kumpanya nyo? Was
Mr.
it in the
Chairman,
inventory?
ito po yung isa sa mga na-explain ni Mr. Lincoln Ong before regarding the statement that we have access to supplies po.
No, pakisagot lang po ng tanong ko. Sabi mo, natanggap niyo yung request for quotation on March 25, 2020. On the same day, you answered the request for quotation, and on the same day, you supplied 500 pieces of surgical masks, which cost 20 pesos per piece. Question, did you have this in your inventory that you were able to deliver 500,000 on the same day?
Mr. Chairman, at that day, we don't have the stocks on our inventory, but Mr. Lincoln Ong was able to negotiate with the supplier.
Lugaw-lugaw.
Just a
na
moment.
Go ahead.
Then you were lying kanina. Sabi mo, pinadeliver mo kagad, right?
Lugaw-lugaw na.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman, with the instructions of Mr. Lincoln Ong because he...
I didn't ask you whose instruction. Sabi mo, pinadala ka ng email, sinagot mo, at pinadeliver mo kagad. Tinanong kita, nandun ba sa inventaryo? Meron. Ngayon, binabago mo ang sagot mo under the instructions of Lincoln Ong. Alam ko na sasabihin mo. Dahil narinig ko yung sinabi ni Lincoln Ong, meron kayong mga kaibigan na nag-supply sa inyo. Yung ba sasabihin mo?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, supply chain manager...
Okay yung mga tao dyan, yung mga naiipit.
Can you please, Mr. Justin Vincent, turn off your go ahead. Sagutin mo.
Apo. Mr. Chairman, our supply chain manager is Mr. Lincoln Ong. And then when he instructed me to deliver the stocks that day, I only heeded to his instructions po.
I know. Sabi mo, may inventaryo kayo. Sige, pinadala mo kagad. Tapos ngayon, binabago mo kanina yung sagot mo na merong ginawa si Lincoln Ong na nakakuha siya sa ibang supplier niya. Tama?
Yun po talaga yun, Mr. Chairman.
Ano, sagutin mo yung tanong ko. Dili na sinabi mo, si Lincoln Ong, meron siyang contact na makukuha nyo kagad yung 500,000, kaya na i-deliver nyo kagad. Yun ang sinabi mo.
Yes po, tama po yun, Mr. Chairman.
Tama. Alright? Sino yung contact na yun? Mahirap magsinungaling malilisat-lisat ka dyan.
Lazada.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman, with regards dun sa supplier ni Mr. Lincoln Ong, I have no access po.
Wow, ang bilis yung talaga. Super bilis kayo, hindi mo alam. Bigla na lang, sinabi mo ba kay Lincoln Ong? Kailan mo sinabi kay Lincoln Ong na mayroon kailang request for quotation?
That same day din po, Mr. Chairman.
Ha?
That same day din po, Mr. Chairman. Kasi we work as a team po for the biddings po.
So you're telling us na that same day na deliver nyo, dumaan ka pa kay Mr. Ong, sinabi mo ba kay Mr. Ong, may order dito. Sabi mo kanina, meron kayo sa inventory. Nung tinanong ka na, dumaan ka ngayon kay Ong. Ang sasabihin ngayon ni Ong, ay maghahanap ako. Yun ang pinalalabas mo, di ba?
It's like
Young lady, it doesn't suit you.
It's like this, Mr. Chairman. So when I received the RFQ from the PS-DBM, I already informed the whole team po. So kami po lahat yung nag-discuss regarding dun sa response namin dun sa RFQ. That's why lahat po kami aware of the RFQ. And then Mr. Lincoln Ong confirmed na meron po kaming supplier na makukuhanan.
Lahat kayo, ikaw ang tumanggap ng email, lahat kayo alam na kagad ang order.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman, because we have a group chat po and dun po kami nagsisend ng mga...
May group chat naman ngayon. Sige, tuloy mo. Go ahead, Franz. You're done.
Pakiulit lang po, mayroon ba kang inventaryo na 500,000 face surgical mask?
I'll give you a introduction. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly for clarification lang, ang sabi kasi nung resource person ngayon, April 15, nakakolekta sila. Sa presentation niyo po, Mr. Chairman, ang PO na lumabas, April 16. So, paano nakakolekta ng April 15 kung ang PO for 500,000 pieces between 2772? April 16, as per COA report. Nauna yung collection kesa sa PO. I just want to be clarified do sa testimony ni Ms. Nora. Kung April 15 sinabi niya, yun pagkarinig ng mga namin dito, no? April 15 nakakolekta na sila. Nauna pa yung collection sa PO, not even delivery PO lang ito, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clarified on that. Thank you.
Tulog ata
What is your
sila
answer?
Mr. Chairman, based on our records po, the purchase order is dated April 6, 2020 po.
Iba na naman. Yawa. Iba naman.
Ang purchase order is April 6 pero nakakolekta kayo kagad. Nag-order ng March 25 sa'yo. Dineliver mo kagad. Tapos biglang lumabas ang April 6 ang purchase order.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
At binayaran kayo ng April 15.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Talagang super efficient, ano?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Action.
I'm relying on your presentation, quoting the COA report, that the PO for the 500,000 pieces, this is as per COA, amounting to 27 or 27.72 per piece, April 16. So I'm wondering how they were able to collect
Sorry.
the day before the piece.
Ito nga, Pacho.
The dates, Mr. Chairman.
Would you please tell us the truth, young
Thank you.
lady?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Let me email you a copy of the purchase order which was dated April 6, 2020 po.
Kanina ko pinang-order sa'yo, padala mo lahat yan eh.
Yes po, nakapag-email ako initially nung documents regarding the RFQ po, Your Honor.
While you're doing that, let me ask you a question again. When was your next order?
On the next order po, let me check lang po. For the 2,400,000 pieces of surgical mask po, the request for offer was emailed on April 13, 2020 po.
April 13.
Yes po.
Hmm.
And then we responded.
For how many? 2.4 million quantity?
Yes po,
Minon.
Your Honor. And then on April 14, 2020, Mr. Dargani responded to the request for offer po. So from here onwards, it was Mr. Dargani who was designated as our authorized representative for the contracts with the PS-DBM.
These are members of the board, right? Lincoln is a member of the board.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Dargani is a member of the board.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Is it the practice of this corporation na, di ba, ang board, gumagawa lang ng policy yan, tapos kayo nakikialam na yung board member doon sa mga pagwadang ng order? Is that what you want to have us believe? Ano? Ganun ba talaga ang policy nyo, ha? I hope you realize, pagka nag-perjure ka o kaya nagsinungaling ka rito, malaking kasalanan yan, ha? Hindi kita tinatakot, hindi kita binubuli. I'm just trying to find out, hindi ka panipaniwala yung sinasabi mo na nag-order na March 25, dineliver niyo on March 25, tapos on April 6, sabihin mo ngayon, bigla mong babawiin, sabihin mo, wala pala kami sa kwan, sabi mo, nasa bodega. Yung pala, wala pala sa bodega. Super Lincoln comes in, Abraham Lincoln comes in and says, oh, bibigyan ka namin ng kaibigan ko, meron. Di ba yun nasinabi mo?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify po.
No. It's very clear to me. Anong ka-clarify mo pa dyan? Yun ang sinabi mo.
Opo, wala po kaming inventory sa aming
Ngayon,
warehouse.
wala na kayong inventory. Kanina, sinabi mo may inventory kayo.
Ang supplies po ay nanggaling sa supplier ni Mr. Lincoln Ong, Mr. Chairman.
Wala dinala yung supplier ng Mr. Ong. Lalabas at lalabas yan eh. Hindi kayo makakapagsinungaling dito. Ang sabi mo kanina, meron kayong inventory. Tinanong ka namin ni Mr. Ong. Tayo mo, biglang to the rescue. Mr. Ong, meron tayo rito. Ngayon, wala talaga kayong inventory. Correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Yan sinasabi mo, may tama yan, ha?
Opo. So,
Para mamalaya mo na, bago bumili dapat ang PS-DBM, dapat aalamin nila kung kayo ay may kakayahan mag-supply. Kung kayo ay may kakayahan sa pera na mag-supply. Kayo ay may technical capability na mag-supply. Ngayon na sinasabi mo, wala kayong kakayahan dahil binigyan lang kayo ng request for quotation, bigla na lang, sabi mo kanina, meron kayong inventory. Ngayon, sabi mo, wala kayong inventory. Sa pagitan niya, sinabi mo, sabi kasi ni Mr. Ong, katulad ng sinabi niya ng isang araw, na nanghiram siya sa ibang supplier. Sa makatwid, hindi kayo chinek ng PS-DBM kung kayo ay may supply. Tama? Tama po ba, ma'am?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi kayo tinanong. Katulad ng pagtanong ko, meron kayo inventory. Sabi mo, meron. Tinanong ka rin ni Senator Jadon, meron kayo inventory. Tapos kayo, wala na biglang inventory. Sabi mo kagad, ang tapang mo pa kanina, dineliver namin on the same day. Wow! Paano yung madi-deliver yun kung wala kayong inventory? You better think about what you're doing, young lady. Palalim ka ng palalim, ha? Dalawa na ang nahuli natin nagsisinungaling dito. Ikaw ba ikatlo?
No, Mr. Chairman. I'm only
You're actually telling us what your people told you to say today. May nagturo ba sa'yo kung ano sasabihin mo ngayon?
Wala po, Mr. Chairman.
Wala. O, so, mali-mali na yung sinasabi mo kung gano'n. Sige, panindigan mo. Now, sige, bisa kita. The next order was April 13. Oh, tanongin kita. State explicitly the PO number of the 8 million contract. Anong number ng PO number na?
PO number for the 500,000 surgical mask, Your Honor, is PO 20 00176-CSE.
00181, ganun ba?
Let me repeat, Your Honor. It's PO 20 00176
76.
CSE.
CSP.
E po.
SP.
E as in echo. E.
Sigurado kaya?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. I have the record with me po.
Alright. Magkano ang binayad sa'yo doon sa purchase order? Ang sabi mo, 8 million. Ngayon, ang sabi mo, ang binayad sa'yo ay magkano?
The total contract amount, Your Honor, is 13,860,000 pesos.
So, nagbago from 8 million, naging 13 million.
Yes po, Your Honor, because the quantity is 500,000 pieces and then the unit price is 27.72 pesos.
Wow! 27.72. So, yung 8 million, naging 13 million. Hindi umangal yung PS-DBM. Ba't yung tinaas ang presyo nyo? Tinanong namin kayo, meron ba kayong 500,000 at ang presyo na binigay sa inyo ay lumalabas na 22.50. Di ba totoo yan? Ano, 27.72?
Opo, Mr. Chairman.
27.72?
Yes po.
So, nabago yun. Imbis na 8 million, naging yung 500,000, naging 13.86 million.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Mr.
Senator
Chairman,
Lacson.
may I just help out? Ito yung PO date, April 16, 2020, referring to PO number PO0 o PO 20 0-00176 for
Yes.
2772. Ito yung
Correct.
500,000 pieces.
Right.
Ang cost 20. So, yun ang gusto natin clarify. Dito ba sila nakakolekta ng April 15, ang PO April 16? This is the COA report, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
We lifted in this from the COA report itself.
Mr. Chairman, as earlier stated, the PO date based on our records is April 6, 2020 po, and it is correct that we collected on April 15 with the amount of 12,978,000 pesos.
And this is in reference doon sa 500,000 pieces na ang cost 2772. Correct?
Yes, correct po, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, ang COA report, ito official ito, COA report. I don't know, baka nagkamali ang COA. April 16 yung date eh. May PO number nga dito eh.
Nakikita mo, di ba?
Ano yan eh?
Mr.
Gusto ko mo sanapin mo.
We're showing it, Senator Dillon. Ayan, COA report, 2772, 500,000. Pero ang sabi mo, nung umpisa, meron kayong stock, tapos biglang nawala ng stock, tapos nagbago ang presyo. Na dati, ang
Pa nga yung
presyo
sabi niya
ay malabas ay 2772, naging 8 million, naging 13 million at ang total na binayad sa inyo ay 12 million plus 936,000.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
Based on our records, Mr. Chairman.
Tuwan-tuwa kayo dahil binayaran pa kayo mas malaki. Ang unang request for quotation ay 8 million, naging 13 million. Tama?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. I also find fault in the RFQ, which was earlier sent because the quantity is 500,000 pieces. The unit price is 28 pesos. However, the or 500,000 times 28 pesos po.
10 million.
Madalian.
Okay, sige. I'll go to the next question. Kailan kayo uli nag-order? Oh yes, Senator Dillon.
Yes, just this is really confusing, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
If I may just summarize for the record, para po maintindihan ng taong bayan kung bakit tayo nag-iimbestiga. Sang-ayon po sa ating resource person, natanggap nila yung request for quotation or RFQ noong Marso 25, 2020. Ngayon, ang sabi nila, agad dineliver nila on the same day. At dineliver nila ang 500,000 surgical mask. Hindi ko maintindihan kung may inventory o hindi. Papalit-palit po yung sagot. Ngunit ang sinasabi na naman ngayon na binayaran yung purchase order nila April 16, 2020. Ang ibig sabihin, nag-deliver sila, wala mo ng purchase order, which is so unusual. Hindi po ba? Purchase order, April 16, 2020. At binayaran na lang sila, I don't know when kung kailan sila binayaran, ngunit wala silang inventaryo noong dineliver nila. Talaga pong mahirap talaga pag na may tinatakpan po kayo, ma'am, nagkakabuhol-buhol yung inyong testimony. Kaya it is not usual. Kalaki ng mga perang ito, 12, 13 milyon. Wala kayong inventaryo. Nakakuha kayo ng, hindi ko alam kung saan yung kinuha yung inyong dineliver. Ngunit wala kayong purchase order nung dineliver nyo ito. At noong purchase order nyo, April 16, or 3 weeks after the delivery of the merchandise. Tama po ba yun?
Just very quickly.
Can you just let her answer first?
Yes, it's just that the delivery date is April 6, not April 16.
I'm looking at the purchase order here.
Yes.
Purchase order is April 16.
Huh? Oh, well, I have another one that says April 6.
When is the purchase order and when is the delivery? Pakiliwanag mo nga, ma'am. Kasi kaya mo namin pinipilit ito. This could be indicative of the way your company was favored by PS-DBM on the delivery of this. Now we are even having doubts as to whether this was delivered. Pakisagot niyo muna ng tanong namin. Alin ba talaga ang totoo rito?
Okay, Your Honor, let me just state the facts that I have based on my records po. So we received the RFQ on March 25, 2020, and it is correct that we delivered the 500,000 pieces surgical masks on the same day po, March 25, 2020.
Okay.
These actions were executed based on the instructions of our management po, Your Honor.
Okay, so may inventaryo kayo noong March 25, 2020?
Mr. Chairman, let me clarify po. At that day, we don't have the stocks at our warehouse, but Mr. Lincoln Ong has already negotiated with the supplier who can deliver at the same day po.
Wow.
Okay. So,
Even may stock dito talaga
walang
siya.
delivery nung araw na yon.
Nag-deliver po kami on March 25, 2020, Your Honor.
I'm almost giving up, Mr. Chairman.
We're on the same boat. But I'd like to go
Tapos,
faster, if I may. Senator Drilon, pakinggan natin ang mga sagot nila ito.
minsan na lang, sir. Minsan na lang. O, pagkatapos, kailan po ang purchase order lumabas?
Mr. Chairman, based on our records po, the purchase order is dated April 6, 2020.
April?
6 po, 2020.
April 6. Isang ayon po sa COA, April 16. Mali ba yung COA?
I'm only stating facts based on our records, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, where did you get your inventory?
With regards to the inventory, Mr. Chairman, our supply chain manager, Mr. Lincoln Ong, is in charge of the supplies po.
Again?
Our supply chain, Mr. Lincoln Ong, is in charge of the supplies po, Mr. Chairman, and as earlier stated po, he has already negotiated with a supplier po, with a local supplier.
May bodega ba kayo? May warehouse ba kayo?
Yun.
Mr. Chairman, we have a contracted third-party warehouse po.
Saan ito?
This is located in Parañaque, Mr. Chairman.
May warehouse kayo doon. Doon po nanggaling yung inyong inventory na 500,000 surgical mask?
For the 500,000 surgical mask, Your Honor, it was from the local supplier na kausap po ni Mr. Lincoln Ong. But this supplier, I have no information po.
Ayan.
Information.
Senator Gordon, I give up. Ikaw na lang. Hindi ko maintindihan.
Ano ba tinitingnan mo? Laptop, Iha?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. I'm referring to
Takas
our...
mo nga, pakita mo sa amin.
Hindi ko po... Wait lang, let me check how to... Ano po.
Hindi ko alam kung may nagdidiktat sa'yo, kaya nalilito ka. Kami tuloy nalilito. Di ba nauna muna yung purchase order bago ka bumili? Ito, request for quotation lang, nag-deliver na kayo kagad. Di ba sabi sa'yo, anong quotation nyo? Sumagot ka on the same day. Sabi mo, 8 million ang babayaran nyo sa amin. Di ba? Yun ang request for quotation, di ba?
Yes,
Tapos dumating yung purchase order, hindi namin malaman ngayon kung April 6 or April 16. Sabi ng COA, April 16. Sabi mo, April 6. Tapos binayaran ka, naging 13 million na. Ano yan? Tapos bigla kayo nagkaroon ng bodega. Sabi mo kanina, ang sinungaling mo, meron kaming stock sa bodega namin. Tapos bigla naman, wala kaming stock. Tapos to the rescue, Lincoln Ong. So, I don't think I should carry with this witness. Let me move to another witness, if I may.
Mr. Chair.
I would like to entertain a motion to declare this woman in contempt.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Before we act on the motion of the chairman, may I ask one last question to Mr. Chairman, to this witness, just to complete the story about the delivery. If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Mago, kompleto naman ba yung documentation ninyo sa sinasabi niyong deliveries? 4 po yung basic na dokumento na kailangan kung may delivery talaga nangyari. May delivery order po ba kayo? Yes or no lang po?
We have a delivery receipt po, Your Honor.
No, do you have, ang dokumentong kailangan ay delivery order. May delivery order po ba kayo? Or
Based
wala?
on the records that I have, wala po, Your Honor.
Wala. Okay. Pangalawa, may delivery receipt kayo, sabi nyo.
Meron po, Your Honor.
Okay. So, pero may delivery receipt, pero wala yung dapat na unang delivery order. So, butas na. Pangatlo po, meron ba kayong inspection and acceptance report para sa delivery?
Meron po, Your Honor.
Meron. Huli, meron ba kayong statement of account na nandyan yung delivery na iyan?
Meron po, Your Honor.
Meron. Pero just for the record, Mr. Chairman, meron yung second, third, and fourth documents. Pero yung unang-una, which should have started and properly documented this whole chain of supposed delivery, yung delivery order, ay wala po, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
One more chance, ha? Ang sabi mo, March 25 ka nakakuha ng email. Tama?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Oh. Pagkatapos, sinagot mo kagad. Tama?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
At dineliver nyo on the same day. Tama?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
At ang sabi mo, meron kayong stock sa bodega. Tama?
Wala po kami stock sa bodega, Mr. Chairman.
Babasahin ko sa iyo yung sinabi mo. Tapos bigla, doon tinanong ka na ni Senator Dino, wala kayong stock. Galing sa ibang tao yan. Alright? Alright?
Galing po sa ibang supplier yung stocks
Ibang
namin.
supplier na hindi mo alam kung sino.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
So biglang nagkaroon ng supplier na hindi mo alam kung sino. Alam mo yung kanta, sino ka ba? Di ba? Tatanungin kita ngayon. Nakuha mo yung email lang anong oras?
Let me check lang po, Mr. Chairman.
I will tell you, ito yung email mo. Nakalagay dyan, 2:24 p.m.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. 2:24 p.m.
2:24 p.m. Tapos, anong oras mo dineliver?
Let me check lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Anong oras mo dineliver?
I'm checking po, Mr. Chairman.
Ano yung tipatid? Ano yan? Mahirap kasi pag sunod kayo na sunod doon sa mga sinungaling. Pati kayo mahahawahan.
Tama din.
I'm checking the photos,
Wawa yung-
Mr. Chairman. Delivery photos that I took that day, March 25, 2020. We opened the first wing van at around 5:19 p.m. po.
Ang totoo niyan, padala mo nga sa akin yung sinasabi mo. Ang totoo niyan, papakita ko sa itong pinadala mo sa akin, ha? Lugin-lugi kami, ha? Pinapadala niyo sa amin ito lang. Ito nakalagay, ha? Supply and delivery of surgical mask for the procurement service. Ayan, ha? Good day. In response to the request for quotation attached herewith are the following documents. Annex A, price proposal form, schedule of requirements. Kindly acknowledge receipt of this email. Ito ang sagot mo. Alam mo kung anong oras mo sinagot? March 26, 1:19 p.m. Aray. Tingnan mo yung pinadala mo. Ayan o.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Sa nagsisinungaling ka, nung sinabi mo, sinagot mo on the same day, at nagsisinungaling ka rin nung dineliver mo on March 25.
No, Mr. Chairman. I already...
Ano ngayon?
Binasa ko po kanina, Mr. Chairman, that I received the email on March 25, 2020, and then that I responded to the RFQ at March 26, 2020.
Ang sinabi mo, you responded. Wala ka sinasabing date. Ako lang nagsabi ng date. Ang sinabi mo, sumagot kayo kagad at dineliver nyo on March 25. Sino ba naman ang sira-ulo na tatanggap ng request for quotation na magdi-deliver kagad? Di ba? Yeah, magaling ka naman. Mukhang magaling ka eh. Pero yung ba gusto mong paniwalaan namin na ang lalaki nitong amount na ito, 8 million to, tapos biglang nag-magic, naging 13 million na. At tapos ang nakalagay doon, ang sagot mo, March 26. Pero dineliver nyo on the same day, March 25. Tapos pumayag kayo, nabayaran kayo, on what date na? Nagbayad kayo April 15. Imbis na 8 million, naging 13 million. Kung boss mo, you're fired. Okay. I think we have already said our point here. Yes, Senator Dillon.
Ilang boxes ba itong 500,000 face masks? Ilang boxes?
Divide mo yun sa 50.
It doesn't say on our delivery receipt po, Mr. Chairman, kasi naka-pieces po yung nakalagay dito sa aming delivery receipt.
Pero siguro marami ito kasi 500,000 eh. Ang laki nito. Hindi mo alam kung ilang boxes ang ang laman ng isang box o ng order?
Mr. Chairman, I was only
Okay.
basing on our delivery receipt po.
Saan ba dineliver ito?
Sa warehouse po ng procurement service sa Paco, Manila.
Ano?
Sa warehouse po ng PS-DBM, Your Honor, sa Cristobal Street, Paco, Manila.
Okay. Mayroon sigurong na delivery receipt na pinirmahan?
Meron po, Your Honor.
Nasaan yan?
I have a copy of the DR din po, Your Honor.
Kailan natanggap yan? Kailan ang pirma?
This was received March 25 din po, Your Honor.
March 20. Senator Gordon, I give it back to you. March 25, ang purchase order ay ang tech ay ang email ay mga 2-something 221 ba yun? No? It's all confusing, Mr. Chairman. Ang suspetsa ko rito, sir, ito'y ghost delivery.
Possible. That's what I'm heading. That's where we're headed.
Mr.
Because,
Chairman.
excuse me, Senator.
Yes, Mr.
Can you
Chairman.
give us a copy of the contract on that mysterious bodega ninyo sa Parañaque?
Mr. Chairman, our warehouse po na nabanggit ko kanina sa Parañaque is only for the testing kits po, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, panibago na naman ito.
Imbestigahan itong testing kit nito kasi
Testing
duda ako
kits
dyan
lang
eh.
yun.
Yes po,
Hindi
Mr.
ko sinabi na doon dineliver nung mysterious na nag-deliver parang kay Lincoln. Naku Lincoln, pinaligiran ka na ng lubid ng kasalanan dito, ang kasinungalingan dito. Ang ibig sabihin, doon dineliver, pero sinasabi mo na naman ngayon, yun ay para sa testing kits, correct?
Hindi ko po nabanggit, Mr. Chairman, na doon dineliver yung stocks from the supplier ni Mr. Lincoln Ong. What I just mentioned, nung tinanong niyo po ako kung meron kaming warehouse, I mentioned na meron po kaming third-party warehouse, but that is for our testing kits po.
No, wala ka sinabing gano'n. Anong tanong sa iyo, hindi ako. Anong tanong sa iyo si Senator Drilon? Sinabi sa iyo, may bodega kayo, sinabi mo, ito yung bodega namin. Ang tinatanong ko, nasaan yung kontrata? Padala nyo sa amin yung kontrata para talagang palagi ko talagang wala kayong dineliver doon. Napakabilis naman. Pinaninindigan mo, dineliver mo on the same day. Sino ba sira ulo na wala kang purchase request? Ano kaya mangyayari kung halimbawa nag-deliver ka tapos, ba't kayo nag-deliver? Wala pa kayong PR?
Yes.
Ano nga ba yung sinasabi ko? Yeah?
Yes, I
Ano
understand.
naman kayo bayaran? Wala naman purchase request pa. Wala naman pang purchase order Yes, go ahead, Senator Dillon.
So, yung inventaryo nasa Parañaque baka mo? Saan ang inventaryo niyo?
No po, Mr. Chairman. At that time, wala pa po kaming warehouse dito sa contract na ito po. And then, yung supplier po ni Mr. Lincoln Ong delivered from their warehouse to PS-DBM po.
Alright, saan yung warehouse ng supplier ni Mr. Ong?
Hindi ko po kasi nakausap yung supplier ni Mr. Ong. I was only stationed sa procurement service po during delivery.
Mayroon ba kayong binayaran na transport cost of the 500,000 surgical mask?
Mr. Chairman, at that time po, ang responsibility lang po na ibinigay sa akin is to make sure that we deliver the items on time.
So,
But with regards po sa negotiations ni Mr. Lincoln Ong and his supplier, I have no idea po.
So, hindi mo alam kung mayroong transport, may truck kayong hinair para maglipat itong inventaryo ito. Kasi hindi maliit ito eh. 500,000 surgical mask. Hindi mo alam kung ilang karton ito. Hindi mo rin alam kung sinong yung truck na nagdala doon. May binayaran ka ba sa truck? Mukhang hindi mo rin alam lahat. Ano? Hindi mo alam.
Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier po, si Mr. Lincoln Ong po ang nakipag-negotiate with his supplier. I was only asked to go to the PS-DBM to ensure na ma-deliver po yung items on time.
Okay, well, ensure na ma-deliver items on time. And therefore, in order to deliver on time, you had to have transport facilities for 500,000 surgical masks. Hindi po ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
O anong transport services na hinire niyo?
I believe kasama na din po ito doon sa usapan ni Mr. Lincoln Ong and the supplier po.
Okay.
Hindi mo nakita yung supplier pero you believe kasama na sa usapan yon. Sino nagsabi sa'yo kasama na sa usapan yon? Panibago na naman sagot yan.
Mr. Chairman, that is what I believe lang po. Kasi as
When did you believe that? Nangyari na ba ito dati? First time lang kayo magdi-deliver eh. Wala kayong bodega. Tapos sasabihin mo yung bodega para doon sa test kits. Tapos ngayon, hindi ko po alam. Dahil sa Lincoln anong sabi noon. Tapos meron silang... Anyway, talagang, obviously, talaga, you have been taking us for a ride. Now, let me go now to Lincoln Ong. Yeah. Finally, let's go to Lincoln Ong.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Anong sasabihin mo ngayon dito?
Pasensya na po,
ikaw
Mr. Chairman.
Si supplier na yon.
Opo, pasensya na po, Mr. Chairman. Si Quinzel may COVID din.
Pasensya. Go ahead, tell me.
COVID din yan.
Mr. Chairman, marami po
Talaga may
talaga
COVID.
akong mga kakilala na nag-i-import ng mga kung ano-ano, especially like mask nung panahon na yun. So, tama po si
supplier mo. Sino yung supplier mo? Biglang may dumating na supplier.
Kasada nga.
Nakakuha kayo ng
Pwede ko pong
request for quotation. Sabi ng tao mo, meron kami sa bodega, ina-deliver nyo kagad on the same day. Magikero, 2:30. Anong oras yun? Nakuha nyo 2:24 p.m. Sige. Paliwanag ka. Ikaw
Opo, Mr. Chairman, allow me to explain. Mr. Chairman, nung March ng 24, nag-LOI po ako sa PS-DBM together with the sample na mag-offer po ako ng mask. Nung time niyan, na-meet ko na yan si Mr. Lau nung day na yan, si Mr. Lau. Tapos, si Mr. Lau asking me if I can deliver the item ASAP kasi kailangan po nila. Pero, kailangan ko pa rin daw dumaan ng proseso. Nung time niyan, wala din po naman talaga ako masyadong alam sa mga proseso niyan. And then I think the government will not cheat on me. So, nag-contact na ako sa supplier ko na baka pwedeng akin yung stocks, i-set aside mo na sa akin yung stocks, tapos i-deliver ko na yan the next day sa PS-DBM. So, nung time niyan, nagpa-facilitate na po ako ng delivery. Si Miss Crisel Mago, siya na po yung nagko-comply sa mga procedural ng PS-DBM. Yun po nangyari.
So hindi tama na deliver on the same day. Kano ba sinasabi mo ngayon? Sinasamputong na mga yan.
Mr. Chairman, yung statement po ni Miss Mago is nakatanggap po kami ng RFQ at dineliver namin on the day of RFQ.
Alam mo, Lincoln, your record doesn't speak well for you already. Kaya ka na-contempt the other day. Ngayon, ini-interpret mo naman yung sinabi ni Crisel Mago. Alright? Sabi niya, dineliver mo on the same day. Ngayon, sinasabi mo, ano naman sinasabi mo naman ngayon? Ikaw ang kumuha ng supplier eh. Sino yung supplier na yun? Yun ang tanong ko. Ba't di mo masagot?
Opo, si Tiger Field po.
Tiger Field. Binubuli ha? Sumugod ka.
Mr. Chairman, ang pangalan po ng supplier niya, Tiger Field Marketing. Tiger Field Marketing po ang pangalan ng supplier.
Tiger
Field Marketing po.
Ano yung second word?
Tiger.
Tanggalin mo nga yung mask mo.
Mr. Chair,
Tiger ano?
Tiger Field Marketing.
Spell Tiger ano?
TIGERPHIL Marketing.
Anong address? Anong address ng Tiger Field Marketing?
Huli ka dyan, tapos ka.
Tiger Field.
Huli ka dyan, Doy.
Mr. Chairman, kunin ko po yung address. I-send ko po sa email address ng Blue Ribbon ngayon.
Mr. Chair, very quickly, with the permission of the Chair, just one quick question kay Lincoln Ong. Yung Tiger Field ba?
Yes po.
Isa yun sa 4 na nabanggit na pinakilala ni Mr. Yang sa inyo?
Hindi pa po, hindi po involved po dito si Mr. Michael Yang. Wala
So
pa
hindi
siyang,
dito.
wala pa siyang.
Oh, well,
Hindi po,
anyway,
hindi
yung
po.
4 na supplier na nabanggit mo kahapon, pakisubmit din yung pangalan ng 4 na yun, no?
Okay po, okay po. Sige po.
Pinakilala sa inyo.
Dapat
Thank
last
you.
hearing na to.
Opo.
Alright, tinawag mo sila. Anong oras mo sila tinawagan?
Ay, Senator, ano po ulit ang tanong nyo? Mr.
Anong
Chairman?
oras mo sila tinawagan?
Tinawagan si supplier po?
Anong oras mo tinawagan si Tiger Phil para mag-deliver ng 500,000 na hindi maliit na halaga?
Mr. Chairman, matagal ko na po kaibigan niya yung may-ari
Hindi
po
natin
ng
kung
Tiger
tagal
Phil.
mo kayo magkaibigan. Ba't ba pinapasyal mo kami palagi? Tagutin mo lang yung tanong.
Hindi ko pa rin ma-recall kung ano po
Nako.
yung eksaktong oras ng araw na yun kasi
Bantay
last year pa
tayo
po
dyan.
yun.
Simple yan.
Pero yan ang unang order nyo. Masaya kayo. Uy, nakakuha tayo ng order. Naka 8 million tayo. In fact, nakakuha kayo 13 million. Magsaya tayo. May order na tayo. Ang puhunan natin ay 625,000 lamang. Nakakuha tayo ng order. Ha? Hindi ba dapat magsaya ka? Dapat matanda mo?
Tama.
Dapat mag-floor ka? Tama?
Siguro.
You're so ridiculous. You're pathetic. Alright? So, ano oras dineliver? Sabi mo, Tiger Phil, anong pangalan ng taong may-ari ng kausap mo? Kaibigan mo na matagal na.
Tigerwood.
Pwede ko po isabit agad yung contact details at yung...
Bakit ba lumilihis ka?
sige po,
Ano sige po? Hindi mo pa sinasagot ang pangalan. Yan ang mahirap eh. Pag nagsisinungaling, nagkakalubak-lubak ka eh.
hindi po ako nagsisinungaling, Mr. Chair. Ang tawag po namin doon sa...
Sagutin yun. Sinasabi ko lang yun dahil yun ang impression ko. Ilang araw mo na kami pinapasyal. O ito, anong pangalan?
Ang tawag ko po doon sa pangalan ng supplier si Brother Tiger.
Tapos tayo.
Meron po siyang Chinese name. I have to confirm it.
Ano?
Meron po siyang Chinese name pero hindi ko...
Okay, sige. Pasyal mo kami. Sasagot ako sa'yo. Sige. Magkano ang binayad mo sa kanya? Sabi sa'yo,
Mr. Chair,
kayo dyan eh.
Mr. Chairman, trade secret po yun. Baka po pwedeng...
Walang secret ito. Corruption investigation ito.
Costing na po kasi namin yun, Mr. Chairman.
Ay,
Costing po namin yun.
Magkano ang binayad mo sa kanya? Alam namin kung magkano sinabi yung quotation. O magkano ang binayad mo kay Tiger Phil, kay Tiger?
Mr. Chairman, public hearing po kasi ito. Pwede ko po naman
No, just answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, ano siya trade secret na siya It's between two private transactions
You're talking to the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines. Anong trade secret? Anong trade secret? Magkano binayad mo? Bakit?
Bigyan mo lang 100 peso.
Nagmamadali kayo eh. Yay! Nakakuha ko ng order. Ito. Sige, magkano binayad mo? Pare, meron ka rito. Parang Brother Tiger, meron ka rito. Deliver mo lang katad yun. You know?
Saka sir, financial statement sir. Meron silang 7 billion na cost of sales So hindi talaga secret ito dahil dinideclare nila sa financial statement nila. Cost of sales, 7 billion. Kasama dyan yung binayad siguro doon sa 500,000. So kalokohan yung sinasabi ni Mr. Ong na trade secret.
Magkano ba ang halaga ng babae mo dapat?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm really sorry.
Bayan ha.
Kulong na yan.
Tanda mo, kaya
Kulong
medyo
na yan.
natataas ako ng boses sa'yo.
Walang makulong yan.
Ano mo? Panatig ako ng mga magulang ko ang sinungaling kapatid na magnanakaw.
Walang nakulong.
Are you
Papurahin
familiar
natin
with that
itong mga
phrase?
senador, guys. Ang kabanat.
Hindi po, Mr. Chairman.
You are, right? Okay.
Ano po?
Sige. Alam mo, hindi ka pwede magsinungaling. Papakita ko sa iyo yung nagpunta kayo doon sa Davao. Kasama ka ba doon? Yung nag-meeting sa
Yes
Davao?
po, Mr. Chair. Yes
So,
po,
hindi
Mr.
ko
Chairman.
papakita sa'yo. Nandun ka, correct?
Opo, Mr. Chairman.
Anong role mo doon?
Translator po, Mr. Chairman.
Translator. Yan ang sinasabi sa akin ng Senator Soto na alam niya, translator ka niya. Alright? O yan, o. Nasa ka dyan?
Translator ni? May kilya?
Ayun si Lincoln. Sa likod, ang
Translator
kanyang
ka,
boss
eh.
na si Michael Chan. Yang. Natanong ko lang kung natatanda niya, baka nakalimutan niya na yung pangalan eh. Di ba ikaw yun? Sir?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Yes po,
balik
yes po,
tayo doon
Mr.
sa
Chairman.
tanong ko sa'yo. Ayaw mo sabihin. Binigyan mo ba siya ng commission, si Brother Tiger?
Siya po yung supplier namin. Kailangan ko pong bayaran yung cost of goods.
Kaya nga, ayaw mo sabihin. Ano pa ang trade secret mo? Ang trade secret mo, nakabukalat-lat na sa buong bansa na ang kinita nyo dyan, 8.8 billion ang total sale ninyo. Tama? As of June
Pero, oy.
2020. Sagutin mo, ano pa ang trade
Laway,
secret
Kapital.
nyon? Nakabuwagag na lahat eh.
Mr. Chairman.
Kalahati, hindi lang.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
General Bato.
Yes, sir. Pwede ba ako sumingit?
Excuse me ba to?
Pwede. Senador ka eh.
To Mr. Lincoln Ong lang, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yung,
yes po, Mr. Chair.
bakit takot kang sabihin kung ano yung tinatanong ni Senator Gordon na bakit mahiya kang malaman ng taong bayan kung magkano ang kinita mo? Hindi naman illegal yung kumita ka dahil negosyante eh. Bakit hindi ayaw mong sabihin kung magkano binayad mo kay yung sabi mong Brother Tiger? Para hindi magduda ang taong bayan sa hearing na ito na mayroong kang tinatago, sabihin mo kung magkano binayad mo at magkano kinita mo. Bakit illegal ba yung kumita? You're a businessman. Kikita ka diyan basta hindi lang nagkakaroon ng ghost delivery. Tanungin kita tungkol do ghost delivery. Ghost delivery ba ito o hindi?
Hindi po, Mr. Chairman.
Kasi alam mo, Mr. Chairman, kung totoong ghost delivery ito, wala akong pakialam. Bitayin natin yung mga tao na ito na nanluloko sa gobyerno kung ghost delivery ito. Pero kailangan lumabas ang katotohanan. Magsalita ka kung ano yung tanong ng chairman natin. Sabihin mo kung magkano kinita mo, wala mo problema dyan dahil negosyo ito eh. Pero kung hindi ka talaga mapilit, I respect your decision. Kung hindi ka mapilit, pero ako lang, I am sharing you my sentiment. Dahil kanina pa ako nagbabantay dito sa hearing, para hindi magduda ang tao na may tinatago ka, sabihin mo kung kaya mo lang sabihin, pero kung hindi mo kaya sabihin, then huwag. Pero kung kaya mo sabihin na magkano binayad kay yung sabi mong Brother Tiger, at magkano kinita mo, hindi naman illegal yan dahil negosyante ka. Kaya nga nandyan ka para magnegosyo, para kumita. Bakit ka mahiya? Yun lang sa akin, Mr. Chairman. Kasi kung gusto delivery ito, Mr. Chairman, I am one with you na kailangan bitayin natin itong mga tao na nangloko sa gobyerno kung meron man. Pero kung wala, then sagutin mo para wala pagdududa. Kung sabi mo na deliver, pwede naman i-confirm namin doon sa PS-DBM kasi mayroon man yung acceptance, mayroon inspection. So alam ng PS-DBM yan. Pwede ko matanong yung PS-DBM, Mr. Chairman, kung talaga na-deliver ito. Mr. Ong.
Yes po.
Tataas ng kamay si Lloyd Lau. Pero
Mr.
hindi
Lau,
mo tawagin. Ayaw mo muna magsalita itong kaibigan mo. Di ba nag-usap kayo kamo? Hindi ko napapawalan na kita doon. Di ba nag-usap kayo kamo ni Lloyd Lau the following day? March 24 pala. March 24. Di March 25. March 24. Saan yung kanilang order, yung unang request? Nag-usap kayo kamo, di ba? Sabi mo kanina, nag-usap kayo, di ba?
Yes po, yes po. March
Silaw
24
yung
po.
malaking salvo dyan, silaw.
So, anong pinag-usapan nyo?
Actually, first time ko po yun sa PS-DBM. So, nag-hand in po ako ng LOI at sample ng mask.
Anong LOI?
At offeran ko si gobyerno ng mask na may access
Ito
sa
Laway, hina ni Gordon.
letter of intent po.
Letter of intent na pinadala sa inyo yung sulat ng May 25, bago yon nag-letter of intent ka na.
Opo, nag-LOI na po ako sa PS-DBM. ng 24.
May 24, one day before you got the request for quotation.
Yes po, yes po.
Talaga ito mga tao to.
Mr. Chairman, just very briefly, just to put in additional context.
Sige, Senator Recto.
Thank you very much. Material yung tanong ng ating chairman kung magkano binayaran mo sa supplier because in the same month, may local na kumpanya na nag-supply at 13 pesos eh. Okay? Ito ang supply ninyo, ang presyo 27. Ang local supplier, 13.50. Okay? Kaya palagay ko, kung meron kayo, sabi nga, negosyo naman to, sabi nga ni Senator Bato, pwede mo bang sagutin kung magkano nga naman ang binayaran nyo doon sa Tiger for the supply?
Opo, Mr. Chairman. Opo, Mr. Chairman. Ang naalala ko po, mga nasa 23 pesos po.
The comment of Senator
To recognize you at the proper time.
I think if
You are not recognized. We are listening and we're pursuing a point here.
Yes, I'm answering Your Honor for clarification.
No. I will ask you. I will give you the time. If we all gave time to Mr. Wong, at the request of Mr. Lincoln Ong na magsalita siya, we will give you time. Do not worry. Ninenervyos ka ba?
No, Mr. Chairman, because
Ba't kasi singit?
muddled. The issues are being muddled.
No. Let's finish with this first. We will finish with this one. O, sagutin mo, Mr. Ong.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Pagalitan ka na ni ng Senator De La Rosa. Ayaw mo sabihin.
Opo, sasabihin ko po.
Mamaya,
Mga
sasabihin
23 po yung cost namin. Kasama na po yung delivery.
Hindi ko tinatanong sa'yo kung anong cost niyo. Ang tinanong ko, magkano tinuringan ni Tiger?
Yun po ang buying price namin kay Mr. Tiger. Siya po ang nag-import nun eh. Siya po ang may-ari ng stocks.
23 times 5,000 be.
Tiger Phil. Alright?
Opo.
The Director General is directed to get a subpoena duce secum from this Tiger Phil. What is his name now? Tell me. Ang kausap mo. Tell me.
Give me a few seconds.
Pursue this to the ends of the earth. So huwag ka na mag-isip na titigil kami rito.
Opo. Kukunin ko po yung contact number.
Hindi ko tinatanong contact number. Ang pangalan. Nakakapagod ka na.
Ang tawagan kasi namin puro nickname po.
Nakakapatay na.
Sorry sir.
Sa tawagan mo, dapat kilala mo. Hindi ka magbibigay ng pera sa taong hindi mo kilala. Dad, tinignan mo yung mga mukha ng mga tao dito, nagagalit na sa iyo eh. Ibigan mo, di mo alam ang pangalan, Brother Tiger lang.
Yun po talagang tawagan namin.
Anyway, I will go to another point. Obviously, I'm not gonna get this from you. You're not getting any cooperation. You're an uncooperative witness. You've been lying to your teeth. Now, let us pour in the juice. I have here lahat ito. Tanungin kita. Sumunod na order ninyo for surgical mask is 2.4 million quantities, correct?
Yes po.
Nagkano halaga nun?
Ang winning price po namin, ang PO date,
pinag-aralan mo na ito, kaya huwag mo na akong bulayan, ha?
Hirap lang kasi.
Ang PO date po, April 14.
Tama. That's public record already, kaya huwag ka na magsinungaling. April 14, purchase order for 2.4 million masks at 22.50. Sinulatan ba rin kayo dyan na magbigay kayo ng RFO?
Meron pong
RFQ, sorry.
Meron pong RFQ na tanggap.
Padala nyo sa akin yung email niyan. Nandiyan ba ikaw ba rin ang tumagat niyan, Crisel? Miss Mago?
Mr. Chairman, it was Mr. Mohit Dargani who received the email for the succeeding contract.
Mr. Gargani. Mojit Gargani. Are you there? You're from LA.
Mr. Chairman.
Did you receive the order for a request for quotation?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, all the emails coming from PS-DBM were sent to one email address from our company, which is the admin email address that we have. And Mr. Chairman, every time that an email comes into this account, Ms. Grisel Magno has access to it, and she just gets whatever's in the email content. She'll take a screenshot, she'll get the attachments, she'll send it to our WhatsApp group, and from there, we communicate as a team. Lincoln Ong, being the supply chain manager, will check for the supplies and see if we're able to comply with them. If we're able to find the supplies, we then check if we're compliant with the technical specifications and anything else that's written in the RFQ. Once we are compliant, and once we have decided on a price that's comfortable with us partners, then upon the direction and instruction of our president and chairman, Mr. Wang Suyen, I then represent the company as an authorized representative and submit the document. I give it back to Grisel to submit and scan and submit to the email written on the RFQ or RFO.
So in this case, RFQ was received again by Grisel. Ang sabi ni Grisel, ikaw na raw nakipag-negotiate, tama?
I think what she meant, Mr. Chairman, was I am the authorized representative for the contracts, but yes, to answer your question, she is still the one that receives and has the first point of access to the emails.
Alright, she's the point of contact. Grisel, kanina mo binigay nung ma-receive mo itong request for quotation? Anong date mo na-receive yan?
Okay, Mr.
14,
Chairman.
tama, di ba?
Opo, Mr. Chairman.
April 14.
Yes, the RFO was emailed by PS-DBM April 13, 2020 po. This is for the 2,400,000 pieces of surgical masks.
So ikaw naka-receive, kanino binato?
I sent it po sa group chat namin with the management po.
Sino nga? Si Mujit.
We have in the group chat Mr.
Sabi mo
Mohit.
kanina si Mujit ang nag-handle yan, tama?
Po, Mr.
Mohit.
Mohit, Mr. Lincoln Ong, our chairman and president Mr. Wang, and our director Miss Twinkle Dargani.
So they got a copy each.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
And then what was the disposition?
On April 14, that's the time we emailed back our response for the request for
You
offer.
got it on the same day and you emailed it right away.
No, Mr. Chairman, we received the RFO on April 13 and we responded on April 14.
Oh, sige, one day. April 13, April 14.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Tapos?
And then on April 15, based on my records here, we received the notice of award via email as well from the PS-DBM.
By email, notice of award. Ganun kabilis?
We received the notice of award on April 15.
Who signed that order? Notice of award.
Let me check, Mr. Chairman. The notice of award was signed by then USEC Lloyd Christopher Lau.
Ano nagpadala sa inyo? Wow, sikat. Do we have copies of this, Director General? Kimbo, pinadala na ba sa atin itong mga kopyang ito?
Your Honor, some of those we have, but we will also subpoena.
But the transfer of emails are key.
Yes, Your Honor.
So again, I will ask Rizal, could you kindly send those emails 13, 14, 15, all the way to the delivery?
Yes,
Very
Your
clear,
Honor. I will prepare po, Your Honor.
Let's do it now. You have it there in your computer. You are the only one receiving, so it's in your computer.
Okay po. Ito
You
po.
have to do it.
It right now po, Your Honor.
Yes. Now,
Mr. Chairman, additional request, Mr. Chairman, to add to the instruction of the chairman to the witness.
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Additionally, please, if the chairman could instruct Ms. Mago to also send the committee copies of the delivery receipt, inspection and acceptance report, and their statement of account, which she said earlier that they have, even if they don't have the very first document, the delivery order. Respectfully request that of the chairman, Mr. Chairman.
So order to the Director General, Rudy Kimbo, to get all those documents now. Send it over and ask formally para nakita natin, pursuant to this hearing, we are asking that in addition to the request of
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman,
Chairman.
the request of Senator Randiveros.
Yes, Your Honor. On it.
All right.
Mr. And let me also clarify that the PS-DBM has a copy of the inspection and acceptance report, and that they do not give a copy of these to the suppliers po.
All right, then add the PS-DBM to submit to us the report, inspection report, etc.
Yes, Your Honor.
So PS-DBM is hereby required on a subpoena duces tecum. Because of the urgency of the matter, we would like to have that right away. So, ayan na tayo, okay? Mr. Gargani, you accepted 54 million. Now, we'd like to ask you some questions, and I'd like to invite all the other senators to react to this. 54
Chairman,
million pesos. Yes, Senator Lacson.
Yeah, additional requirements because the Parañaque warehouse needs to be registered with BIR Parañaque. Kasi dapat nagko-conduct ng sales yung invoices, ORs, DRs. So, pasupinan na rin natin, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. Point is well taken.
Para may balak
Director
pa
General
tapusin
is
ang
so
hearing,
ordered to include that. The BIR should be able to send us to a permit. Is it the BIR or Customs who will, is this a bonded warehouse, Chriselle?
Mr. Chairman, this is a contracted warehouse for our testing kits po.
Yeah.
Yes, then it needs to be registered with the BIR Parañaque.
All right. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, let me ask you or Mr. Gargani. Mr. Gargani, the
Mr.
order
Chairman.
is for 2.4 million. Correct?
Pardon, Mr. Chairman.
Correct? Or is it Lincolnshire again?
Sorry, can you please repeat the question, Mr. Chairman?
The order is for 54 million pesos worth of in exchange for 2.4 million quantities of is this face mask? Ano ba ito? A surgical mask, yeah, right.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe that was the contract price.
You are the point man to handle that, correct?
Again, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify my role, I was
No, I'm just asking a simple question.
yeah. No, I was
You
okay. I
handled
was
this
no,
order.
Mr. Chairman. No,
Huh?
Mr. Chairman. No,
Who
Mr.
handled
Chairman.
it then, if you know?
Mr. Lincoln Ong.
Okay, I go to Lincoln Ang again. Ong,
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
54 million yan.
Opo.
Ikot naman sila, oy.
Meron kayong 2.4 million quantity at the time. Remember, this is April 14, ha? Yung purchase order. Kasabay yan ng sinasabi mo, April 16 ata yun, o 15. Kasabay yan nung unang order ko, no? Meron kayong bodega dyan?
Wala po kami on hand yan, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me? Wala kayong on hand.
Wala po kami inventory.
So, ang tigas niyo. Nakakakuha kayo ng order. Now, Mr. Lau, you give these orders without checking whether they have a bodega, whether they have the capability? Now, Mr. Lloyd Lau.
Yan na, time mo
Mr.
lang.
Chairman,
Ano na?
again, it has been asked several times. First, on the point of Senator
Do not
Recto.
lecture. You're very condescending, sir.
Question, Mr. Chairman. One, on the point of Senator Recto, that bakit bumili tayo sa kanila, sa Pharmally at 27, at 25, o 22 pala, compared to sa EMS at 13, that we point out, this is April and March, kasagsagan ng pandemya. Note that EMS already answered, they only, with the help of DTI, DOH, DOI, and PS-DBM, we assisted EMS. For 7 weeks, we assisted him so they can establish a manufacturing company. And they started.
So, we're not asking that question.
Hindi, sasagutin ko yan.
Tinatanong ko sa iyo, itong order na 54 million,
Mr. Chair,
it's out of order. The question is very clear. 54 million ang tinatanong ko sa iyo. Did you bother to check kung they have the capability?
again, on Bayanihan 1, that the capability basis is the capacity to deliver. And the question that I asked them, will you be able to deliver? In fact, on March 24, when they went to the office.
Answer the question. Did you check?
Question, and how I was able to determine. March 24, they went to the office. Marami sila, si Mac Tycoon, Blue Cross, so yung iba, ang offer is 40 pesos. They can deliver in 15 days, down payment ng 30%, 15%. The only challenge I have is this. Show proof that you can deliver. What did they do? What did what's the company? Pharmally do? They delivered the item on March 25. The office was so shocked that they have it there. So we said,
wow.
oh, hindi namin bibilin yan.
Oh,
But at least you have proof that you were able to deliver. That's it.
Mr. Chairman.
What are you chattering about?
They showed in the office.
What are you chattering about? Ang dami mo sinasabi. Ang tanong napakasimple. Did you do your due diligence?
Yes.
Ano due diligence ang ginawa mo?
Chairman.
They delivered the item.
Milyon pesos itong
order sa kanila.
bayaran ng gobyerno na inagaw mo practically sa mga taong nahihirapan.
Mr. Chairman.
Wala kang check dito sa kumpanya na na 650,000, 625,000 lang ang capital at di walang bodega na sa kanila, hindi mo checkin?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Antiveros.
Mr. Chairman, just to make of record, that former USEC Lao has just contradicted something he told the committee 2 hearings ago. 2 hearings ago po, sinabi ni dating USEC Lao that they failed to exercise due diligence. Ngayon, on question of the chairman, sinagot nila na he did exercise due diligence. So ano ba talaga, Mr. Chairman? For the record po.
I never answered I failed to exercise due diligence. The question was...
Mr. Chairman, is the former USEC contradicting this member of the Blue Ribbon? We can check the transcripts of the hearings 2 hearings ago. He said, when asked a question, if he exercised due diligence, and he admitted that he failed or may have failed to exercise due diligence. 180 degrees dun sa categorical na sinagot nila kay chairman ngayon na nag-exercise daw ng due diligence. So I am simply asking, ano ba talaga ang totoo? Salamat, Mr. Chairman.
I was the one who asked if he exercised due diligence. He said no.
That's the transcript, Mr. Chairman.
What did you say? I'll give you the transcript in a few minutes, if you will pardon me, Your Majesty.
No, Sir Man, I'm just answering questions. Kasi this is very...
You're answering as if you're looking down on us and you're
answering. When
pakita mo sa amin para kang yung kampante ka. Actually, nung una, humble ka. Ngayon, nabubukad-kad na. Lumalabas na yung nervyos mo na nabubuking ka na. Nabuking na kayo eh. Gusto mo, gaganyarin kita. Kaya ko rin. Hindi ko gagawin yan. Ang sinatanong ko lang sa iyo, binigyan ka na naman ng pagkakataon. Ang sabi mo, nag-due diligence ka. 54 million. Balik ako kay Lincoln Ang. Kay Lincoln Ong. Nagkakaloko-loko na ito. Lincoln Ang. Ong.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ay, nako. Saan kayo kumuha ng pera para makabili nitong 54 million na ito?
Mr. Chair, I think in the previous hearing, nabanggit ko po na nakukuha ko pang mga inventory na kahit hindi ko pa sila babayaran. Pwede ko muna kunin na inventory, bayaran pa sila pag binayaran na ako ng gobyerno.
Ay.
Sino sila?
Yung mga supplier ko po.
Kailan nyo dineliver ito? Itong 54 million na ito, at 2.4 million. Kailan nyo dineliver at saan?
Wala po ako. Ang delivery place talaga is PS-DBM, pero as to what the exact date, we need to check the record. Wala po akong record dito.
Kaya hindi niya alam ang pizza.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, hindi po ba nung previous hearing, sinabi ni Mr. Ong na guarantor nila si Mr. Michael Yang at sinabi din po ni Mr. Huang na para hindi sila ma-blacklist, hihiram sila ng pera kay Mr. Yang.
That's correct.
So sana ganun, in that line pa rin sumagot si Mr. Ong ng tanong ng chairman kasi nakakadagdag lang sa pagkalito pa iba-iba yung mga sagot nila.
Hindi tayo nalilito. Nililito tayo pero hindi tayo nalilito. Sasagutin ko tayo ngayon. Ha? Hindi mo alam kung saan mo din-deliver yan?
Dineliver po yan sa
Deliver mo,
PSDBM.
sasabihin mo, babayaran ka ng mga supplier mo, ganun ba? Ang totoo niyan, talagang hindi nagawa ng due diligence yan. Kasi kung tinanong niya, dapat may capability kayo mag-deliver. Kung talaga may capability kayo deliver, hindi kayo kukuha ng ahente lang kayo eh. Front lang kayo, lumalabas eh. Sa akin, front yan. Dahil malakas kayo, kaibigan nyo si Michael Yang, malakas ang loob mo, dahil papayagan ka. Pinayagan ka. 54 million. Tinatanong ko, simple lang. Saan mo kinuha yung perang yan? Saan nyo kinuha? All the board of directors, please take note, Mr. Mujib? Mohit? Or whatever. How do you pronounce your name? Mohit ba?
Chairman.
Where did you get the money to make the orders to deliver all this stuff?
Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Duncan mentioned, he was able to negotiate with the supplier for flexible payment terms. That's within him and his supplier. That was their negotiation, Mr. Chairman.
That sounds very loose to me. You look like a responsible person. Pero you're saying, hinahayaan mo si Lincoln Ong na mag-negotiate na sa kanya supplier. In other words, inaamin mo, you're admitting that you are just an agent, correct?
Mr. Chairman.
Answer my question first. You don't have supplies. In other words, pagka nakakuha kayo ng order, babalik kayo. Doon sa mga supplier nito. So in other words, you are an influence peddler. Nakakuha kayo ng influensya, kikita kayo doon sa kinuhanan nyo ng supply at mayaman kayo habang naghihirap ang Pilipino.
Tama. Agree.
I don't think so, Mr. Chairman. That's not the case, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, you want to argue with me? I will tell you. And I will tell you. Now, you answer my question. Where did you get the money? Even if you negotiated, sino yung supplier na nagbigay sa'yo ng pera? Marami pa magtatanong. Pagbating ng tanong dyan, marami mahuhulog dyan. Go ahead. Sige.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lincoln Ong, saan nyo kinuha yung pera yan?
Mr. Chairman, wala po kaming ginamit ng pera dyan para sa 54 million na purchases na yan. Yung
Paano kayo makakapag-supply kung wala kayong pera? Paano yung in-import? Wala naman kayong import permit.
Binili pa namin sa mga importers. Pero hindi pa namin
sabi. Sagutin mo yung tanong ko, sa madaling sabi, kayo ay go-between.
Wala sila.
Ahente.
Tinago ng nila yung
Mga
gobyerno.
porsyento at the very least.
Malinaw.
Tama? Kung may delivery talaga.
Porsyento.
Tatanungin kita, may delivery ba talaga?
Meron po.
Wala naman.
Meron po.
Saan nyo din-deliver?
Sa PS-DBM warehouse po.
Kanino ko pa tinanong yan?
Tinago nilang
PS-DBM warehouse po, Mr. Chairman.
DBM. Ang tanggap niyan, tawagin natin ngayon, pero ayoko malansi rito eh. Andito yung mga pangalan ng tumanggap pati inspection. Andiyan ba si Noraline Salvador? Saka si George Mendoza?
Present, Your Honor.
Noraline Salvador or George Mendoza?
Malinaw.
You have to face the music here. Mr. Mendoza, are you ready to answer?
Ano po yung question, Your Honor?
Nakalagay dito, kailan dineliver yan 2.4 million surgical mask? At saan dineliver?
Opo, basically sir, Your Honor po, the deliveries has to be in the PS-DBM. So malalaman na lang po namin. Opo.
Alam mo kung saan, alam mo? Di ba? Alam mo, di ba? Alam mo kung saan dineliver, di ba?
Pero ano po yun? Per PO instruction po.
Ang tanong ko simple lang. Yes or no? Alam mo kung saan dineliver?
Opo, per PO instruction po, ang delivery po ay sa PS-DBM warehouse.
No. Your knowledge. I don't know about the instruction. Bibigay ko na sa'yo ang sagot. Gusto mo? Did you not inspect this? Did you not evaluate it? Meron kang pinili.
Apo.
O ba't di mo alam
Actually,
kung sagutin?
Apo.
So alam mo kung saan, right?
Based from the inspection report po, Your Honor.
Ano based on the inspection report? Ikaw ang inspector, ikaw ang evaluator, kayo ni Noreline Salvador.
I was the OIC chief at that time.
What does that mean? OIC ka. Ano what does that mean? Tinatanggi mo na natanggap mo o hindi? Natanggap mo ba o hindi? Na-inspection mo ba o hindi? Sagutin mo.
Actually, I haven't seen the stock at Your Honor kasi I was at the office and I only rely on the
You have not seen the stock. Yes or no?
Po.
Yes or no? You have not seen the stock. Tapos na yan. Na-deliver na. Did you or did you not see the delivery of the stock?
Opo. Personally, I was not...
Yes or no?
Opo.
Saka, what?
Mr. Chair.
What is the answer?
Opo.
Let the record state that this gentleman is equivocating, is halting, he cannot answer a direct question.
Mr. Chair, very quickly, Mr. Chair.
Go, let him answer first.
Okay, because he answered
Do you know? Alam mo, di ba?
he was in the office, Mr. Chair. He was not in the warehouse. He already said that. Just for the record. That's what I heard. Can you
I
just
did not hear him say he was in the office. My question to him is, did he see the stock? Hindi ba yan ang responsibility pag deliver? You have to see the stock.
Not at all time po, Your Honor, kasi marami pong delivery and there are so many.
I don't care kung marami delivery. That is your order. What is your title? OIC Inspection Division, George. Don't die for somebody else here.
Opo.
Is he still with the DBMPS, Mr. Chair?
Are you still with the DBM? Tanong ni Senator Pagdinig.
I already retired.
You already retired.
How long was he there, Mr.
Retired sila
Truthfully,
lahat
para
ba?
hindi mapinsala yung retirement mo. Think about it.
Mr. Chairman.
Pwede ka maging witness. Never mind, I'm not even gonna ask you for that. Question is very simple and I've repeatedly asked that question and you've been equivocating, you cannot answer. What is the answer now?
Opo. Basically po, Your Honor, we are talking of the two POs initially issued to Pharmally. Di po ba?
Yes.
Opo. Okay. The first PO, the 500,000, I happen to see it.
You happen to see it?
Yes, sir. Kasi this is the very first instance po that we have received the face mask during that time po, noong pandemic po.
500,000 lang yun eh. Sabihin ko ng lang dahil ang lalaki na ng parating eh.
Apo. Yun the very first po yun, there was this confusion kasi nga po, no supplier, no PO at that time.
No supplier, no PO?
Yes, we just or the warehouse just received the goods.
When?
500,000 at that time po.
When, sir? When?
March 25.
500,000. When did you receive it?
I think it was based from the records effect March 25 po.
March 25. So on the same day that the request was made, it was delivered. Kaya sabi mo, no request, no PO, dumating. Tama yun, di ba? Yung sinabi mo eh. Di ba? Huwag kang...
Mr. Chair? May he answer?
Sa mga hilinan ko eh. Alam ko na, nagigigil na kayo lahat.
May he say is, walang PO, walang...
Sub-sealer ang ginawa nila eh.
Request, and it's there. Is that standard?
Actually, Your Honor, hindi po standard yun.
Okay, thank you. In other words, it was not usual. It's unusual to have that kind of delivery.
Opo.
Okay, and then you said earlier, Mr. Chair, with the permission of the Chair, he said earlier that not all the time, the second delivery, was he able to inspect the goods?
Meron pong inspector na na-assign po, no?
No, you. Did you?
You.
No, Your Honor po.
Your head. Yeah.
Did you say no?
No, Your Honor po.
You're not able to see it?
Opo, the first one lang po nakita ko po.
Yung 500,000, ito hindi mo na nakita.
Hindi na po. Yung mga succeeding po, hindi ko na po ano.
Now, tatanungin kita para safe ka. Pumirma ka ba dyan na nakita mo? Na in-inspection mo?
Your Honor, nagsasign po ako doon sa inspection report na ginawa ng inspector. Basically, doon lang po ako naka-rely. So, as to the actual...
Relied on somebody else who inspected it, correct, George?
Opo. Opo.
You
Meron po
relied
tayong...
on somebody who inspected it, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It's a fair one. Marami ka mo eh. So, hinayaan mo na lang. So, you did not actually see it, correct? What about this lady, Nora Lynn Salvador?
Opo, no, nagkaroon po ng confusion dyan on that, kasi yung the very first 500 po, Your Honor, it was...
Pumipikit ka pagka sumasagot ka.
Pasensya na po, this is my first time po na maano po na ganito kung ano po, no?
There's always a first time, yo. Go ahead.
Opo, nagkaroon po ng confusion. You will note sa mga documents that will be submitted or have been submitted sa inyo, the first 500 was not Nora's, no? It was another inspector by the name of Mr. Ronald Puentes.
Oh, sunod nga, Ronald Puentes. Andiyan ba siya? Director General, andiyan ba siya?
Pa po, sir. Hindi pa po siya invited, sir.
Okay, then we should invite him here because may sinabi na dito na nakita niya. Okay, go ahead. George, go ahead, please.
Apo, Your Honor, yung second po, yun po si Miss Nora. Siya na po yung mga nag-inspect ng mga succeeding deliveries ng
Sinora rin na.
Po?
Sinora rin na po ang tumitingin.
Yes, Your Honor, yung second na po.
Hindi mo talaga nakita. Di ba? Sabi mo na. Okay na. You already answered that. All right. Now, again, the other senators are welcome to continue the interpellation, but the cross-examination, but I would like to go forward with Lincoln Ong.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Drilon and Senator Pangilinan, Senator, in that order. Go ahead. And then,
I'm just curious, Mr. Chairman. There is a Michael P. Ong in the office of the Executive Secretary. Are you related, Mr. Lincoln?
Hindi po, Mr. Chairman.
You do not know him?
Hindi rin po.
What about Jennifer Joy C. Ong, Presidential Assistant 1, rank of USEC, Office of the Special Assistant to the President?
Hindi rin po, hindi ko po kamag-anak yun.
Kilala mo ba ito?
Narinig ko na yung pangalan niya.
Saan kilala mo ba o hindi?
Ay, hindi po.
Oh, sige. All right. Go ahead, Senator Drilon.
Narinig mo na itong pangalan na ito?
Opo.
Saan mo narinig?
Sa trabaho po. Kasi po ako po yung translator ni... Sa trabaho, during my work with Mr. Michael Yang.
In the work. How did you get to know him in the course of your work?
Sino po? Si Miss Jenny Ong?
Oo.
Narinig ko lang through the conversation.
Again?
Conversation po.
Conversation. Why did you have a conversation with her?
No, I'm not having conversation with Miss Ong. Wala po. Narinig ko lang yung pangalan niya. Hindi ko po.
Saan mo narinig? Kanino mo narinig? Sino nag-uusap?
I really heard the name pero hindi ko ma-recall pero I know the name.
Okay. On a more substantial aspect, Mr. Chairman, if you may permit, you know, I am. Where is Mr. Lau? Mr. Lau, are you around? And please, mahinahon lang po kayo sumagutan. Ang dating mo, mayabang ka masyado eh. You're so arrogant. You're talking to senators. So, give us the appropriate respect. Huwag po kayong masyadong arrogante. O, sige, ha? Having said that, okay? Having said that,
yes, Mr.
on April 23, 2020, did you also issue an award to a Pharmally Pharmaceutical Corporation for 3 million pieces of KN95 mask for 300 million? Wala kasi dito sa report ng COA. I will repeat. April 23, 2020, notice of award and contract agreement. 3 million pieces of K95 mask. Unit price, 100 pesos. Total price, 300 million. I am holding a document with your signature. This is not in the COA report. What happened to this?
Turn on your video, Mr. Lau, and answer the question, please.
This is addressed to Pharmally Pharmaceutical Corporation. Mr. Mohit Dargani, authorized representative. Contract number PS-CP-MDC-20-03-10. Date April 23, 2020. 3 million pieces of KN95 mask, 100 pesos per 100 pesos unit price. Total price 300 million pesos. And you have signed this one, this notice of award. Can you explain this, please? This is not in the COA report.
Mr. Chair, I cannot hear clearly, but if the documents would show that I signed it, then indeed I would have signed it. If verified, yes.
I'm sorry, sir, but coming in clear.
I have no idea about that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you have no idea, but I'm telling you, I am holding the document.
If it's on record with PS-DBM, then it might have been award issue.
All right. Also, a purchase order number P020-00298 CSE, June 10, 2020, a purchase order addressed to Pharmally Pharmaceutical Corporation, 312 pieces of test kit, unit price 787,968, total amount 245,846,16 pesos, duly signed by you. What happened to this? This is not again in the COA report.
Sani na yan. Bago ko na
You
nakita yan.
have no answer, sir?
Lag na silaw. Andyan si Sani.
Witness may answer.
Please repeat, Mr. Chairman. I was not able to hear. I lost my connection. I really apologize.
I will repeat it, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr.
A purchase order of the procurement service, Department of Budget and Management, addressed to Pharmally Corporation, dated June 10, 2020, for PO number 020-00298-CSE, dated June 10, 2020, for 312,000 test kits or kits, nakalagay dito. Unit price, 787,968 pesos. Total amount, 245,846,016 pesos. The reason I'm asking this is that this is not included in the report of COA. May we know what is this all about?
Sorry. Based on the record, if we did issue a notice of award on the KN95, those are the N95 masks for the common supplies that we are selling to DOH, all other government agencies. That is in parallel with the surgical masks that we are procuring as common supplies that are being sold to different government agencies, Mr. Chair.
So you sold this?
Yes, we buy and sell, Mr.
All right. Where did you get your budget to buy this?
We have a revolving fund. I think on 2019, 1.5 billion was added to the.
You had a revolving fund.
Yes,
And
sir.
Ginawang business ang
that
PS-DBM.
revolving fund. That revolving fund comes from the budget somewhere
Pansani.
of some government.
No, it's our budget. The PS-DBM is its own money, Mr. Chair.
All right. Third, with the permission of Senator Gordon, just one more. There is also a purchase order dated June 9, 2020. Purchase order PO 20-00286-CSE, dated June 9, 2020, addressed to Pharmally Pharmaceutical Corporation. Test kits, again, 41,400 test kits. Unit price, 69,500. Amount, 2 billion, not million, 2 billion, 877,300,000 pesos. Saan po nanggaling? Ano po nangyari dito?
You are on mute.
Is
Mr. Lau, you are on mute.
If we buy common supplies items, which these COVID items have been declared as common supplies, we buy it using PS funds, and after we buy it, we charge 4% and sell it in a to
Wow.
the, I think
Gobyerno,
the
ginawang hanap buhay.
entities that will be using it.
Yeah,
And the
pantay ang
biggest
kita.
entity that's buying COVID items are DOH, second to DSWD and other local government units. Now, KN95 and N95 surgical masks are all part of the common supplies. We use our funds to buy the same. Now, however, if we do not have stocks, we order them. If an agency like DOH or DSWD or any government institution will procure from us, like bibili kami ng N95, bibili kami ng surgical mask, bibili kami ng PPE, or coverall, or PPE sets, or COVID tests, and we don't have the stocks. What we do is we buy, we bid, we order, and once it's delivered, we charge it to the deposit that they made to our office, and we deduct it on their deposit and charge our usual fee for our revolving fund, and then we deliver the items to them. So that's how it works.
So you are saying that, no, just on the specific PO, because again, this was not included in the COA report, 2,877,300,000 for the price of 41,400 test kits. First, was this delivered? Number two, where did you get your budget? Number three, how was this disposed of?
Okay. I cannot recall the specific transaction, but the process is this, basically this. It's standard format. We buy, we bid, or we procure through negotiated procurement, depends on what law is applicable, whether Bayanihan 1, whether Bayanihan 2, or RA 9184, which is a procurement law. So based on the process that we use, based on the law that is active when we perform our procurement, we follow it, the documentary requirements, and afterwards they deliver it. After they deliver it, we inspect. After we inspect, the inspection usually is this. If it's a common supplies, it's PS-DBM who inspects. When it's items like ordered by a specific agency, there's a joint inspection.
Sir? Okay, I don't want to waste so much time. Mr. Chairman, can we just issue a subpoena duces tecum for the PS-DBM to produce all the documents related to the purchase orders that I mentioned, which were not mentioned in the COA. These are very substantial amounts, Mr. Chairman, so may we request for a subpoena duces tecum and for the PS-DBM to...
The Director General Kimbo is ordered to execute a subpoena duces tecum upon PS-DBM for the aforesaid statement that I think that's June 9, 20, if I'm not mistaken, as well as June 10, 2020. Would that be correct, Senator Dilang?
Okay. Yes. First, on April 23, 2020, contract number PSCP MDC 20-03-10. This is a notice of award addressed to Mohit Dargani. Okay. The second one is a purchase order number 20-00298 dated June 10, 2020, addressed to Pharmally Pharmaceutical Corporation for 312 test kits at a unit price of 787,968 for a total amount of 245,846,016. And then a third purchase order, again dated June 9, 2020, purchase order number 20-002 -00286 CSE for 41,400 test kits at a unit price of 69,500 in the amount of 2,877,000 2,877,300,000 pesos. And then if since I have the floor, Mr. Chairman, if I can also have the subpoena ducis tecum for a this is a sign now. This is a This is a purchase of 17,000 test kits for a unit price of 45,550, 17,000 test kits, and the contract is worth 774,350,000. All contracts related to that. This one, the last one is approved by Attorney Wayan. So can we ask that the subpoena be issued on these documents, and we will ask questions after the documents are submitted to us.
Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. The Director General is so ordered.
On it, Your Honor.
You got it already, Mr. Kimbo?
Yes, Your Honor. On it.
Yes, so let the subpoena ducis tecum be issued because these are very important documents. And I hope I know I'm going to tax the patience of my fellow senators, but I just want to finish. When I said I needed help to finish with the witness, particularly George Mendoza, who has been saying us that he did not actually see it, there is a pattern that we see here. If the committee will just allow me, pardon me, Brad, Senator Pangilinan, I just want to be very, very quick, and then we can all go about so that we're all on the same page, if I may. I was going to say this very quickly. Mr. Lincoln Ong, going back to you, after the 54 million and the 13.86 billion on April 20, you supplied 10 million quantities and costing 220 million pesos. Will you please answer the question? I'm going to be very succinct here. Where did you get the money to pay for the 220 million pesos?
Mr. Chairman, hindi po namin kailangan bayaran agad ng stocks.
Ano?
May mga importers nag-i-import, hindi namin kailangan bayaran ng stocks.
Kayo ang binigyan ng permiso ng PS-DBM. Ang tinatanong ko, saan mo kinuha yung pera? Paano ka nakapag-deliver ng 220 million pesos worth? Kung sabihin mo, wala kami, ang ginawa nyo, nag-ahente na naman kami, binigay namin yan sa 220 million. Kanino nyo binigay? Kung hindi kayo, kung binigay nyo lang sa bilang ahente, binigay nyo sa ibang tao. Kanino nyo binigay? Kay Tiger na naman?
Hindi na po. Ang pangalan ng supplier na tawag ko sa kanya, Mr. Wang.
Wang.
Mr. Wang po ang tawag ko sa supplier na yan.
Pamilya
Sino
Wang.
Mr. Wang? Yung presidente niyo?
Ay, hindi po.
Yung tatay ng presidente niyo?
Hindi po.
O sino Wang ito?
Dito rin po, mga Chinese din
Ano
po.
pangalan? Anong full name? Hindi porke Chinese, hindi mo matandaan ang pangalan. Dapat matandaan mo.
Si Wang Jie.
Filipino ba yan o pure Chinese yan?
Pure Chinese po.
Pure Chinese.
Yes po.
Na nagnegosyo sa Pilipinas.
Yes po.
Oh, anong pangalan?
Wang
Anong
Jie.
address? Anong supplier? Anong negosyo nila? You're ordered to answer the question and so that we can subpoena them.
Wang Jie po, nag-import lang po siya ng mga kung ano.
Import na ito yan. Tinatanong ko lang, simple lang. Saan mo kinuha yan? Huwag mo nang patagalin.
Wang Jie, kay Mr. Wang Jie po.
Ha?
Kay Mr. Wang Jie.
Anong spelling ng J?
J-I-E.
J-I-E. C.
Joker India Echo.
Hotel India Echo.
Joker India Echo.
Sige. Joker India Echo.
Chairman, quick
Okay.
question.
Yes.
Just very quick, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po. I just, tried Googling Huang Jie. What pops up is Huang Jie, Taiwanese politician. Ito ba yon, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, Wang.
Pero yan, local.
Wang Jie po. W-A-N-G.
Nasa Binondo ba yan? Binondo?
W-A-N. Salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Nasa Binondo ba yan?
Yes po.
Ano pangalan ng kumpanya niya?
Hindi ko po alam yung pangalan ng kumpanya.
You better tell us.
I only know the name, Mr. Chairman.
You seem to be very familiar with all the suppliers. You should know.
Minsan kasi hindi rin sila alam mo yung
Nako. Anong klase yan?
Chinese Binondo style.
Ibang klase.
Do you have an address?
Actually, wala po.
I'm being very patient with you, but
Tawag lang po.
we will ask immigration to check. Please ask immigration to check whether a Wang Ji arrived here na nire-refer ni Lincoln Ong na nag-supply sa kanya ng 220 million.
Yes,
So
Your
again, Mr. Lau, hindi mo ginawa yung due diligence mo. Hindi mo tinatanong kung kaya nila, hindi mo tinatanong kung sariling pera nila yan. In other words, binibigay mo lang yan. Tama? Mr. Lau?
Parang sub ano sila? Gusto lang kumita na walang
Mr. Lau,
kahirap-hirap.
are you there?
Ito nangyari
Yes,
sa
I am
mga
here. I am
Pharmally.
here, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi mo na naman chinek ito.
So that is very simple. One, the
Yan.
law does not require such documentation, but despite that, we still complied. Second, they have already delivered before, so that is proof that they can deliver. Third, we did not ask for, we did not give any advance payment, so there is no loss on our part. What is important is delivered it first. If they delivered, then we paid. If they failed to deliver, we blacklist them.
Let me ask Raymond Abrea. Raymond Abrea, tama ba yan? Kosher ba yung ginagawa nila yan? Ito yung expert witness natin na isang araw. Tama ba yan, Raymond Abrea?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, ano po yun?
Sabi basta nag-deliver raw, pwede na ibigay sa kanila without checking. Would you consider that due diligence in the world of business?
Hindi po, Mr. Chairman, kasi po kahit t-shirt po yung order and humingi ng sample sa nag-ocular.
Dapat ino-ocular.
Sa business practice po, Mr. Chairman.
So not in good business practice, tama yan? And what about yung mga sinabi sa mga bodega? Tama ba yung mga sinasabi ng procedure?
Mr. Chairman, tama po si Senator Lacson na dapat rehistrado din po sa BIR. Kasama po yun sa requirements. At doon po ganun din po sa mga inventaryo. Actually, nasa books of accounts po nila dapat lahat ng inventory at suppliers nila, Mr. Chairman.
Nasa business accounts sila ng PS-DBM. Ng
Books of
PS-DBM.
accounts po ni Pharmally, Mr. Chairman.
Pharmally, all right, okay. Let the subpoena due just second be issued for all these businesses that have been quoted by Mr. Lincoln Ong na kinukuha na nila ng 220 million, kinukuha na nila ng 13.86 million, ng 54 million. Limpak-limpak na salapit. Dapat mag-account sila dyan. Okay, let me go on para makatanong ng iba. Ito ngayon, itong sinanong na ni Senator Dillon ito, ang quantity nito, 8,000 quantity. Senator Pangilinan, bear with me, I'll just finish this. Sandali na lang ito. 8,000 DGI, 600 million. Ganyan rin ang answer mo, Mr. Lincoln Ong, ikaw rin ang nag-negotiate ito.
Ay, hindi po, hindi po.
O, sino ang
Hindi
gumawa
namin-
nito sa kumpanya ninyo?
Mr. Chairman, pakiulit po yung tanong.
600 million naman itong halaga nito.
Okay po.
Quantity 8,000. Ha?
Opo.
At ang award ay para sa BGI Real-Time Fluorescent RT-PCR 50 test kits.
Yes po.
Ikaw ang kumausap.
Ay, Mr. Chairman, ito po,
Supply chain,
nag-access na po kami ng mga funding. Nangutang na po kami.
Sa kayo ng utang. Bago na naman yan. Sige.
Mr. Chair, ang dami ko na pong
PCR na yan eh. Kung
Mr. Chair, ang dami ko na po natanggap na death threat.
Sis Maria.
Kailangan ko po talaga.
Ba't ka ba death threat? Anong ginawa mo kasalanan? Ito, tinatanong ko lang siya simple. Sino itong mga tao na inutangan ninyo? Ang laki nito 600 million. Napakaswerte mo. May nagpapautang sa inyong kumpanya na 600 million. Ang kapital nyo, 625,000 lang. At napakaswerte nyo, pinapayagan kayo ng gobyerno, 625,000 lang. Makakakuha kayo na wala kayong pera. Tapos magpapahiram sa inyo. Sino yon?
Mr. Chairman,
Si Sunny.
ang dami
Orange
na po nadadami dito sa
Nagpahiram.
nangyari dito sa amin. Natatakot na po ako.
Ito talagang ganun Hanggang di ka nagsasabi ng totoo, marami ka talagang idadamay. Lahat ang sasabihin mo, dadamay yan. Oh, sige, sumagot ka. Sa fair question, di ba?
Mr. Chairman,
Sinong inutangan nyo? Sinong inutangan nyo?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Lacson, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Senator Lacson, you recognize.
2 points very quickly. First, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, may I remind Mr. Lincoln Ong not to invoke Chinese style. Pero no kausap dito, hindi pwedeng Chinese style. Lahat dapat documented. Second, I'd like to find out from him, saan nanggagaling yung death threats, Mr. Chairman?
Sige, I will humor you. Sige.
Mr. Chairman,
Will humor you. Anong death threats yan? Sino
May
nag-death
natatanggap-
threat sa'yo? Dalawa lang ang paggagalingan yan. Sige.
meron po ako natatanggap ng mga text messages.
Anong nakalagay?
Parang yung unang messages po is parang bibigyan ako ng isang linggo. Teka, sandali lang po, basahin ko po. You and your family will be killed if you will not admit your connection with the chief executive. Ito, isa po yan.
Ito yung MBI yan. Huli yan. Kung sino yan.
Mr. Lincoln Ong, we will give you a week of time. We'll make sure you have a Merry Christmas 6 feet under the ground. The agencies are locating you and your family, enjoying the billion fruits of your scam while you still can. Tapos po,
Palusot lang
pinatay
yan.
ko na po yung phone ko kasi natatakot na po talaga ako sa nangyayari.
Well,
Mr. Chairman,
let me just General De La Rosa, give me a minute lang, sumagot lang siya. Saan nyo kinuha yung 600 million? Sinong inutangan nyo?
Mr. Chairman, ito,
Yes.
ito pong BGI na to, itong BGI na supplier na to, ang nagpakilala po rin ng supplier to si Mr. Yang, Mr. Michael Yang po.
Michael Yang. Yan.
Yes po.
Okay. Si Michael Yang nagpakilala sa inyo para pautangin kayo.
Sabihin na totoo.
Alright?
Ikot-ikot.
Kailan nangyari yan? We're not just gonna get your word for it. We just want you to give us some details. Nagpakilala sa inyo na makabibigyan kayo ng 600 million. Sumabog na yung paksiw, di ba? Sige. Kailan pinabi sa'yo ni Michael Yang, diyan ka umutang?
Mr. Chair, medyo naputol po.
Kailan sinabi sa'yo ni Michael Yang, diyan ka umutang?
Gutom na ako.
Ako po yung lumapit kay Mr. Michael Yang.
Sabi mo kailangan ko ng 600 million para masupply natin to. Kwarta na ito, kung di natin masusupply, mawawala pa. Tama?
sinabi ko lang po kay Michael lang na kailangan ko na ma-access tong ganitong brand, ganitong kumpanya. Tapos baka pwede na ako tulungan. At the same time, baka pwede nang tulungan ako sa paghanap ng funding. Kasi kulang po talaga yung cash namin. Yan po.
So, because of Michael yan, nakialam na naman siya sa Pharmally, tinulungan na naman kayo. Sabi niya, hindi siya tumutulong sa inyo, di ba? Hindi niya kayo kilala.
Ako po yung lumapit sa kanya, humingi ng tulong.
Doesn't matter, you're with Pharmally. Okay? Alam mo, maaaring sige, we'll talk about the death threat later on. In the meantime, very quickly, Senator Bato, please, regarding the death threat only, please.
Yes, sir. Tungkol ba ito, Mr. Chairman, sa death threat? I will just advise our resource person, si Mr. Ong, na huwag kang patakot dyan sa death threat na yan. Patayin mo yung cellphone mo, o kung gusto mo, itapo mo yung cellphone mo, at mag-concentrate ka dito sa hearing na ito. Sagutin mo lahat ng mga tanong para maganda yung takbo ng hearing natin. Huwag kang magpa-distract dyan sa mga death threat na yan. Kung nag-death threat sa'yo mga taga-China, mapuntahan mo dito sa Pilipinas kung gusto nila na patayin ka. Huwag kang matakot dyan. Patayin mo yung cellphone mo. Yun lang, Mr. Chairman. I'm just advising our resource person to concentrate.
Tama yun. It's now your moment of truth. Kung sa tutulong ka sa gobyerno natin at saka sa mga kababayan natin, I think that the Senate can, you are already protected right now. May nakabantay sa iyo ngayon ng mga usaa. Hindi namin aalisin yan. Lalo na kung sasabihin na lahat ng sinasabi mo. Ito, ikatlong beses na naungkat si Michael Yang sa iyo. At sinabi rin ni Mr. Wang na presidente nyo na kasama si Michael Yang nagpautang sa inyo. At ngayon, sinabi mo na naman to, sinalba nila kayo sa 600 million. Tapos nakita yung litrato mo, inamin mo na naandun ka, kasama mo si Michael Yang. Hindi naman kaya si Michael Yang talaga ang nagsusupply sa inyo ng pera? Talagang pumapron lang kayo?
Malamang. Pwede rin.
Hindi naman po kami ang front ni Michael Yang.
Okay, sige na, tutuloy ko na para matapos ako kaagad, no? Dahil nahihiya ako sa mga senador. Ito, 344 million ang unit, 344,000 A-Star Fortitude Kit. Another 688 million pesos. Saan mo kinuha yung pera para ma-deliver mo yan? Na-deliver nyo lahat yan, di ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. Yes po.
Kanina na-deliver nyo, 600 million. Tinanggap naman ng PS ng PS-DBM. Saan mo kinuha yung 688 million?
Mr. Chairman, wala pong kilalaman dito si Mr. Michael Yang. A-Star Fortitude is a Singaporean product.
Ikaw nagsabi na tinulungan ka niya. Ngayon, itong 688 million na ito, may kinalaman siya? Wala.
Wala po, Mr. Chairman.
Saan mo kinuha ngayon yung 688 million para makadeliver ka nitong A-Star Fortitude 2.0 RT-PCR test, 2,000 quantity? Nakakalagang 688 million.
Mr. Chairman, Singapore product po yan. Si Mr. Huang ang po nag-handle po niyan. At I think Mr. Huang po.
Mr. Wang, were you the one who arranged the supply of this A-Star Fortitude? It's a Singapore product. What is that? Is that is it true? You are the one, Mr. Wang?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. A-Star Fortitude test kit is one of the items on the request for quotation, and it's a Singapore produced by the government produced test kits.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Test kit,
Now,
pinasok
it means
kanina.
up to this time, we have already, and I will remind everybody, that at this time,
Ay,
ang
ito na to, dapat.
presyo na nakuha na the money that has been generated by Pharmally is already 1,575,000,000. Okay, malapit na tayo matapos. Ito, April 23, 2020. Yung kanina, April 23, ha? Sunod-sunod yan, ha? April 20, yung surgical mask, 220 million. April 22, 2 days later, 600 million. April 23, 20, yung kanina, yung 688 million. Sunod-sunod na araw yan. Umpisa mo sa April 14, 2020, yung 54 million. April 16, yung 13.86 million. April 2020, 220 million. Yan na kayo nag-aarap ng malalaking pera. Tapos April 22, 20, 600 million yung BGI. Tapos ito ngayon, April 20, 688 million total. Running total is 1,575 million. Now, ito naman ngayon. How can you produce almost a billion in one day? Ito, ang halaga is 300 million. At for KN95. Saan mo kinuha yung pera na 300 million?
On credit din po yan, Mr. Chair. Credit din po.
Actually, credit yan.
Wala. Si Wang Jie po rin po. Ito si K95, si Wang Jie pa rin po.
Wang Jie.
Surgical gun.
Yan po, opo.
Bakit hindi ka under threat? Dahil nabayaran mo sila, ba't sila magagalit sa'yo?
Ano po, Mr. Chairman?
Never mind. Hindi ka under
Sorry
threat.
po, sorry.
Nababayaran mo lang
Putol
sila
po.
Wang Jie, di ba? Pag nakuha mo na yung pera, bibigay mo kay Wang Jie. Tama?
Yes po, tama po.
Sige, May 4, 20. Umabot na ngayon ng 1,800,000,000. Mura lang ito, 10,000 surgical gown. Right? That is 10 days after April 23. Nag-order, 11 days, 1 week and 4 days ang surgical gown. Ang halaga, 2,880,000. Saan mo kinuha yan? Maliit lang yan.
Doon din po sa mga Chinese.
Sino nga mga Chinese?
Chinese
Ito,
product, man.
Hindi ko na maalala talaga kasi
Nako.
marami din sila. Tapos meron silang sinusupply.
Nako. Sus Maria,
Ano
ikulong mo
ba?
yan.
Meron silang sinusupply saan? Sa PS-DBM rin?
Hindi po. Kung ano-ano lang, nag-i-import talaga sila.
Sige. May 8, 2020. Ang halaga, 2 million. Ito, malaki-laki ito. Umabot ito ng 3.82 billion pesos ang halaga, one single transaction. For 2
Grabe.
million PPEs. 1,910 ang unit cost. Umabot ng 3.82 billion. I would be fascinated to know where you got the 3.82 billion.
Mr. Chairman,
Kaya nga eh.
humingi din po ako ng tulong. Itong project na to, itong malaki, humingi po ako ng tulong kay Mr. Michael Yang.
Michael Yang na naman. Binigyan ka ng pera. Saan mo kinuha ni Michael Yang yan?
Hindi ko po alam kung saan niya kinuha.
So Michael Yang is involved practically in most of the big ticket items, correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Doon din naman tayo abot. Magsabi na kayo ng totoo para makatulog pa. The committee will look for favor with yours na sabi mo. Alright?
Opo.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, ang umabot na ang transaksyon itong si Lincoln Yang, itong si Lincoln Ong at saka si Wang ng 5,697 million. Alright? Nakakagulat, hindi po ba? Tapos, itong huli, itong June 9, 2020, 32 days later, umorder ng 41,400 at 69,500 RT-PCR, nagkakahalaga ng 2,877 billion. Saan mo kinuha yan? 2 billion na yan. Wala naman kayong pera ka mo eh.
Nanghingi po rin ulit ako ng tulong kay Mr. Michael Yang.
Michael Yang.
Bilyonaryo si Michael Yang.
Paano dumating yung pera? Kanina, pinatamadama lang kita. Nakakakuha ka ng tulong. Paano dumating ang pera dito? Para mahirapan. Pagod ka na naman tino. Tatanungin ko ulit si Mr. Abrea.
Fluorescent.
Kailangan ipaliwanag, hindi ba Mr. Abrea, kung saan nila kinukuha yung pera yan? Dahil mayroong mga repercussions yan. Pwedeng sabihin, maaaring sabihin na talagang maaaring may money laundering. Is that possible, sir? Mr. Abrea? Juan?
Kumain pa.
Mr. Abrea? Naka-mute kayo, sir. Mr. Abrea? Hindi naman maaaring lumabas lang yung pera at hindi papaliwanag kung saan galing. Dapat hahanapin yan. Tama po ba yan?
Maybe he is out.
Sorry po, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Mr. Abrea, ang lalaki ng amount. Sumabot na tayo dito as of this time. Umabot na tayo ng 8 billion, 8.5 billion. At sinasabi kay Michael Yang, sinasabi dito kay Wang Jie, hindi naman pwedeng sabihin lang na galing sa kanila na hindi mapapaliwanag kung saan ang galing ang pera yan. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman.
So, ang speculation, baka naman, one, pwede ba ito? Nag-ghost delivery, walang dumating? O pangalawa, may money laundering? Or both? What do you think, sir?
Hindi po ako makakasagot, Mr. Chairman, pero pwede naman pong i-check sa bank statement at saka po sa registration ng mga suppliers kung legal po lahat ng naging transaction.
That is correct. So, that's why I've been trying to pursue Lincoln Ong. And really, there is a travesty here dahil bilyong-bilyong piso napunta sa Pharmally na isinishare nila sa mga supplier nila at sinasabi lumalabas palagi si Michael Yang. Oh. Yan, si Michael Yang palagi ang nagsasalba sa inyo. Diba? Magkano ba talaga lahat ang pinautang sa inyo ni Michael Yang? Mr. Wang, how much did Michael Yang lend you?
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I think you are referring to the agreement.
Speak louder, please. I'm just
Mr.
at my
Chairman.
last question here.
Mr. Chairman, I think you're referring to the agreement that we spoke about, that you subpoenaed from us from the last hearing. And I think Lincoln, I'm not privy to the agreement.
There's no agreement.
Because,
What agreement is that?
Ms. Link, do you want to talk about this?
Will you participate?
As I've said, I was not participating in the agreement.
You're not.
Because,
No, so
not
I'm asking the question. My question is, you will have to reply to us because you're saying Michael Yang, you're saying your people are saying this and that. Wang Ji, where did this money really come from?
it was a multiple approach from all the projects. We really just, the focus for us was just to deliver the goods on time. Really, there was really a lot of difficulty in that.
I sympathize with you. There's a lot of difficulty because you're getting a lot of money and you're laughing all the way to the bank at the expense of the Filipino people. People are hungry here. People are getting sick. People lack hospitals. The health workers are not able to make ends meet because the SRA is not being paid. People are dying. They're being cremated and there's not even money to pay for cremation. So do not try to tell me to sympathize with you. I will not sympathize with people like you.
But
Chairman?
if I may,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Please answer the question.
if I may, Mr. Chairman, what
It's hard,
we are
isn't
de-
it, sir?
if
Isn't it
what
hard?
what we are delivering is actually things to protect the people, test kits, masks.
Really now?
They are everything.
Filipino suppliers gave that, but they were not even given the privilege of getting paid like you did. EMS was given the privilege of having been able to supply 25% of the 100 million, and after that, at that price at 1370, which is considerably lower than what you got. And then after that, Lao told them, oh, you better take it or leave it. 2 pesos will buy it at 2 pesos and 35 centavos. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot comment on the
No, that's
acts
right.
of the
You cannot
government.
Mr.
But
Chairman.
all I can say is our intention was to get these things, which are very scarce, and oftentimes the countries that produce it don't even want to share it. And what we do is we exerted the maximum effort to get it to the Philippines.
Here is the conclusion is you were given tremendous superlative favors more than anybody else. Nabigyan kayo ng tulong, nabigyan kayo ng pabuya ng Mr. Lau and company. They gave you all the breaks. Imagine they don't even check you, and all you are is really a middleman. If we are to believe that, but I think there is really more to that. I think you're able to supply because somebody who knew the Chinese in China was able to get this, was able to anticipate that when this broke out, China will have to supply, and he can make a killing. He can buy goods in China at a very cheap rate and then sell it to our country through you, give you a few 50 million each, and then he takes all the money. Would that be correct?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the market is driven by supply and demand.
No, this is supply driven. In the case of this situation, the whole thing is not even demand-driven. It is supply-driven.
Yes.
It appeared that there was a demand. But in reality, it was a supply-driven because you did not even supply. You got it from other people. Isn't that true?
Mr. Chairman,
Did you supply anything? Mr. Yang, Mr. Wang, did you supply anything? Did you manufacture anything? Answer the question, yes or no?
Mr. Chairman,
Did you supply anything?
Pharmally Pharmaceutical is not a manufacturer.
Excuse me?
You're correct. Indeed.
You're not in manufacturing. Is that your answer?
yes, Chairman Gordon,
Yes, that's
please.
the answer.
Senator
We are not a
Marcos,
manufacturer.
point here. I just have to finish this point. Bear with me. So your answer is you're not manufacturing.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And you were able to get the contracts, right?
Yes.
And you were able to get the contracts because of the relationship with Mr. Michael Yang to this country's highest official. Would that be it?
That is not correct. No, that's not
I'm not trying
correct.
to correct anything. I just have to conclude.
It's not true, Mr. Chairman.
So what is true then? Every one of your people from Chrissy has been avoiding questions. Lincoln Ong is weaving a lot of inventions. All the senators have asked you questions. You have no warehouse. You cannot even say, and you're just borrowing it. Okay, I have no more questions. Yes, go ahead, Senator Pangilinan, then Senator Marcos. Kanina kasi nag-reserve si Senator Pangilinan. Go ahead.
Yes. Actually, Mr. Chair, I'm first to ask questions for today's hearing. But I think Senator Marcos has some point with Mr. Wang, and then I'm going to another point.
Okay, so shall we allow Senator Marcos first?
Yes, on the point that if it involves Mr. Wang. Yes, please.
Yes, Senator Marcos.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan, and thank you very much, my chairman. Yes, para mapatunayan na talagang laway lang ang puhunan, mabuti siguro tignan natin at hingin yung iba pang papeles. At it appears that from March to April, yung mga POs of 2020 for masks were locally sourced from other importers who necessarily undervalue their importations. Whatever it is, may we request the subpoena duces tecum for the paper trails of yung Mr. Tiger at yung iba't iba pang source nila. Yung import declaration, invoice, packing list, container numbers, POs by Pharmally to local suppliers para mabuo natin yung kwento. Kasi mukha talagang laway ang puhunan nito, nakakapagtaka. DOC might have been cheated of duties and taxes. BIR was cheated as well of taxes by the so-called local suppliers that provided the supply to Pharmally. Kung pwede po, Mr. Chairman, subpoena duces tecum na rin yung mga papeles ni Mr. Tiger and the other sources of all these supplies.
With respect to Mr. Tiger and Wang Xi, I already issued an order. And now you're adding to it by asking for a subpoena duces tecum, and let the SEC give us all the documentation, get the BIR to find out about the warehouses, and find out what is the utmost source of all these people para malaman natin where the money came from, because it is important to know where the money came from, if money in fact came in. And in fact, that's why we've been asking where it was delivered, how it was delivered, because nakakapagtaka na isang kumpanya, tinalo lahat ng Pilipino at pinagbigyan ng husto at ngayon, dalin-dalin tayo mga Pilipino. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let's include the BOC because clearly these imported goods were imported by someone, not necessarily Pharmally, but others before them. Thank you.
I actually have questions about that because if they used our C-130, I'm not going to ask that anymore. I'll ask that later on. But go ahead, Senator Pangilinan. Thank you, Senator Marcos. That was very, very, very good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd like to go back to the inspection. Mr. Jorge Mendoza, is he still around? Mr. Mendoza?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm still here.
Matagal, how long were you with the DBMPS before you said earlier nag-retire ka?
I was with DBMPS 31 years na po ako.
31 years.
In service po.
Were you hopeful?
1989.
Were you yes, were you hopeful that one day you would be regular? Contractual ka ba?
Lahat po kami, Your Honor. Contractual
Kaya
po.
nga. So, 31 years. Ang balita ko may plano sana na ma-regularize kayo. Tama po ba yun? I mean,
Yeah, opo. Gawin po kaming parang corporation, GOCC po.
yes. At were you hoping na mangyayari yun at ma-regularize ka?
Hopefully po, but I was told, or we were told na parang very ano po yata yung qualification just in case po. As far as I know po, as far my knowledge po.
Yeah.
We were told na very ano po, no, very strict yung qualification. So most likely hindi po lahat ma-absorb kung just in case.
So when did you resign?
Ano po, January 31 po, Your Honor. This year.
2021. Ito lang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why did you resign? Bakit ka nag-resign?
My contract was no longer renewed.
After 31 years, hindi ka na-renew ng contract. Sino ang dapat sana magre-renew ng contract mo?
Kami po is under po ng DBM. Yung contract po namin is normally signed po ng secretary po ng DBM.
Yes, but in this case, they just didn't renew.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Di masama loob mo, hindi kaya? You feel
to tell you frankly, yes, Your Honor, kasi it's untimely. Hindi ko pa talaga, wala pa akong 60 years old, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. Nabanggit mo kanina na yung second, yung 2.4 million na mga masks, di ba? Hindi ka na nakapag-inspect nun? Tama ba yun?
Normally, sir, Your Honor, no, with due respect po, as the head po ng inspection, not all inspection po ay sumasama po ako. And in the very first, in the 500,000, I happened to see that. Opo. And yung mga succeeding po, may it be sa the PS warehouse or sa mga DOH warehouse, I no longer go. I just relied sa documents po, Your Honor. Considering po na yung documents, it does not only contain yung inspection report, supported po yun ng delivery receipts, signed po ng mga concerned, and of course yung yung po sa DOH jointly inspected po ng aming counterparts with the DOH po.
So, in other words, hindi nagpumipirma ka ng birang OIC inspection head, pero hindi mo tinitingnan yung mga...
Hindi po lahat, Your Honor, kasi nga...
So hindi mo masasabi na lahat ng mga pumasok ng Pharmally, etc. ay na-inspect ng maayos?
Actually po, we don't alam po, no? We just...
Personally, you don't have personal knowledge na na-inspect ng maayos yung ilang mga pumasok, pero pinirmahan.
Hindi, meron po kasi meron pong specs doon na nakalagay po, may column na comply.
Yes. You're relying on documents, but you don't rely on your personal knowledge that they were in fact inspected because you saw them with your own eyes.
Opo, not at all, hindi po lahat, Your Honor.
Okay. Were you ever asked to sign any document even before inspection was made?
There was this instance po, no, Your Honor, where we have to during pandemic time, there was no talagang supply of PPEs. So we have to resort to China. Opo. So again, Sensya na po, medyo
Okay lang. Take your time. Sige.
Opo, wala pang delivery, but we were advised or instructed to prepare the inspection document. Considering nga po na it will be an attachment for the China assurance to China suppliers na sila po ay babayaran once the shipment or yung PPEs will arrive sa Pilipinas.
In other words, you were instructed by whom? To sign inspection reports? To sign? Na-instruct kayo na pirmahan ninyo yung inspection report kahit hindi nyo nakikita yung produkto kasi hindi ma-deliver. Tama ba yun?
Ganon po, Your Honor.
So, who instructed you?
Management po, Your Honor.
Who in management? Division.
Actually, Your Honor, it was ano po, no? The one who advised me to prepare, no, or to sign the inspection report is yung aming sa finance, considering they will be the one to pay.
So who in finance instructed you?
Opo, it was a meeting then with the former ano po, no, with former accounting chief Raul Catalan.
Okay, sino pa? Sino pa nando sa meeting? Was Mr. Lau there?
No, Your Honor, definitely.
So was Mr. Leong there, the procurement division?
No, Your Honor.
You're under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so but you've established that in fact there were inspection reports that were signed even if you did not inspect the goods. Wala pa yung goods, wala pang delivered goods.
Wala pa po, nasa China pa po, Your Honor.
Mali yun, di ba? Kasi dapat pag in-inspect, alam natin tama yung quality, di ba?
As you can see naman po, no, from the explanation ng ating mga resource person before, at that time, yung scarce po, very scarce po yung supply.
So ilang inspection reports, would you remember ang pinirmahan mo o pinirmahan ng iba na nabanggit sa inyo? Na hindi dumating yung, wala pa yung produkto, na-inspect na. At least based on record.
I think parang dalawa lang po yata, 2 suppliers, 2 inspection reports. With
So sa'yo yun, no? Sa'yo yun. Hindi mo, you cannot speak in behalf of the others kasi palipat, marami ng ibang nawala o pumalit sa'yo, di ba? Merong uway.
Akin pa po yun, Your Honor. That was early po, 2020.
Okay, so in other words, pinirmahan mo yung inspection report kahit nasa China pa yung produkto.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pag walang inspection report, hindi mababayaran, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So in other words,
attachment po ng finance or debt.
Hindi mababayaran. In other words, maaring binayaran na yung tao o yung taga-China, hindi pa dinideliver. Maaari.
Hindi pa po na-deliver.
Kaya na. In other words, maaari nang bayad sila pero wala pa yung produkto. In other words, the delivery happened after binayaran.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama. So talagang kasi walang capacity na
you will note, Your Honor, you will note it is against or taliwas sa aming proseso as the inspection group.
So you admit na in these 2 instances, this is not the normal procedure?
This is not the normal procedure, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Is Mr. Tangkentik here? Is he around? Also from the DBMPS. Do you know him, Mr. Tangkentik?
He was then the acting assistant chief po ng inspection.
Okay.
I was the OIC po, Your Honor.
Okay, is he around? Mervin Tangkentik.
Present, Your Honor po.
Yes. Mr. Tangkentik, you are also signatory in this case sa Pharmally, no? Ng mga Pharmally nga ba? Merong ilang Pharmally ata. Yung testing kits, if I'm not mistaken. You were the ones who inspected, no? Tama ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, and was this the 688 million? Was this the one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I will ask the same question. Not in this particular case, but perhaps in some other cases. Na ikaw rin ba ay pinapirma ng inspection report na hindi nyo nakikita yung produkto?
Your Honor, na-deliver po yung produkto bago po gumawa ng report po.
No. You na-deliver yung... So walang instance na kayo ay gumawa ng inspection report na hindi na-inspect yung items?
For Pharmally, Your Honor?
No, not Pharmally. I said in other transactions early on.
Meron po, Your Honor.
So, merong dalawa yung kay Mr. Mendoza, meron din yung sa inyo. Tama?
Yung pong kay Mr. Mendoza po, kay Sir George po.
So who instructed you to sign without having to inspect?
Your Honor, during that time po, per ano po ng management po yun.
You're saying the same thing.
Yes, Your
Who
Honor.
instructed you to sign inspection reports and please be this is your opportunity to inform this committee of what really happened. Was it Mr. Lau who instructed you?
No, Your Honor.
Who instructed you?
Your Honor, during that time, between Sir George, they had that meeting with the accounting, and we were instructed to issue the ICAR.
Yes, who nga? How come you cannot remember the name? Who
Sir,
instructed?
this was discussed only between me and Mr. George. I wasn't present during the meeting, sir.
I wasn't talking about any meeting. What
Sir,
meeting?
as discussed po ni Sir George po kanina po.
Okay. Who was it again, Mr. Mendoza? Sino ulit yung nasa accounting? I didn't get the name. Oh, you mentioned it.
That was si Sir Raul Catalan po.
Where is Raul Catalan here?
Your Honor, wala na po siya sa PS. Lumipat na po sa
So if we can have him invited, he used to head accounting.
Yes, Your Honor.
So hindi naman pwedeng, kaya ba niyang i-instruct yun na sarili niya na hindi niya kiniklear sa management? Pag sinabi mo management, kasama silang lahat doon, di ba? Pero hindi mo lang pinipinpoint sino talaga nag-utos sa inyo. Kayong dalawa. Tama ba yun? Hindi nyo lang sinasabi kung sino, pero sinasabi nyo top management. Pero hindi nyo rin masabi sino sa top management. Ang sinasabi lang si Raul Catalan na wala na rito. Tama ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ako sa totoo lang, medyo hindi rin kapanipaniwala yung sinasabi ninyo. Forgive me, no? Pero maybe you're afraid. Maybe you fear that if you tell the truth, di ba, wala na kayo sa DBM, wala namang kayong, di ba? At kaya kayo nag-aalala na sabihin ng katotohanan. No? Because we would like to request Raul Catalan also to be called, Mr. Chairman, so that we may be able to find out sino ba talaga nag-utos na pumirma kayo ng inspection report kahit wala pa yung delivery kasi nasa China pa.
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of Senki.
So, in this moment, Senator Antivero, with all due respect, the request of Senator Pangilinan is hereby ordered. We shall subpoena Raul Casalang and also the other information that you wanted because already we have a witness who testified that he did not see it and he was told to do what he has to do. Is that correct, Senator Pangilinan?
That is correct. He did not see the items. The items were not delivered, but he was instructed to sign the inspection reports.
Finally, we have a man who can speak and walk his talk. I salute you, sir. We will see to it that we get this done. Yes, there was a question by Senator Antiveros. Go ahead, Senator Risa.
With the indulgence of Sen Kiko.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to follow up Sen Kiko's questions to Inspector Tangkintik, Mr. Chairman. Inspector Tangkintik, anong mga face mask at face shield deliveries ang sinign off on ninyo via inspection reports na i-attach dun sa disbursement vouchers na gagamitin ng PS-DBM sa paghanda ng mga cheque? Meron po ba at alin po ba iyon?
For yung ma'am, Your Honor?
Face masks at saka face shields po.
Wala po akong inspection report for face shield po.
Alright po. So para mabilis lang po ako. Inspector Tangkintik, saan po kayo employed ngayon?
Sa PS-DBM Inspection Division po.
Pa rin po. Sir, totoo po ba, Inspector, totoo po ba na may punto na hiningi po sa inyo na pumirma sa mga inspection at saka acceptance reports para sa mga goods na hindi pa naman na-deliver noon? Totoo po ba yun?
Meron po ma'am, yung dalawa lang po ma'am na po. which was yung foreign po na supplier po.
Yung foreign supplier or yung
Apo.
China supplier.
Opo.
And then, hindi ba kayo nagbitiw sa trabaho? Hindi ba kayo nag-resign?
Ay, hindi po.
Hindi kayo nag-resign. Okay. Then, ako, Sir Inspector Tangkintik, dinadagdag ko lang yung aking boses doon kay Sen Kiko na itinatanong talaga sa inyo for the record din na sino yung humiling sa inyo na pumirma ng lumalabas na fake inspection and acceptance reports. Hindi po ba nung panahon yun dapat yung mga DOH people present at hindi po ba dapat na magsa-sign off din sila dyan sa mga inspection and acceptance reports?
Opo, Your Honor. Ang nangyari po is yung internal document po sa ano po yung pinirmahan po namin, pero nakalagay po doon na meron po kaming na inspection will be conducted once items are delivered in the Philippines po. So once dumating po yung mga item po, joint inspection pa rin po at in-account pa rin po yung mga item po.
Alright. I'll leave it at that for now, Mr. Chairman, with thanks to Sen Kiko. And lastly, just for the record na yung PS-DBM Accounting Department, dapat magva-validate po yun ng mga dokumento na attached dun sa disbursement vouchers. So if I may make a motion, Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of Sen Kiko, that the committee through the chairman subpoena the accountant. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, COA and PS-DBM are supposed to audit each and every transaction of the PS-DBM 5 days after these are completed. So my second and last motion at this point in time, Mr. Chairman, is if the chair could create a group of experts that will work with COA to check if indeed all the documents for these Pharmally transactions as well as those of other suppliers are in order. Kasama na po yung 2021 transactions. And if, Mr. Chairman, we could ask that the committee instruct that team through the chairman to interview resource persons who signed off at various steps of the transactions before and after negotiations, Mr. Chair. And with that, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat, Sen Kiko, and maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I just want to be sure I do justice to what your request is. Are you requesting something, Senator
Yes,
Risa?
Mr. Chairman. I'm requesting to subpoena the accountant of PS-DBM and then also to
What's
for
his
the
name?
to create a group of experts to work with the COA to check these transactions, Mr. Chairman.
Katala, Mr. Chair.
Asa lang, I said that.
Thank you, Mr.
We already
Chairman.
ordered that, the request of Senator Pangilinan.
Yes,
And
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sen Kiko.
Anything else, Senator Risa? Wala na?
Just lastly, Mr. Chairman, for the committee or the chairman to create a group of experts that will work with COA to check if indeed all the documents for Pharmally transactions are in order, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I think it's very, very clear. We can do that. But you know, my own thoughts were let COA do their job well. I mean, there are so many things that came out here, and COA can do a special audit supported by, I mean, I don't know if I might be insulting them if I say we shall get a private group, but if that is the pleasure of the committee, we can do that. Senator Lacson.
I submit, Mr. Chairman, and in any case, Mr. Chairman, this representation has a resolution already in the care of the Blue Ribbon Committee precisely for a special audit by COA of all our COVID-19 expenditures under both Bayanihan 1 and 2 for starters, Mr.
There's already
Chairman.
that request. So you're
Salamat
saying
po, Mr. Chairman. Salamat, Sen
we will
Kiko.
forward that request, of course, to the Senate President because that is a constitutional body. Senator Lacson, sir, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe it will interest the committee to find out of the 42 billion DOH budget that was transferred to PS-DBM, how many contracts have been awarded to the different suppliers, starting with Pharmally and the other suppliers. And probably we can also find out magkanong inabot ng mga kontrata do sa mga suppliers. Because so far, based on the additional info provided by Senator Drilon and your good self, nasa mga 12 billion na yung nakukuhang kontrata ng Pharmally. Now, if Mr. Wang Chuyen or Mr. Lincoln Ong would know, how much have you contracted with the PS-DBM? out of the 42 billion, nakamagkano po kayo? And how many contracts? Mr. Ong or Mr. Huang? How much total?
Based on the record, Mr. Chairman, we have 11 billion po.
11 billion?
11 billion po, pero I'm not sure kung ano po yung DOH or sa PS-DBM.
That is practically a third of the 42 billion that was given to them, Senator Lacson. Do you agree?
How many contracts are involved in the 11 billion peso payment by PS-DBM?
We have usually puro mask, test kits, and PPEs.
No, how many contracts lang? Number of contracts? Can you submit that to the committee?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
11 billion, pero kinompute namin yung nadagdag ni Senator Drilon sa Senator Gordon, nasa 12 billion na. So just make sure that you base your figures on official records, Lincoln.
Opo, Mr. Chairman.
How about Mr. Wang? Would you have any idea as to the total amount that PS-DBM had disbursed to Pharmally?
Mr. Chairman, if I clarify, what do you mean by dispersed to Pharmally?
Speak a little
Total
louder.
payment.
I couldn't hear it. There was something.
Total payment that you have received from PS-DBM.
I will need to check I will need to check our records on that, but it should be close to. I can't say for certain.
Anyway, kindly include in your submission the number of contracts and the details, plus the total amount in the local currency in pesos.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll comply.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair, I still have the floor,
sorry.
or is my time up? I don't know anymore.
A company that had only 625,000 pesos, you've gotten 12 to 13 billion pesos already. For a company that lost money at the time you entered the contract, before you got all these contracts, you really reaped a lot of contracts in the multi-billion pesos. And I would strongly suggest, and I hope that you will listen to the Senate, that you cooperate already, because I think at this time it's kind of futile for you to think that you can get away with it. That's just my advice. Yes, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, I still have a few more questions on the inspections, Mr. Chair. Very quickly with Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Tangkintik. May mga requirements dito sa mga inspection reports ng testing before you can actually accept. Do I take it to mean na pagka one-day delivery tapos nabayaran, meron pang oras na i-test ito kung kinakailangan i-test o i-inspect? Di ba ganun ba yung patakaran dyan sa sa DBMPS, mabilis ang inspection? Can Mr. Mendoza respond?
Yes, Your Honor. Opo, normally po, ang ating pinakaano po, basis po dyan, inspection report. I mean, the specs provided po ng agency through their APR, which is found na rin po dyan sa, sa technical evaluation report. Now, you will note, may mga ano po dyan, may mga, what you call this, test requirement that has to be conducted through the GATC or government accredited testing centers.
Yes.
Okay. At that time po kasi yung kasagsagan po ng ECQ ng pandemic, there are no available we have inquired from this especially nauna po sa DOST, ITDI, PTRI, and other ano po no na nagte-test po, hindi po sila available and most of them are parang puweta sila. What you call this, lockdown. We've also inquired from ano po, from Intertech, mga third party po, no, mga private testing centers. Kaya lang po, they can ano po, no, they can provide po the testing. Kaya lang po, not locally. It has to be ano brought abroad. And at that time po, wala naman pong commercial flights which para ano po, maihatid po yung mga sample materials to be tested. However, ayun na nga po, even if meron man na commercial flights, it will take time. Siguro ang pinakamabilis po is something like 3 to 4 weeks for the sample to be tested. And we very well know naman po na how urgent po yung requirement. So on our part, sa inspection po, we did na lang po the best that we can do to conduct po yung inspection. So visual, especially sa leakage, nag-devise po kami ng own way po to test po no yung materials na hindi po siya ano po mag-leak or tatagos yung liquid at that time po. So yun po nagyan po. So basically what we did is more on visual testing. Senator.
Yes, in other words, yung ilang requirements ng testing lalo na sa papadalan abroad, hindi na nagawa.
Hindi na po at that time, Your Honor.
At that time.
Internal ano po, indoor in-house.
Ngayon, ginagawa na ba?
Ay, opo. We do that. Meron akong requirement na ni-require ng testing kasi hindi na po ganun kaano yung urgency.
Although wala ka na doon. So hindi mo na masasabi kung ginagawa.
Early part, Your Honor, bago po umalis, ginagawa na po nito.
So, okay. Because ang information sa akin ay yung mga local manufacturers nire-require na padalan pa sa ibang bansa. Pero itong mga imported ay hindi na daw nire-require. Tama ba yun?
Your Honor, wala po ganon. May it be local or foreign. Lately po, no? After
Pero nung una, yung mga local daw nire-require pero yung mga imported hindi.
Hindi po yung wala po tayong ganong discrimination. Di-require po natin po sa lahat nila, sa lahat po ng suppliers. Lately, recently po after.
No, I'm talking about itong nauna yung Bayanihan 1. Yung
wala
mga
po talagang at that time. Even the local suppliers, Your Honor, hindi po sila di-require ng testing dahil nga as I've said, unavailability po ng mga testing center.
Okay, so ngayon ginagawa na. Mabuti
Opo,
naman.
ngayon ginagawa na po nila yun.
Oh, and then ano pa lang ilan kayo ang hindi ni-renew ng mga empleyado ng PS-DBM?
Hindi ko ma-recall sa dami, Your Honor, kasi as far as inspection is concerned, involved, dalawa po kaming hindi na rin.
So sa dami, anong balita? Ba't daw hindi kayo ni-renew after 31 years?
I do not know.
Nakakataka yun?
Maaaring isolated po yan, issue po.
Isolated? Sabi mo marami ang tinanggal.
Opo, yung sa akin, meron lang po akong hunch kung bakit tinanggal. We were not
yes,
renewed.
but precisely. But you confirm, marami kayong tinanggal.
May mga ilan po. I do not know as to the actual quantity.
Can we check with USEC, with the OIC Kanda? Ilan ho ang tinanggal? Is the DBM here? Ilan ang tinanggal? O Mr. Uwayan, you are now the OIC.
I think Mr. Uwayan, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, can answer.
How many of the contractuals were removed?
Mr. Chairman, based on my recollection, for the inspection division, it was only 2, and for the procurement group, 1.
No, how many sa buong DBMPS ang hindi ni-renew?
That would be prior to my designation, Mr. Chairman. I cannot answer that. I think there were, for
Yes,
last
but
year,
you
there
were
were,
already in the DBMPS even before you became OIC, di ba? So alam mo yung mga usap-usapan dyan.
when I was connected with PS, there were some personnel who were.
No, I want the number. How many?
Yeah, I do not know the exact number, Mr. Chairman.
Can you check your records? Because the OIC of DBM says it's you who will answer it. Now you're saying you cannot answer it.
No,
Okay.
but I am saying, Mr. Chairman, that I will have to check with our HR first for the exact number of personnel, and
Yes,
as to the details of the non-renewal of the said personnel po, I will submit it to the Senate.
Well, for ako, I am surprised. Somebody like Mr. Mendoza, who's been around for 31 years, is suddenly removed. His contract not renewed.
Actually,
excuse me, I'm not yet done.
Okay.
And I want to know how many were removed. No, were not renewed because we're investigating wrongdoing here. So we want to know if this is part of an effort to keep the lid, keep it under wraps, remove people who might know something. I don't know. No, I am just wondering. That's why I want to know how many. No, I hope you don't mind if we are, wondering why someone 31 years in the as a contractual is suddenly not renewed, and he is also wondering why. Anyway, let's just have the number. How many of all the contractuals were removed in the last year and a half?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we will submit it to the Senate po.
Okay, and one more quick question sa FDA, because I'm getting different data. Is Mr. Domingo here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here.
Earlier, it was placed on record. It's in the transcripts that the Pharmally did not have a LTO to import devices at the time that it was able to import devices. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry po na putol. Can you repeat?
Yeah. When did the LTO for Pharmally to be able to import medical devices, when was it issued?
We have the for Pharmally Pharmaceutical Corporation as a medical device importer. It was on March 24th, 2020, Mr. Chairman.
Why is it on your website that it says January 2021? Can you clarify that?
I think, Mr. Chairman, they initially had an LTO as a medical drugs, no, as an importer of drugs.
Yes.
And then they applied for another LTO for as an importer of medical devices.
I know, but the medical devices in your website, your own website says it was issued January 2021. Yes, it's not contested that they had the LTO to import drugs in 2020. That's why the question is, did they have an LTO to import medical devices in 2020? Your own website doesn't say it. So what is it? Did they have the LTO to import medical devices in 2020? Or did they have LTO to import drugs in 2020?
They had both, Mr. Chairman. So in March 13, 2020, they had an LTO to import drugs. And then on March 24, they had an LTO to import devices. So they have two separate LTOs, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you have to clarify that because your own website says otherwise, Mr. Dr. Domingo, no? And that because and then you also have data in your website saying that they got reissuances, diba?
Mr. Chairman,
got reissuances were other companies, but for devices. Pero wala doon ng Pharmally.
Mr. Chairman, yun daw pong nasa website kasi namin yun yung latest renewal niya for 2021.
No, yes, but your 2020 website,
For 2020.
yes, but your reissuances of the LTO for importation of medical devices. There are several others, or 2 or 3 other companies, but Pharmally wasn't there in 2020. So that's, and usually ang dapat 2 years.
Their LTO, a copy of their LTO, which we sent to Senator Marcos when she asked for it. Yun po yung yun po sa records namin, the original was March 2020 and then they renewed in 2021.
That is not what the documents say. No? So we will send you the documents. We want you to clarify because sa dokumento na kayo mismo ang naglabas, yung mga nag-reissue ng medical devices LTO nandun noong 2020. Other companies, Pharmally wasn't there. So they couldn't have had their 2020 reissuances because they were only established in 2019 September.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there was no reissuance. It was an initial LTO in 2020. It was not a reissued LTO.
Okay, but it's also okay. So at least that's clarified. But can you just clarify why they were not, diba? It wasn't appearing, no, in your own website, and that in your own website, what is there is that they got their license, or at least the license was there for 2021. In other words, if they got it in 2020, why wasn't it appearing in because it appeared in March, not in January?
I think, Mr. Chair, nabubura po yung previous niya. So when you look at the website, it only reflects the latest reissuance. So yung po mga natabunan na. But we do have the records in our center for medical devices, and we will send it to you.
Yes, because again, that needs to be clarified.
Senator Pangilinan,
yes,
please wrap up so I can call the next round.
Yes, just on the COA, Mr. Chair, because it was earlier mentioned by one of our colleagues. In the hearing in the House of Representatives, Chairman Aguinaldo said that he might be able to bring together in a month's time the sort of a quick audit of the Pharmally transactions. During the House hearing on the COA budget, they mentioned, Chairman Aguinaldo mentioned his own, that he is willing to come up with his own study on Pharmally transactions, and that he may need a month to do this. Is that right? Just to confirm that, because we'd like to know what's the status and if he will be able to meet his suggested deadline of 1 month.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I made that statement in response to a request from Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, who was asking us to take a look at Pharmally. I had informed him that when the audit was done, what they look for is whether the documentation for the purchase and the deliveries, the disbursement and the deliveries are compliant with what is required under the law. However, they don't go that deep into looking at qualifications of the bidders and the like, unless there is a trigger that leads the auditor to suspect, baka there's something here. So they might look further. Now, in this case, because of some of the findings that have come up during the hearings, we've, Congressman Rodriguez asked if we would take another look at it. And I told him, yes, we would. Our auditor should take a look at it. He was pressing me for a period, so I said maybe 1 month's reasonable, but I can't really guarantee that matatapos yun in 1 month. As can be seen, there's a lot of information coming out from these hearings, no, and that will also be some of the things they might have to look at.
Okay, so we would appreciate it if that report, when it's completed, that the Senate committee and the senators be provided copies.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Aguinaldo. I will just have my questions for the next round, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
As already stated previously, and this is not, I allow our fellow senators, including this representation as chair, to pursue certain points so that we can complete the story, complete the narrative. And right now, we'd like to call Senator Pacquiao, if he's around.
Yeah.
Senator Pacquiao?
Tagalog ka na.
Senator Pacquiao? Last call, Senator Pacquiao, are you there? Well, with the permission of everyone, I'll call Senator Marcos.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy, Mr. Chairman, to cede the floor to Senator Pacquiao as soon as he gets in. I have a few questions regarding the financial documentation provided by Pharmally and many of our national agencies, excluding the contracts discovered additionally by both Senators Drilon and Lacson. What we have on record in the COA reports is that Pharmally was awarded contracts amounting to 9.06 billion from April to June 2020. However, the ITR provided shows that only 7.485 billion in sales was declared. There seems to be an under declaration of 2 billion. Of course, there are some sales, as mentioned earlier, to other companies, Watson's, PH Pharmacare, GN Power, for about 29 million. So a portion was declared as sales to private sector. But my question to Pharmally is, why wasn't the full amount of 9 billion, the full amount of all the contracts awarded, why did you not declare the entire amount? And anyone from Pharmally can answer this, because this is merely in your ITR.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Allow me to speak on behalf of Pharmally and answer this question in particular. As the treasurer, I believe that this was the report of our accountant, which I wish to disclose that from the start, although I may be the treasurer of the company, we have hired the services of a professional accounting firm.
Who was your accountant that under-declared to the tune of 2 billion then?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to emphasize that I don't think there was any under-declaration.
But it's
At
very
that time,
clear. It's very clear. The records of both COA and DBMPS say 9.06 billion. But your ITR is far less. How
yes,
could that have
Madam,
happened?
Madam Senator, Mr. Chair, the explanation of our accountant at that time was our contracts from government was amounting maybe at that time as 9.06, as you've mentioned, but our deliveries to the government for the fiscal year of 2020 only amounted to the 7.45 billion that was declared. And the remaining...
Mr. Gargani, we're getting into deeper trouble here. You under-declared and then under-delivered. This is getting worse and worse.
No, Madam Senator. Based on the contract that we had with PS-DBM, there are some delivery dates that are scheduled for the following fiscal year. So January or February of 2021.
Pero Mr. Gargani, ang tagal na nito ha. This is over a year ago. This is over a year ago. The last contract that I mentioned occurred in June of 2020. We are not talking about contracts this year or later last year. These are contracts that should have been delivered by the third quarter latest of last year. So how could it be that they were not yet delivered?
Madam Senator, we received a letter, I believe, saying that we should also postpone our deliveries. So
deliveries? I thought we were in the middle of a pandemic, and this is the reason why we had emergency negotiated bidding.
I cannot answer that question, Madam Chair. Maybe we could rely
Who
to
ordered you to
PS-DBM.
postpone deliveries? Mr. Gargani, who ordered you to postpone the deliveries when we were all desperate for face masks and testing kits?
I believe, Madam Chair, Madam Senator, at that time that we were not delivering face masks or PPEs. The one that was pushed back was the BGI test kits.
We did not want test kits last year in June. I remind you, Mr. Gargani, this was a very, very troublesome period for all of us. And certainly we were desperate for test kits at that point in time.
I understand, Madam Senator, if it was on our company's say, we would wanted to finish and fulfill the deliveries right away.
Who ordered you to postpone?
I believe we received a letter. I just have to check the records. As mentioned, I'm not in the Philippines right now, but I will ask my team to check on the records as to who gave that advice for the deliveries to be postponed, and we will submit it to the Honorable Committee for your review.
The letter, as far as you remember, Mr. Dargani, the letter came from whom?
Madam Chair, it was really from PS-DBM. I'm not sure who signed.
From DBM?
Yes, ma'am, from PS-DBM. I'm just not sure as to who really signed.
What was the reason they wanted the deliveries postponed, given that everything else was so rushed?
I really don't know what was the reason, Madam Chair. My apologies that I cannot answer that question right now.
Okay, so this is the issue, Mr. Chairman. We are unable to tally the amounts declared in the ITR versus the total amount of awarded contracts. It's a whopping 2 billion. This is no small amount and really needs to be explained, although Mr. Dargani is saying that they got an order of postponement of deliveries and hence were unable to postpone deliveries. Okay, let's move to another confusing
Madam
Yes.
Madam Senator, if I may also add, I would just like to also disclose that we are also being audited right now by the BIR, and we are fully cooperating with them also on this matter. I just wanted to add that as well. Thank you.
Yes, I think this question will necessarily arise, and the BIR will have to discover how exactly this came about. Otherwise, the Filipino people would have been cheated of a large amount of money. I think the other question arises from the document submitted to my chairman from the Bureau of Customs. Based on the records, the total dutiable value, including the invoice value, freight, insurance of Pharmally's importations of PPE, test kit, etc., from May to September last year, amounted to 37.4 million. Napakaliit naman yata ng 37.4 million. Yun lang ang dineklara from May 2020 until this year. However, it's very clear that the PS-DBM contracts to Pharmally amounted to 10 billion, April to June of this year as well. So it would appear that Pharmally earned most of its income from government contracts in 2020. Declared cost of sales amounted to 7.92 billion, even if it's understated. Can you explain this humongous discrepancy between the dutiable value at 37.4 million per record of customs versus the cost of the sales declared in your RTR versus the records of awarded contracts in the PS-DBM? Iba-iba yung numero kaya nahihilo kami
Had it, I think the assessed value during that time is 40,000. Selling it was around 80,000 to 100,000 per lot. My wife did not declare it anymore, so it's not included in our ITR. My ITR that declares no income is based on my practice. I have divested myself with the practice sa law office ko, so no income yon. Yung mga personal assets kasi, my wife is the one disposing it. And wala po kasi ano yan, only certificate of ownership ng lots. Then
But
the
we
other
are well aware, Yusek Lau, that we all have to submit our SAL-N, and
yes.
you are supposed to aggregate all sources of income and declare them. In your case, there's an increase, and yet there's no income. So, to what do I blame this upon? Because it's really inconsistent.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
I think aside from the memorial lots, we also sold two of my lots. I think in 2011 na property sa Kabantian. It's a house and lot which I acquired, I think 10 years ago at 300,000. I sold it at 3.5 million. Then I also sold a golf course property na I acquired at 2014, which when the golf course actually started to operate, I sold it at 2.5 million. So that is basically the source of the increase, plus my annual salary. That's the basis of my computation. In fact, yung memorial lots, hindi ko na incorporate yun as part of the increase in assets because my wife is the one selling it one at a time, and it's very, for us, very minimal kasi yung
Yes, I understand.
Capital gains tax ko.
Of course,
My
yes.
capital
But yes, we were just very, very confused because certainly the proceeds of a sale are some kind of an income or some kind of revenue, and yet zero was reported in your tax return. Perhaps you can provide us better records than what are available at present.
Mr. Chairman, we don't declare it sa ITR because it's not part of my profession or neither in my work as a real estate business. It's more of a say capital. My capital gains tax po yan, bayad po sa BIR. So, hindi po namin dinideclare yan as part of the ITR because it's not part of our regular business. The regular business are the two other businesses in my SAL-N.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, perhaps we can request from former Yusek Lau more candor and a more complete report, given that the BIR has requested an executive session and other strictures. Just as a matter of curiosity, the Immigration Department issued the certification that you traveled to Taiwan November 4, 2019, stayed there for 4 days, and this was 2 months before you were appointed the Undersecretary of PS-DBM. Just out of sheer curiosity, what was the nature and purpose of the trip to Taiwan, so perfectly timed to the incorporation of Pharmally as well as the importation of so many different items?
I'll check, Mr. Chairman, but I think I did not travel to Taiwan. I will just check, Mr. Chairman.
It's an immigration document that I have in hand.
By Lloyd Christopher Lau or Christopher Lau?
I see. You think there should have been a mistaken identity?
No, because I am being referred to as Christopher Lau, but I am Lloyd Christopher Lau. Yan ba Taiwan? Kailan? Yes, we went to Taiwan for 4 days. Yes, that is accurate, Mr. That's me. Yes, that's me. I apologize.
I think it was you because the passport was also indicated in the certification by the BID.
Yes, that's me, Mr. Chairman. We went there for a vacation, 4 days.
You were at the time with the HLURB?
2019.
Yes, this is November of 2019.
It's November 2019. I'm already with DBM, Mr. Chairman.
You're already with PS-DBM?
No, with DBM only, not PS.
You were a USEC, but not yet the OIC with PS.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Were there other government officials and employees with you?
No, it's my wife and my friends who went with Mr. Chairman.
None of your friends were actually government employees like yourself at the time?
Mr. Chairman, none of my friends are government employees. I think my sister went with me. She's an American national. No? Yeah, my sister went with me. My half sister went with me. That's the reason we went to Taiwan, is I think was to meet her because she is flying to the Philippines to meet our mother, because my mother is an American citizen, a Filipino American citizen.
Neither did you meet any of the personalities that have been present at this hearing or previously?
None, Mr. Chairman. We can provide you the hotel where we stayed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think Senator Pacquiao is here, and by right, it's his turn. Thank you po.
Yan natin itong Pacquiao na to.
Thank you very much,
Bago tayo
Senator Amy.
Tapos na rin ito mga pana.
Mr. Chairman, is recognized.
Before Senator Pacquiao, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Yes,
I
please.
will-
Go ahead, sir.
I will convene the session at 3:30.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Another 45 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Very gracious of you. Thank you, Senator Pacquiao.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this time of pandemic, we need to maximize our resources for the welfare
Tagalog
of
na ng
our
Pacquiao
people, not for the
pinipilit
benefit
pa kasi
of the
mag-English.
corrupt. I came across a new word, pandemic, plunder in the time of pandemic.
Pandemic.
Mr. Chairman, pandemic, which is stealing money intended to save lives, is the biggest crime against humanity. Kung nangyayari ito sa ating bansa, masaklap ito para sa ating mga kababayan at hindi natin ito dapat hinayaan. Saludo ako sa Commission on Audit dahil sa ginagampanan nila ang kanilang tungkulin kahit pa may mga pananakot. They are performing their mandate and they are doing the right thing. Narapat lamang na isiniswalat nila ang kanilang mga audit findings dahil karapatan ng bawat Pilipino na malaman ang katotohanan. Corruption is systemic. It has been our problem since time immemorial, but does not mean we should just accept it and not do anything about it. We will accept the persistence of corruption, Mr. Chairman, because we can do something about it. May magagawa tayo. Ang investigation ng Blue Ribbon Committee ay isa sa mga mahalagang paraan para masigurado ang checks and balances sa ating pamahalaan. Hindi tayo magbubulag-bulagan at mananahimik na lamang dahil sa takot. Hindi tayo natin hayaan ang mga kawatan dyan sa gobyerno, Mr. Chairman, na patuloy magnakaw sa kaban ng bayan. At ang pangarap natin, Mr. Chairman, na makita sa kulungan ang mga kawatan dyan sa gobyerno. Mabigyan ng hustisya ang ating mga kababayan. Marami tayong mga kababayan na gugutom ngayon, nahihirapan sa buhay, lalo na itong pandemic na ito. Bago ako magtanong sa ating mga resource person, Mr. Chairman, nais ko lang pasalamatan itong paggandak ng hearing na ito. At hindi lang ito sa DOH, kundi sa iba't ibang ahensya pa ng ating gobyerno. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. And to Secretary Duque, gusto ko lang magtanong kay Secretary Duque.
Wala ata.
Honors, the Honorable Senator Pacquiao, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. Sa investigasyon ngayon, Mr. Secretary, wala nang inumpisahan itong investigation na ito sa about corruption. Sa dami ng mga tanong na narinig ninyo, ni-raise up dito sa investigation na ito. Maraming mga sagot, tanong, narinig ninyo. Sa tingin niyo po ba, ano po sa tingin niyo, may corruption o wala?
Yan, good question. Hindi natin malalaman.
Doon po sa hanay o sa panig ng Department of Health ay katulad ng sinabi ng chairman ng Commission on Audit, yung kanilang audit findings, wala naman pong nakalagay doon that money was lost to corruption. So yun lang po. Salamat po.
Salamat, Mr. Secretary, no, gusto ko lang linawin kasi hindi naman kita pinagdududahan. Maaring hindi mo alam yung mga nangyari sa iyong ahensya kasi napakalaking ahensya na yan na pinamumunuan mo at hindi mo maaring hindi mo alam lahat ng mga galaw ng mga nasasakupan mo. Pero kaya ko lang sinasabi yan dahil talagang maraming nagaganap na kababalaghan sa ating gobyerno at hindi natin pababayaan yan. At nais ko nga, ang sekretary, alam ko, ayaw mo rin ng korupsyon, magtulungan tayo para sumpuin at parusahan. Ang nais lang naman natin is maparusahan yung mga kawatan sa gobyerno, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. Gusto nating maparusahan yung mga nagsasamantala dyan, lalong-lalo na itong panahon ng pandemya. Maraming nagugutom, maraming nahihirapan na pamilya na umaasa sa ating gobyerno. Yan po, kailangan po nating ipakita na tayo ay deserving na nasa posisyon natin. Kahit sino man, secretary ka o undersecretary o magmasenador ka o mag-congressman ka, basta ang taong bayan sa panahon ngayon umaasa sa atin. Gugutom at nahihirapan sila. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And my next question is to Christopher Lloyd Lau.
Mute, walang sound.
Si Christopher Lloyd Lau.
Mr. Lau, you're being asked a question. Can you please respond?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I went to the restroom. I really apologize.
All right. Senator Pacquiao?
Ano bang tawag ko sa'yo? Christopher or Lloyd?
Lloyd. Lloyd
Attorney
now.
na lang?
Yes,
Attorney na
yes,
lang?
yes, Mr. Chairman.
Attorney, katulad nung sinabi kay Secretary Doke, ilang araw na tayo nag-imbestiga dito, narinig natin yung lahat ng mga statements ng paliwanag ng mga resource persons, kabilang ka, lahat ng mga tanong, nakita natin yung minsan nasasagot ng maayos, minsan hindi. Tanong ko lang sa'yo, may corruption ba sa ating gobyerno o wala?
Wala po, Mr. Chairman. We do our best to do what is good for the country.
Ang next question ko is, bakit nahihirapan sagutin o paiba-iba yung mga sagot ng mga katanungan namin?
One, if we are asked questions and we are given leeway to answer, we can answer appropriately. Now, as to inconsistencies of answers between different agencies and different persons, mahirap po yun kasi hindi naman namin alam ang sagot nila kasi magkaiba nga po kami ng mga stand. PS-DBM is in charge of procuring only. So our focus only is our guidance. Si FDA, iba din po ang instruction sa kanila based on their mandate. Si DOH, iba din po. Yung suppliers din po, iba-iba din po. Marami po silang nasabi na ngayon, iba-iba po ang condition nila and status. They have their own reasons how they will able to deliver, how they will be able to source their funds. But all of those are different perspective based on their own office. So hindi po namin kaya sagutin kung if people think na may inconsistency, wala po kami magawa. But in our office, we are open naman. In fact, we have submitted our documents to the Blue Ribbon Committee. There was a time when the Blue Ribbon Committee asked for documents na hindi kami naka-release kasi pending bidding. But afterwards, pag-complete na ang bidding, we are already legally bound. We comply because we are open. Ano lang po, sometimes when you ask bakit medyo kinakabahan kami, kahit saan po kakabahan ka kasi we are just people and we get emotional sometimes, di ba? And we want to help, but when there is insinuations din about our purpose, masakit din po kasi lahat ay nasasaktan because we understand the Senate is very cautious on how the funds are spent. But we on PS-DBM are also cautious on that. We also made measures like hindi kami nagbayad in advance dun sa mga local suppliers. Later on, we did our part.
Thank you, Attorney.
Thank you, sir.
You have to understand na we investigate in aid of legislation. Lahat ng paraan, lahat ng tanong pwede namin itanong sa inyo as a resource person para mabuo namin yung investigation namin. So, kalimbawa, may isang transaction kung wala namang kababalaghan, wala namang corruption, mas madaling ipaliwanag. Halimbawa, pera mo, binili mo doon, binili mo ng product, ilan yung binili mo, ilan yung magkano yung pera mo, saan mo kinuha yung pera mo, sinong bumili. Madali namang masasagot yun eh. Pero yung pabago-bago yung mga statement, siyempre, bakit? Iba-iba yung statement, pabago-bago, so nahihirapan. So doon lang kami nagtataka dahil kung talagang legal yan at kung maayos ang pag-transact ng pag-purchase, pag-procure ng mga PPEs na yan, lahat ng mga ginagamit sa pandemya na ito, madaling sagutin, di ba? Ganun yung ano namin. Ang hinahanap natin dito, yung katotohanan para maipaliwanag natin sa taong bayan yung kung may talagang korupsyon, parusahan, yung wala namang korupsyon, ipaliwanag ng gusto. Tama, Attorney?
Tama po.
Yan ang ginagawa natin dito na kasi maraming nagrereklamo, maraming nagbibigay ng mga ebidensya na may overpricing like that. So kaya ginagawa natin itong investigation na to. Dahil yan yung trabaho namin.
We understand, Mr. Chairman.
So naway lahat ng mga resource person hindi sumama ang loob niyo dahil mahal natin yung bayan natin, mahal natin yung mga tao na pinoprotektahan natin yung kapakanan ng bansa natin, kapakanan ng sambayan ng Pilipino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's why we are also
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Participate, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's all, Mr. Chairman. Tatanong na ulit ako pagka sunod na round.
Susunod.
Was na, wala nang round yan.
Kasi dahil
Hindi masyado bumira si Senador Pacquiao. Mahina yung bira niya.
Senator Poe is next, but if Senator Poe is not there, I'll call Senator Antiveros.
Nako. Ano, gusto niyo panoorin to? I-end ko na.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And following the example of Sen. Aimee earlier, if Sen. Grace should come back before I'm done, I'd be glad to cede the floor to her also, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, unang mga tanong ko po sana para kay Mr. Michael Yang. Is he already present in the hearing, Mr. Chairman?
I'm afraid that, but let me confirm what his lawyer has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, Mr. Michael Yang, Your Honor, has been directed by his doctor
Ito si Porton to.
to remain on bed rest for 5 days due to hypertensive urgency. His physician is named Jenny A. Adtoon, a doctor here in Davao City, Your Honor. I can send you his medical certificate right now, duly signed by the doctor. Well, with apology to Senator Riza, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chairman, Attorney Fortun, does this mean, Mr. Chairman, that we will be able to directly question Mr. Yang after 5 days? Medyo nasa gitna po siya ng cast of characters nito, Mr. Chairman, and inaasahan, I'm sure nating lahat, that he can help us connect the dots because he seems to be a very important dot right in the middle of this issue, Mr. Chairman.
If I may be allowed to respond, Mr. Chairman. Madam Senator, good afternoon po. The doctor merely said that he should go on 5 days bed rest. But if the Honorable Blue Ribbon Committee would set a hearing within the 5-day period, then I will instruct Mr. Young, if he is well enough, to, of course, to appear, because he has been very cooperative during this entire time and would be willing to answer the questions of the Honorable Commission. Mr. Chair.
Just to set the record straight, we subpoenaed him twice and he didn't show up until we issued the warrant of arrest. But nonetheless, if he's sick, well, he's sick, all right? But he cannot be sick forever. And what I want to caution the Mr. Young, to his lawyer, is that his name has been mentioned here several times, and it will remain on the record. If he doesn't show up, then we are free to make our decisions.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we understand.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Senator Bo?
yes, is it
Mr.
my turn
Chairman.
already, or is it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will cede the floor now to Sen. Grace because she's back already. If I may, Mr. Chairman, Sen. Grace, just one last question at this point before I cede the floor. May whole departure order na po ba, Mr. Chairman, para kay Mr. Michael Yang?
No, the whole departure order is issued by the court, and we will have to discuss that at the proper time, and in consultation with the other senators. I have no qualms about issuing that, or requesting the court to do that, because this is a very, very iconic hearing, if you will.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Just on that point, Mr. Chairman, may we then suggest that we request the Bureau of Immigration through the Department of Justice to issue a watch order. This is resorted to so that if witness would try to leave, we will be, the Blue Ribbon Committee will be notified immediately. So that's what they call the watch list in the Department of Justice.
I'm aware of that, and we were prepared to do that the last time he was not appearing, and making sure that we get it done. But I was just asking Director General Rudy whether he has already issued that watch request for a watch order on Mr. Yang. Rudy?
Your Honor, yes, we have written to the Bureau of Immigration through the DOJ, yes, requesting that a watch list or whatever list is available within the powers of the BI to exercise insofar as Mr. Yang is concerned. Yes, Your Honor.
I remember we discussed that, and what happened to that discussion? Did we sign a letter eventually?
Yes, sir. A letter has been sent, Your Honor.
Yes, and I think
Mr. Chairman, and thank you.
things are happening. I don't remember if I signed it, but anyway, yes, Senator Pangilinan, before Senator Grace, go ahead.
Yes, with the permission of the chair and Senator Grace, just very quickly, the fact that there is still a warrant of arrest and that he is now technically he's now in the custody of our Sergeant at Arms, and that is sufficient basis for him not to be able to fly out, Mr. Chair. I mean, that's my submission.
His lawyer assures us that he's going to show up, and I hope I can consider his lawyer as an honorable man. We're all lawyers here, and however, the letter has been sent, and let's wait for the immigration to do what the Senate has bidden them to do.
Your
Thank you,
Honor.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the advice of Sen. Frank. And I see the floor now to Sen. Grace. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Your Honor, before you proceed, Your Honor, may I issue an apology. We sent a letter about Mr. Lau, but not about Mr. Yang yet. My apologies for the wrong information given to the committee. And yes, we will do that immediately, Your Honor.
All right. Well done.
Mr. Chairman, should I make a motion of what Senator Frank, the minority leaders, advised? Or if it's no longer necessary?
We're already doing it, but it would be nice if you formalize that motion.
Then I do so, Mr. Chairman, to move that the committee, through the chairman, as advised by the minority leader, request the Department of Justice to issue the is it a watch list order? Did I hear that correctly, Mr. Chairman? Yes, Mr. Chairman.
A
watch list request, rather, Mr. Chairman. I so move, Mr. Chairman, for Mr. Michael Yang.
Minority Leader seconding it. I can see that. And no objections.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're going to issue that request for a watch order. Thank you.
Salamat po. I see the floor now, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
Senator Grace?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I would like to stress the following, that we are only dealing with the tip of the iceberg. This is 67 billion in deficiencies that the DOH was found by the COA. 42 billion of which was transferred to the procurement service and 8.7 billion was given to Pharmally. Now, we've been discussing, marami na tayong pinag-usapan dito. Nais kong balikan, Mr. Chairman, sino ba sa DBM, sa PS-DBM, ang nagdesisyon sa pagbigay ng kontrata sa Pharmally? Gusto ko lang liwanagin kasi may mga sinasabi dati si Attorney Lau na hindi naman siya talaga, no? Pero sino ba yung mga bumubuo nitong komite na to na nag-a-approve nun?
Should an award, right? Would you please answer? Confirming that you issued the award to Parbali?
Who would it be, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Lau.
So it was Mr. Lau. He's the head of the procurement service.
Yes, I'm asking him a question whether I know that he is the one who made the award.
Yes, the notice
So
of award.
Mr. Lau, was it you who made the decision, sir?
I signed the notice of award, Mr. Chairman.
Could you speak a bit louder, sir?
I signed the notice of award, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so if you signed it, who are the members of the selection or screening committee? Or is it just you?
No, there's a back committee. They do the market scanning, they do the renegotiation, ganun po.
So who are those again?
I think
It's an awards committee.
it's an awards committee. I think the PS-DBM can answer that, the records.
Yes, I mean there should be individuals behind it, right? And they're the ones that recommended to you. So who are those individuals?
Yun nga, the records, I think the records is with PS-DBM. I don't have the records. I don't want to give names that I am not sure if it's accurate, Madam Chairman.
So who has a copy of the records?
Ang PS-DBM po. PS-DBM.
So
Wayan.
So for an amount this big, Attorney Lau, when it was presented to you, it was just for your release, just for your signature. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but it is on series of transactions. It's not one account, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Will the chair make an observation? Will you allow the chair to make an observation? It's already said that he issued the notice of award. So it's his responsibility. It's on him. And therefore, he should be asked to explain that. He cannot hide behind the Bids and Awards Committee because he could have denied it because he's the head of the agency.
Okay. So my question is this. Obviously, you are ultimately responsible for it. Bumabalik na naman tayo. Okay. Halimbawa, meron na lang mga price list ng mga acceptable amount at kayo ay tumalima doon at compliant. But the fact remains is, may mga ibang nag-bid ba? O ito lang? Kasi yung sinasabi natin na 625,000 pesos lang ang kanilang capitalization, pero nanalo pa rin sila. Diba? Samantalang yung EMS Components Assembly, lokal na kumpanya, hindi naman natin binigyan ng pagkakataon na matugunan yung pangangailangan natin sa face mask. So siguro babalikan kita, Mr. Lau, bakit wala na bang iba na nakisali para makuha ang bid na ito for that amount na 8.7 billion? Bakit yung pinili ninyo, yung Pharmally, na napakaliit ng kapitalisasyon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll answer it point by point lang po, if I may be allowed. We start with the surgical face mask. Ang surgical face mask po, nung sa umpisa talaga, we bidded it. The first parties who participated in sending their RFQ, request for quotation, kasi wala po talagang formal bidding during the time, dapat direct negotiation, but we still open it to the public. So under Bayanihan 1, we can do it expeditiously. So we sent notices na lang. The first, I think one of the companies that offered to us was Blue Cross, I think 40 pesos. I'm not sure kung nabaliktad ang figure, 40 pesos per piece. Then we have Mac Tycoon at 28 pesos per piece. And I'm not sure if Unimaster's conglomerate also offered it at 28 pesos. It was, I think, Pharmally who offered it at 27 pesos. Meron din si Phil Pharma at 27 pesos. Kasi hinahabol namin yung quantity demanded by the current situation. So kailangan namin habulin, I think umaabot yung almost 5 to 10 million pieces. But yung pumupunta sa amin, like may pupunta the first one talaga offered it at 16 pesos. Pero limited lang, I think 50,000 pieces lang dala niya. So that's the only one we bought. Kasi kung anong meron sila, that's what we bought kasi kulang na kulang eh. So later on, may dumating si Phil Pharma, I think 27, 22. Lower pa din siya sa iba. Yung iba kasi 40 pesos, 28. So we bought everything that they had. I think 500,000. I'm not sure, 500,000 pieces. Then Pharmally came. Pharmally offered it at, I think, 27 something then. So we bought what we can. Then later on, as we were able to grow our stock, mabilisan kasi yung benta niyan, ma'am. You can check our record sa PS-DBM. Marami pong agencies ang bumili niyan. Ubos po lahat yung mga 27 pesos and 22 pesos. Pero nung na-close natin yung deal at 22 pesos kay Pharmally, I think April 17 or 16, basta on that time, it's on hand, nakatago tayo, so nagdi-dispose tayo. Doon po dumating si EMS. EMS actually started talking to us as early as May kasi si DTI was encouraging people. So si EMS was already there in our presence. Sabi niya, sir, ready na kami. Paparating na yung equipment namin. The papers are on the way and we have already facilitated our testing kasi may testing din sila. I think Perry Ferrer was showing to me a piece of cloth. Sabi niya sa akin, you need to understand. Now, we cannot go, kasi sinasabi ko sa kanya, you have to give it to me at a very good price so I can close the deal and stop my problem with surgical mask. Sabi niya, you have to understand, this piece of cloth I'm showing you, this is very expensive. It's the melt-blown cloth that is inserted in the middle of a surgical mask. That is the only thing that stops the virus and the bacteria from passing through because hindi siya tinahi, parang kinanon siya ng init, tapos nag-melt siya, makakadaan ng hangin, pero ang molecules ng virus and the bacteria cannot pass through. So sabi niya, this is very expensive. I have to import this, but you have to give me at a good price. Sabi ko, what price are you willing to sell na hindi kayo malugi, na hindi tayo may ipit? Sabi niya, ang going rate ngayon is mga 23 during the time, 24. Sabi niya, I'll give it at half the price. At around 13.50, kasali na yung taxes. Sabi ko, sige, how fast can you deliver? Sabi niya, give me 2 months to 3 months. I will deliver. Sabi ko, how much is your capacity? Sabi niya, depende. Anong capacity mo? Sabi ko, based on data, April and May, we usually consume around 5 million. 5 million. Sabi ko, minimum yon 5 million from DOH and other agencies. Sabi niya, sige, give me a 1-year contract, tapos I will provide. Magkano kaya mo? Sabi niya, around 5 to 10 million a month. Sabi ko, sige. Basta June, you have to deliver. Kasi pag hindi ka nag-deliver, patay ako. Then, mawala tayong supply. So, he committed. So, when they committed, sige, the contract management team entered into a contract with him, processed everything. Then, after that, we waited for his supply. Nagkaroon lang tayo ng problem kasi naubusan tayo around May, late May. So nagka-problema tayo, may naghanap tayo ng supplier. So naghanap kami ng supplier, EMS was not yet able to deliver. There's a new company who came to our office, I'm not sure what company, they offered it to us at less than 20 pesos, pero 600,000 pieces ba yun? I'm not sure. They delivered to us, which allowed us to extend our life. So nakaka-supply pa rin kami. Then on June first week, EMS was able to deliver 1 million. Pero nagpadala sila ng letter to allow them to extend their delivery because hindi kaya ng production. Kasi nag-uumpisa pa sila during the time eh. So sa amin, okay lang. Kasi kaya pa naman. So 1 million ang deliver nila on the first week of June. Then later on, June 28, buwelo na sila. Padala sila, I think average niya is 8.5 million. Then July 28, every end of the month, nagpapadala sila ng 8.5 million pieces. Then I think August, nagpadala sila ng 8.5 million pieces pa rin. Then I think, I'm not sure kung September nagpadala sila ulit. Pagka-October, nagkaroon kami ng concern because DOH already issued a price freeze, decreasing the price from 28 pesos na price ceiling to I think 9 pesos. So with that, nag-stall
Mr. Lau, hold on.
Excuse me, we don't have much time. Senator Grace.
Well, I started, Mr. Lau.
Senator Grace, anyway, is having difficulties with this microphone. With your permission, I'd like to be fair, ask Perry Ferrer, who was the party he's referring to, if that was an accurate representation of what happened. The way I understand it, they were willing to deliver, but they got held. With your permission, would you like to ask Mr. Ferrer if that is true? Mr. Ferrer?
Sure. Yes, to shed light on the
Mr. Ferrer?
question.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and your honors. Thank you. From what I heard, the majority.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry po, Chairman, wala ang internet.
Yes, Mr. Ferrer is now being asked. Go ahead, Mr. Ferrer.
Yes, good afternoon. From what I was hearing, the beginning of our face mask journey, we started producing in May, and we started our delivery in June, definitely, and with the support of all the other government agencies. In June, we were able to deliver 5.2 million as we were ramping up. Then in July, our delivery in July was 2.1 million. In August, 3.2 million. And another delivery in August of 8.5. And in September, 2.1 million. And in October, 2 million. So those are the delivery schedules that were given to us by.
Okay, Mr. Ferrer, were you paid for all of those deliveries? I just want to make sure. Were you paid for those?
Yes, Your Honor, we were paid for the deliveries.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ferrer, and also Attorney Lau.
I don't think you, Senator Pope, Mr. Ferrer, you were able to deliver 25%, but you were willing to deliver. Is that correct? The balance?
Mr. Chairman, yes, our production capacity was already at around 10 to 12 million. And there were some delays that were requested from EMS on the deliveries.
The delay was caused not by you, but by PS-DBM? Is that what you're saying?
That we were requested not to ship starting July. And as mentioned, we were only allowed to ship the quantities that I mentioned earlier.
But you were ready to ship it, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So in other words, not through your own fault, but you were stopped and you ended up being delayed and delayed until finally they told you you can only deliver at 235 instead of the original 1350. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I also want to expound. We received the hold notice in October, around that time frame.
And what did that signify?
To hold all our shipments starting that time.
And that's how you lost money, correct?
We lost money when we started delivering this year, 2021, at 2.35 pesos.
And to complete the story, you were asked to make those masks by Secretary Lopez, by other people, so that we could finally have a Filipino supplier that is efficient, correct?
That's correct.
And you did not get to do.
Requested to repurpose our factory to provide and manufacture medical grade face masks. That's correct.
And then you had to retool, right? That's what you mean by repurpose.
Yes,
Right.
we had to reconfigure a certain area of our factory and bring in new equipment and refacilitate that area to comply and conform to the medical grade certification.
Finally, it is not through one of your efforts to deliver, but because you were held by PS-DBM.
There were EMS, our supply chain group, did request PS-DBM if we could deliver monthly as per schedule. But there were warehouse issues, space issues, inventory issues.
As a point of information to our good friend Senator Grace, is it better to stop delivery for a Filipino corporation who was ready to deliver? Or to give it to an agent, not a manufacturer like this Filipino company, but an agent. Ang binigyan nila yung ahente na hindi nagsusupply, hindi nagmamanufacture. Which is then better, in your opinion, Senator Grace? I would not ask you any more question. It just speaks for itself, I think.
I can just give you maybe a subjective answer. Of course, I will always think that we should favor our local manufacturers. Sometimes we even say that even in agriculture, of course, importing rice is a lot cheaper. We try to open up the market, but we give certain incentives and support for our own local agricultural, our own farmers. So I would think it's about the same here if the prices are if the disparity is not too big. But
Well,
moving forward,
the disparity, I'm sorry, is 1350 against 2750. And they're
13
by a local supplier. It was say 22, not less than 22, but they were supplying 1350 and they were ready to do that. And they were not being favored because they were asked if they could manufacture, and they did, and it was not accepted. Just to set the record straight.
correct. So 1350 for our own manufacturers, am I correct, sir? Right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. That we started buying from them at 1350, and once we started buying from them, we ceased on procuring from other suppliers already, and that is a fact of record, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
so, pati po ang PS, ganun po ang ginawa. When we already had the local supplier, we ceased procuring from other suppliers otherwise. That is a fact. Alam po ng EMS yan. Once we started the contract with them, tinigil po namin lahat yung iba kasi nga may local supplier na. Yun po ang situation.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I know that we are going to start session in a few more minutes. Perhaps I will just delay my other questions for later on when Mr. Yang finally attends our hearing, because some of my questions are for him, actually. I'd like to know, since he's supposed to be a special business consultant for this administration, what other projects did he broker? Meron pa bang mga ibang Pharmally na maaaring napasukan? So, I will just end my questioning for now, and I hope that I can continue when this hearing of Mr. Yang finally appears before the hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, just very briefly. Mr. Chairman.
Director, go ahead. I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Thank you very much.
Heart attack
Just very briefly, just for my understanding how the PS-DBM operates. No? My questions will be propounded to former USEC Lao. No? Mr. President or Mr. Chairman, so, well, first of all, pinag-uusapan natin dito yung 42 billion thereabouts money that was transferred by DOH to PS-DBM. Okay? How much of that has been purchased already? Of the 42 billion?
I cannot answer at present because I think when I left, the account was running and continually procuring PS-DBM.
So what do you recall?
I think we were able to procure almost 30 plus billion as of.
Okay. When those goods are delivered to PS-DBM, was it delivered all to PS-DBM in your warehouses?
No po, because there is an issue on logistics and warehousing. In fact, we even have a problem with our logistics, not only in PS-DBM warehouse, but also with the warehouse dun sa OCD. So some changes we have to implement, like I think one of the changes who were able to comply is EMS. On all other suppliers is that they will keep the goods within their warehouses as
Okay.
inspection.
So you have insufficient warehouses to begin with, okay?
We don't have
So-
sufficient warehouses po. That's
Yeah.
our problem talaga.
Yes, so you do not have sufficient warehouses,
Yes.
okay? Would you have the number of personnel to check all these deliveries?
We rotate them and they are able to do their job naman. Yes.
Although there was testimony earlier na pinapirma sila na kahit hindi pa na-deliver para mabayaran yung supplier.
Yes,
Diba?
that is accurate. That is on the first procurement that we had with the foreign supplier. Nung kasagsagan po ng ano tawag yung COVID, the only suppliers who were contacting us were foreign suppliers from China. And this is what they want. This is what Secretary Charlie Galvez was saying. FOB China. So they are willing to supply, but they're only responsible to China because China is in lockdown. Philippines is in lockdown. There was no commercial vessel. There was no
Yes, but nevertheless, the point is,
Chairman.
yeah, I understand that. That was testified on already. So let me finish because we have a session. Let me finish because we have a session, no? But there was testimony earlier that they had to sign documents that they did not see the goods.
We have,
So I can imagine kung kulang ang warehouses ninyo, posibleng kulang ang tao din ninyo. Now, my final question will be this. Use a cloud, no? Okay. These deliveries now, have all of them end up with the DOH? Nakuha ba ng DOH yung mga pinabili nila?
Yes. But some
All
of
of
the
them.
items are with the warehouse of PS-DBM. There are some with the warehouse of PS-DBM, some are in DOH. Depende po. Pag binili ng DOH sa amin, under the RPR, it goes to them. But when it's still on our stock, like EMS stock kasi is on our stock, it's part of our main supply.
Oh, let me ask the DOH. Have you received all of what you asked PS-DBM to purchase? DOH?
Uy, yun na.
We could not hear.
Larry,
We could
yes?
not hear anything.
Okay, please answer.
Can you remove your mask? Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Wapo eh, ba't tayo
Yes.
ipakita ang mukha mo?
We have 37 billion worth of supplies that has been delivered, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All of that are in your warehouses? Na-deliver yan? O nasa warehouse pa rin nila?
Let's check
Many of these, Mr. Chairman, have already been distributed to the end users. And I will just check, Mr. Chairman, and give the report if there are still pending deliveries which are in the possession of the PS-DBM and presumably in their warehouses.
With the permission of Senator Recto,
Yes, please.
I would like to order the Blue Ribbon staff to go and proceed to Marikina where the DOH has their bodega, as well as in other bodegas of PS-DBM and others. I don't think they have any more, at least that's what they say, in the military compound. So we would like today, Chair would like to send our staff to go there accompanied by USAA to check the stores there and be given the information. Would that be agreeable to you, Duque?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chairman. We are ready for the inspection. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Your Honor.
But I do have a copy in answer to Senator Recto. I don't know if this is, there's so many things. I'd like to share this copy with you. This is by Mr. Uyan, and it says 39,453 million have already been obligated/utilized, and that about 2 billion remain the balance, and they've already utilization rate is 95.15%. Can you see it?
No, it's not in the screen, Mr. Chair.
We're trying to show it. I'll show it to you in a minute. Unfortunately, my staff was not able to do it, but I will try to show it to you in a little while.
Yes, because there seems to be, the reason why I ask this question is simple, Mr. Chairman. No? Based on the COA report, nagkakagulo with regard to the end users of these products. No? And I recall that in the previous hearing, there was this double payment issue.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says in the COA report, kasi I don't have a copy with me right now, but it did say that there were complaints. Okay, when they wanted to get these goods, some DOH personnel, sabi, mahal, ba't pinababayaran sa kanila? Okay, when it came from the budget of the DOH. That is a big issue, Mr. President. Okay, and then of course, PS-DBM has their own revolving fund. So, are they mixing up the inventories? That is an issue as well, Mr. President. No?
Of course, under number one, Bayanihan 1, the local governments were allowed to spend part of their ERA for these products, right? So
Yes.
there could be a situation the market was totally flooded, and because they ordered too many from certain suppliers, and that's what worries me about this whole thing, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Yes, I will not belabor the issue. I do have many other questions, but I know that we don't have the time today. But I will wait my turn, Mr. President, and I do have questions also for the other resource persons. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
As a parting shot, in fairness to all, I am aware of the fact that we do have a document here, and Secretary Duque will confirm it because he signed it, where he says that he submits the orders of the Department of Health and hands it over to PS-DBM, and the quantity he ordered for personal protective equipment is 15,358,611. And the unit cost was provided by the Department of Health at 2,000 pesos unit cost. That totals 30,717,222,000. I don't know why this happened. Maybe at the next, maybe you can explain it right away, Secretary Duque. Can you do that? I'm showing it to you. It's there. This is a agency procurement request to PS-DBM, and it says precisely what I just stated. Quantity requested is 15,358,611 sets, and the unit cost has been specified. Now, if you look at all the others that bid it, it's either 1,998, 1,990, walang lumalabas. Merong isa, umabot ng 2,000, pero mukhang napag-usapan na yan ang agency estimate ng DOH hanggang 2,000 kayo. Pwede. But, again, I go back to the Filipino supplier, EMS, who supplied it at 13 pesos and 50 centavos. I hope Senator Rector understands what I'm trying to say here, because it's very, very important. So that everybody will not be blindsided. We present these documents to the committee. You have a comment, Secretary Duque? Am I wrong?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think what is being referred to, the one on the slide, is about the complete set PPEs with 9 components.
Yes.
And that's the indicative price per set of about 2,000. You understand that's the ceiling, whereas the one from EMS talks of the masks. At that time, when the 13 plus pesos per piece was the price that EMS had indicated, this was not in April, but in June, if my recollection serves me right. And,
they were presented in April, but they were delivered in June.
That is exactly right, Mr. Chairman. And so the timing of the availability is a big factor, I believe, in the determination of the correct price vis-a-vis the suggested retail price that the DTI had set at 28 pesos then in March 13 of 2020, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I will have more to say about that later on. I don't think DTI suggested that, but anyway, I'm not trying to find fault. I just want to be clarified. On that note, I'd like to ask the pleasure of the committee for the next hearing. Would you like to do it on Thursday or Friday, gentlemen, ladies?
Whatever. Yeah. Whatever fits the chair's schedule.
Thursday or Friday.
You're blaming on me again. All right. I think that we have a lot of Duces Secum, so I think Friday would be ideal.
Friday. Yes.
Friday at 1 p.m. or would you like to start at 10 o'clock? Or Friday we have no session, so we can do it at 12 and we can go on. 10 o'clock. All right. 10 o'clock. Shall we say 10:30? Because everybody's tired. 10:30. 10:30. So with the permission of everyone, the next hearing of the committee will be at 10:30, Friday, September 17. 17. The session is now declared suspended by the chair with the permission of everyone, and we shall see you on. We shall continue with the hearings on Thursday and Friday, and we hope that all the subpoenas that have been properly issued have been delivered, and also Mr. Yang, with the cooperation of his lawyer, Raymond Fortun, will be delivered to us. His presence will be appreciated. Thank you all very much.
Sir. Thank you.
Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Thank you. God bless everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, mga kabanat, tapos na yung hearing. So, Friday na naman daw. Aba, parang feeling ko wala unli yata itong hearing eh. Tama ka, joke kunlan eh. Parang unli yata yung hearing nila. Dapat nagkaroon na sila ng ano dito eh, na pang 7 na ata to eh, pang 7. Pang 8 na sa Friday. So, grabing hearing. Dapat nakita naman nila, alam naman natin yung paulit-ulit na sinasagot. Bakit pa kaya pinapatagal pa nila ito? Kasuhan na nila. Diba? Kita naman nilang nagsisinungaling. So, talagang itong si parang minsan gusto ni Gordon exposure talaga eh. Diba? Gusto talaga ni Gordon. Eh, kitang-kita naman yung pagsisinungaling eh. Oo, paulit-ulit na lang yung tanungan, tapos alam naman na isasagot. Kabisado na nilang isasagot. Ano pang kailangan itanong doon? Diba? Parang, dapat alam naman, sila nga nagsasabi, nagsisinungaling. Eh, ano pang gagawin mo doon? Di ba? Hanapan nilang kaso. Eh, ang gusto ko sana doon, ang pinaka-result nila, kasi maglalabas ng result result ng hearing, kung anong mga nila, sana yung Pharmally, blacklist na nila yan. Kasi, isa din sa mga dahilan niya, yung angkat ng angkat, pati mga PCR. Di ba? Dapat imbestigahan din yan, PCR, at saka itong bakulam eh. Parang duda nga ako doon eh. Kasi sabi ng kahapon, di ba, napanood niyo yung video ni Congressman Mike Defensor sa kanilang tinatalakay doon sa, ano tawag nun? Point of order. Eh, ang linaw eh. Parang hindi nila payagan yung magbumili itong mga private sector at saka LGU. Gusto nila yung gobyerno, yung ano lang, national government lang. So, anong mayroon, di ba? Kasi gusto ng local, na magkaroon na sila ng sariling bakulam. Yun, ay gusto nila magpabakulam na, gusto nilang bumili, pero itong nasa sila ni yung si Galvez, ayaw payagan. Doon pa lang ay parang magduda ka, parang malaking income, malaking pera din sa likod ng bakulam na ito at itong RT-PCR dapat makita din yan. Ginagawang hanap buhay nila eh. Gusto magpamayaman dahil siguro election, kasi alam mo naman tatakbuhan ng mga ito, ay naghahanap ng pondo sigurado. So yan lang ang ating mga kabanat. Kaya nga si Mike Defensor hindi pa pala naturukan yun eh. Si ano nga si Mike, di ko kasi ma-upload dito mga kabanet. Gusto ko kasi upload, baka natatakot kasi ako, medyo nagkaroon ako ng trauma na may related sa mga isyong ganon. Kasi alam mo yung isang channel ko na disgrasya. Okay lang sana kung wala itong yung banat dong channel, walang violation. Mayroon na kasi, may warning na rin kasi ito. At least pero dalawang strike pang kailangan ito bago ito mabura. So nag-iingat na lang ako kasi kaya sa Voice of Netizen doon ko ina-upload yung mga video, mga critical na video. Doon ko ina-upload at least wala pa yung at saka wala pang warning yon. Doon ko na lang nilalagay. So pagkatapos nito kukunin ko yung video, magpapahinga lang ako konti kasi medyo mahaba din, medyo hindi rin maganda kasi radiation din. Medyo masakit kasing mata ko kaya nagsasalamin ako. So kukunin ko yung video mamaya ni Congressman Atienza, yung tinatalakay niya. At abangan natin bukas yung sagot dito ni President Duterte sa ginawang pagninig na naman ito. Iwan ko kung ano na naman ibanat dito ni President Duterte. Duda talaga ako sa RT-PCR. Parang wala talaga akong tiwala dyan. Wala akong tiwala. Mantakin mo kahapon, nagkaroon sila ng 67 o 67,000 yung test nila. Adi, parang bumaba man. Pero nakita mo yung gumaling din kahapon. Nasa ano din siya? Nasa 25,000 yung gumaling. So, anong nangyari? Wala talaga siyang parang ang nangyari, tinis ka ngayon na positibo, kinabukasan, wala na rin. Parang lukuhan lang ang nangyari. Parang lukuhan lang, parang asymptomatic ka lang. Tapos, sisingiling ka ng ganun kamahal. Todo angkat ng RT-PCR sila para gustong kumita. Yan ang masama, ginagawang hanap buhay. Instead na makatulong, pinagkikitaan na. Dapat yan ang masawata ng ng mga congressman saka Yun nga eh. Tapos ang good news lang dyan mga yung Koboniwan, itong Iber, hindi ko lang diretsuhin kasi bawal pa rin yung Iber. May pahayag na si President Duterte na ipapagamit na. At saka good news din naman yung DOH naglabas na rin ng improvement. Naglabas na rin ng ng improvement doon sa gagawin nila daw baka December tapos na yung clinical trial nila kasi nakisabay na rin sila kasi sa ibang bansa ang daming bansa nagki-clinical trial din patungkol itong gamot na itong IBM. So ngayon yung DOH naglabas na rin at naglabas na rin ng statement itong si President Duterte na depende daw sa pasyente at doktor kung gusto nilang ipagamit ito. Kaso lang, ang gusto ko sana ilabas niyang statement, official statement talaga. Manduan niya itong si Domingo, si Doke na ipagamit na. Pero kung ganun lang, wala rin, di rin tayo makabili. Yun ang naisip ko, nilabas niya sabi, depende daw sa doktor kung ipagamit niya. Ang problema, hindi naman talaga mag-prescribe yung doktor kasi natatakot eh. Hindi official yung nilabas eh. Walang mando talaga. Dapat nilabas nila. Sinabi nila yun sa sinabi nila yan sa Department of Health at saka FDA na payagan nyo na yan maglabas na kayo ng official statement na lahat ng open yan sa market, pwede na kayo bumili. Saka pag pwede na ang doktor magpe-prescribe kasi kailangan naman talagang prescribe yun kasi pag hindi mo alam mag-inom, baka magkamali ka. Kasi may talaga, kagaya sa akin nga kagaya sa akin, umiinom ako, once wala naman ako naramdaman, normal, parang prevention lang, ang gagawin mo, once a week lang o isang tableta sa 2 linggo, pwede din. Yun ang ginagawa ko. Yun ang ginagawa. Pero kung may ka naman, nakalagay naman dun sa pwede kang mag-daily kung talagang mayroon kang naramdaman talaga. Yun ang makagandahan nun. Oo, umiinom ako. Meron kasi ako dito, binigyan ako ni Congressman Mike Defensor ng 4 na banig. Isang banig, 10 piraso. Mo 10 piraso, halos ilang buwan ko yung mauubos. Ano yun? 4 na banig yung pinadala niya sa akin. Kasi di ba, nagkaroon yung nagbigayan sila, nabigyan ako. Iwan ko lang kung sino dito sa channel ko na nakatanggap din. So, wala namang parang normal din naman yung ko. Kasi wala naman akong dating wala naman akong sakit. Ganun din naman. So, hindi ko masabi kung masasabi ko na may epekto sa akin kasi wala naman akong naramdaman Kasi nagtitake lang ako as prevention na wala naman akong dating sakit, ganun. Wala naman nangyari. Pero wala, parang sabi sa akin wala namang siyang side effect para sa akin lang. Kasi kung mayroon, hindi 5 pa lang naman ako ng tabla nung capsule na nainom ko. So, wala pa naman akong naramdaman kasi kung nalagnat ako, wala pa eh. Simula kasi nag-inom ako, hindi pa ako nakaranas ni sakit ulo eh. Singaw sa kasi normal lang kasi nung kumuha ako ng niyog, nakagat ko yung kaya sakit. yung singaw yung tumama sa akin sa kasi nakagat ko nung kumuha ako ng niyog, kinagat ko pababa kasi ayaw ko mahulog. So, yun. Kaya masakit yung ngayon, yung parang hirap magsalita. So yun lang, pero nung nag-start ako ng inom ng ganong gamot, hindi pa ako nakaranas, sumakit yung ulo, nilagnat, wala pa eh, halos sa isang buwan mahigit na, wala naman. Kaya parang okay din naman. Nakaka-bike nga ako, kanina nagbike ako mula dito, halos na sa 11 kilometers yung binay ko, dire-diretso yan, okay naman. Kasi nagbabike talaga ako eh. Kaya yung yan ang ko eh, pagka nagbabike ako, ikot-ikot. So yan. Saka pang paano talaga yung katawan mo parang wala ka ng hindi kagaya noon, sumasakit yung likod ko kahit dito, umuupo ako dito, 'di ba? Nagko-computer ako dito. Maya-maya alis ako eh. Maya alis ako kasi sasakit yung likod ko. Parang ang init, parang hindi mo maramdaman. Parang akala mo may nilagyan ng omega painkiller yung likod mo, sobrang init. Ngayon parang wala akong naramdaman eh. Saka sa mata, hindi talaga makukuha yung minsan sa radiation kasi matagal na eh. Nakatutok, sumasakit yung mata ko, yung tinatawag na dry eyes. Tapos ganun, bike. Pag linggo, minsan nagbabike. Yun ang ko. Pwede kayo mag-PM doon. Okay, ito Nika Garcia. Kay Congressman, mas mamadali kay Congressman Atienza. Mas madali doon kayo. Ang live noon mga Garcia, try mo libre si Congressman, mas madali humingi doon kay Congressman Atienza kumpara kay Congressman kasi live si Ang gagawin mo, abangan mo. Siguro mga 12 noon pa lang, pumunta ka sa channel niya, i-search mo Congressman Atienza. Sagip buhay party list ata siya, tapos maghingi ka doon, tapos i-repair ka niyan sa staff niya, namimigay talaga siya, hindi kagaya kasi kay Congressman Mike Defensor, nagtatype pa, minsan di nare-read. Kay Congressman Atienza kasi live siya, at saka binabasa yung mga comment nyo, bawat comment mo binabasa nila, mga mga gustong suggestion mo, sasabihin mo, mga opinion mo, binabasa niya ng live, kaya nakikita yung mga yun ang maganda doon. Try mo bukas, agahan mo. Kahit halimbawa, alas 11 pa lang kasi nilalabas niya na yung schedule ng live niya, pwede ka na doon mag-comment. Ako, wala pa. Hindi ako nakaturok po. Nagpalista ako eh. Nagpalista na ako kasi, siyempre, sabi nila, bawal daw pumasok sa ganon, mga palengke, mga mall. Siyempre, nagpalista na ako. So, wala pa namang balita. Yung ganon. Dami-dami sa lugar namin kasi, Kuboniwan, halos yung senior citizen pa lang ata, ilan pa lang eh. Parang wala pa ata sa 1.8 ang naturukan. Ang daming ayaw dito sa amin, mga senior, ang daming ayaw, takot na takot. Saka nakapalista na rin ako, pero wala pa naman. Yung ivermectin, kaso lang, kung ko kasi yon, nasubaybayan din, ang discussion nun, kailangan based sa bigat mo. Kaya nung nag-text ako kay Congressman Mike Defensor, nilagay ko yung edad ko, bigat ng katawan mo, pangangatawan mo, payat ka ba, ganun, kasi based talaga doon. Pero mas mainam kung wala ka naman naramdaman, isang capsule sa loob ng 2 linggo, mas magandang ganun para safe. Yun ang yung papa ko nabakunahan na ng Sinovac, matagal na, pero okay naman siya ngayon. Okay naman, wala naman siyang paswerte lang talaga. Mayroon kung mahina yung katawan mo, yun ang mamalas-malasin ka pag mahina yung katawan mo. Kasi yung sa akin si Dr. Landrito, yung nakalagay doon sa list na binigay niya, yung nag-prescribe na nakalagay sa instruction, si Dr. Landrito yung nakapirma eh. Nung binigyan ako ni Congressman Mike Defensor, yun ang So ngayon, yun. Mayroon daw sa ano, kaso lang iba at iwan ko lang yung sa mercury kung same din ba yun sa composition nila, parang iba ata. Oo nga, kasi sabi nila yung bakulam na yan makapaghinto pero yung Manila wala rin namang tigil, di ba? Napapansin mo, alam mo yung kung gaano kataas na yan, halos 50+% na ata yung fully vaccinated sa Manila Pero hanggang ngayon mataas pa rin. Mataas pa rin yung kaso doon. At kaya nga nagalit doon si ano pwede ba yung asthma? At siguro maganda doon ka pwede yun kay hindi ako kung pwede yun sa may asthma. Ano yung asthma, di ba? Parang, anong tawag nun? Nahihinihingal. Parang wala naman siya kasi talagang pag binasing ko sa yung pang purga yun Kaso lang pang human grade. Try mo lang talagang Garcia. Try mo talaga doon mag-comment bukas kay Congressman Atienza kasi live siya at saka makukuha mo talaga yung kanyang. Ang live niya noon, kahit mag-comment ka doon maaga, mga 11, pero abangan mong start ng live niya kasi yung start ng live niya 2 PM to 2:30 lang. Kaya pinakamahaba yan, 30 minutes to 40 minutes lang yung live niya So kailangan nandun ka na, nagla-live siya kasi makikita mo yung reaksyon kung anong sagot niya sa'yo, dapat abangan. Pero tatry ko rin, basta banggitin mo ang pangalan mo doon kasi nire-review ko rin yung kanyang video. Baka marinig ko yung pahayag niya. Abangan mo dito bukas. Kung try mo bukas, mag-comment doon. At saka hahanapin ko yung pangalan mo kung nabanggit. May ipakita ko dito sa'yo. Yung issue mo about sa asthma, itatanong ko rin yan bukas. Sa kanya din ako doon para makuha mo rin. Abangan mo rin dito, ilagay ko dito. Parang nung asthma, parang wala naman atang problema, pero mas maganda talaga itanong mo. Mahirap din kasi na tira ng tira ka na hindi mo alam. Siyempre, kahit mababa yon kasi halos 14 grams lang, milligrams din, napakahina. Pero, mas maganda talagang magtanong para safe talaga. At saka yung take noon, hindi pwedeng na parang nagtitake ka ng, hindi pwedeng nagtitake ka ng vitamins. Kung wala ka namang naramdaman, ang suggestion nga doon, isang kapsul sa isang linggo o hindi kaya isang kapsul sa 2 linggo. Pero kung may sakit ka, halimbawa mataas yung lagnat mo, nasa 39 na, once a day ka. Talagang titirahin mo doon, once a day ka. Yun ang suggestion doon. Pero try mo bukas magtanong doon, pero tatry din ako para makatulong din ako sa iyo makuha ko yung niya. Sana hindi marami. Ang problema lang kung dami niyang comment, baka hindi maabutan. Pero try lang para baka makaano tayo. Marami. Marami talaga sa ibang bansa gumagamit niyan. Amerika, kilala mo si Dr. Baron? Isa sa mga doktor na dahilan din kaya natanggal yung na kapart din na discarrel yung Ang dami kong yung channel ko nawala, ang daming na-disgrasya na nawalang video dun patungkol kay Baron, na-disgrasya din ako dun. Ang dami talaga. Hindi ko nga magits bakit ganyan sila ka-stricto diyan Ayun nilang, yun ang mahirap. Yun ang hindi yan ang laking question na ang Kubo ni Juan, yan ang napakalaking katanungan talaga. Wala nang kapagsabi diyan, parang baliktad ni sa katotohanan di ba? Sinabi nila hindi makapaghawa, parang baliktad nga Parang wala sa palagay ko yung nabakunan ka, parang wala din namang pinagbago Parang same din naman Parang sinasabi nila pag nabakunahan ka daw iwas tawag nun? Iwas daw. Parang wala din Tingnan mo sa Manila, sa Amerika. Tingnan sa Amerika kung gaano kataas yung cases nila doon. Napakataas. 8 million yung active cases nila doon ngayon. Napakalaki. Samantala sa India, nasa 300,000 nata. Hindi ako magkakamali. 300,000. Samantala yung populasyon ng India, billion. Sa Amerika, nasa 300 million lang sila. Ang India at saka China kasi yun ang naghabol-habol sa populasyon Yung Indian, hindi ko magkakamali, yung populasyon ng India nasa 1.2 billion ata, hindi ako magkakamali, basta pataas pa dyan. Yung China naman, saka nasa 1.3 ata billion. Pero tingnan mong kaso sa India, kung gaano ka konti. Kasi itong gamot na ito ngayon, pinamumudmud doon. Yun ang kagandahan, pero sa bansa natin tahimik sila. So yan lang muna mga kabanat, no? Abangan nyo mamaya yung video ni Atienza. Ano ko lang, so magkaroon lang ako ng pahinga kahit isang oras at i-upload ko. So maraming salamat. Oh, yun nga yun ang problema kaya nagpalista ako kasi sabi, lalo na yung may balak sana ako umuwi kasi taga Negros ako taga Bacolod. Gusto ko sana umuwi doon. Ang problema, sinasabi, hindi ka daw makaalis dito kapag walang hindi ka naturukan. So paano 'yan? Obligado ako. So ang problema ko naman kasi may anak ako na magti 3 years old, 'yun ang ko. Kasi sabi nila, tuturukan ng 3 to 12 years old, 'di ba? May panukala na naman sila. Doon na naman ako nag-alanganin. Kasi yung asawa ko ayaw talaga magpaturok kasi yung pamilya niyan ayaw talaga. Mga lahi yan ayaw sa Negros. Ayaw magpaturok. Kaya yun din ang ko kasi ayaw niya rin. Kasi magagawa ko? Di wala. Ako na lang nagpalista kasi ako din naman ang panay labas. Kasi baka pupunta sa mall, wala tayong magawa kung sila kasi may hawak sa kapangyarihan kung anong mamando nila. Alangan naman tayo makipag-away tayo ng todo. Pero kahit labag sa natin, kailangan. Importante Kaso lang, paswertihan talaga dito. Oo nga, alam mo yung tita ng asawa ko, natigay din Natigay din, nakaraang linggo Sinabi niya fully vaccinated na, pero natigok pa rin. Ano masama? Kaya nag-comment ako doon sa page ng nung nag-post ng DOH, sabi, ganitong porsyento lang daw yung cases ng nabakunahan. Pero tinatanong ko, sana yung bakit walang nakalagay na natigok dahil sa natigok na nabakunahan, natigok nga. Wala Kasi ang issue doon, na fully vaccinated siya, bigla lang naman daw natigok. Tinanong ko nga, anong naramdaman niya? Wala naman daw sakit, pero namatay siya. Pero fully vaccinated. Tapos ang masama, nagpositibo pa rin. Yun ang minsan ko doon. Kaya tuloy yung mga pamilya niya natakot. Kasi parang wala din namang silbi. Diba? Nabakunahan ka, nagpositibo ka pa, natigok ka pa. So anong pinakakabid? Iba doon. Kaya nangyari ngayon, parang nagkagulo, parang nangyayari ngayon, ginagawang kwarta-kwarta na lang. Ngayon, gusto na namin nila ng booster. Kaya ngayon, yung bata na naman titirahin nila. Wala talaga, hanggang hindi ito matitigil. Pero baka din ito matagalan, parang mabisto yung kanilang modus talaga. Kasi sa Amerika, parang mayroon ng kumukontra din Marami na rin kumukontra dyan na parang walang katotohanan itong pinagsasabi nila. Imagine mo, wala pang isang taon ititira na kaagad sa iyo na hindi pa nga na patunayan yan ng active. Kasi alam ko pagka vaccine tatagal talaga yan, halos 5 years nga yan na pinag-aaralan bago mo masasabi na yan ay epektibo di ba? O sige, maraming salamat at pahinga muna tayo kasi masakit na yung mata ko. Medyo dry eyes kasi ako. Sobrang tutok sa computer. Lalo ng computer ang gamit mo nakasakit sa mata talaga. Pero maraming salamat. Meron tayong halos 5 hours na upo-upuan dito. Maraming salamat Kobo Niwan at maraming salamat kay John Cyril. Tama ba ang pronounce ng pangalan mo? Maraming salamat din kay Nika Garcia. Di pa naman ako magpabaksin kasi nagpalista lang. At least nakakalista lang. Hindi pa naman yan. Alam natin sa lugar namin, medyo dito kasi wala naman talaga dito sa amin. Zero kami dito Kasi yung lugar namin, walang nagpapates. Kaya zero kami dito. Zero yung issue ng COVID na yan. Kasi wala naman sa amin dito na sa ibang lugar, panay test, swab test. Kaya nagkakaroon sila ng positibo dito. Sa amin, minsan lang. Kung yung logistic dyan kasi every week yan nagtitest pag may nalagnat yan, natsambahan, hindi. Isang positibo. Pero yun ang kaso for sa iba wala. Yun lang, minsan nagpapa-hospital, magugulat ka na lang pag uwi, sasabihin, positibo ka. May nanganak lang, pag nagugulat siya, pag uwi, sasabihin, nagpositive ka. Nakakatakot Sige, maraming salamat at bye-bye. Abangan nyo na lang kasunod ko na video yung kay Marcolita. Salamat.